its deep roots in Indian philosophy, is more than exercise. It is a way of life that connects mind, body, and soul. This morning, we are not just beginning a convention, we are grounding ourselves into ancient wisdom that's more relevant than ever in today's high-pressure world. Let us now open our hearts and minds to the insights of our great speakers as we explore how simple, conscious living can lead to an extraordinary well-being. With this, I would like to invite on the stage two great speakers. I'd like to invite CMA Rajkumar Malhotra, Executive Director of Finance of Power Finance Corporation Limited. So please come on to the dais. I'll do it, sir. I'll do it. Now I request CMA P. Dwivedi, Cost and Management Accountant, to please come on to the dais. I request Rajesh Agarwal to please introduce to you the chief speaker of today's session, that is CMA Rajkumar Malhotra. Hello, sir. Avinash Kokni.
गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीबॉडी। 5 स्टार होटल का नाश्ता करने के बाद भी आवाज इतनी कम, एक बार और ट्राई करते हैं। गुड मॉर्निंग सीएमएस। बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है। आई एम टॉकिंग टू सीएमएस। माई सेल्फ राजेश अग्रवाल, आई एम वर्किंग विद पावर फाइनेंस कॉर्पोरेशन लिमिटेड। आई हैव माई सीनियर मिस्टर राजकुमार मल्होत्रा। संख्या की चिंता आप बिल्कुल मत करें, क्योंकि जब ज्यादा लोग होते हैं तो हमको ऐसा लगता है कि कौरव सुन रहे हैं, जब कम लोग होते हैं तो हमको ऐसा लगता है कि पांडव सुन रहे हैं। आप मेरे लिए पांडव से कम नहीं हो। इससे ज्यादा चमचागिरी मैं आपकी कर नहीं सकता। आप तालियां बजाओ तो ठीक, वरना आपको हेल्थ का ज्ञान तो मिस्टर मल्होत्रा देंगे ही देंगे। एक रिक्वेस्ट मेरी और है, जो लोग सामने कुर्सियां खाली होने के बावजूद पीछे बैठे हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता आगे आने में उनको कौन सा कॉस्ट अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड, टैक्सेशन रूल आड़े आ रहा है। आगे सीट खाली है और आप पीछे बैठे हो, मतलब अवसर सामने पड़ा और आप छोड़े दे रहे हो। मैं आके बुलाऊं आपको सामने से? नहीं, सारे लोग मेरे मित्र ही तो हैं। मैं निवेदन करूंगा, प्लीज कम फॉरवर्ड। ये 4-5 मेरे जो मित्र युवा पीढ़ी के बैठे हैं, इनके पास आके बोलना पड़ेगा। बहुत सीट खाली पड़ी और आप पीछे हो, प्लीज कम फॉरवर्ड। जरा सेशन को सुनने के लायक बनाते हैं। यस, आप रियली यू आर द वंडरफुल ऑडियंस, क्योंकि जो पहला सेशन होने वाला है वो आपके लिए होने वाला है। अगर हमारा तन स्वस्थ है तो हमारा मन स्वस्थ होगा, और तन और मन दोनों स्वस्थ हैं तो धन तो अपने आप चला आएगा। ताली बजाने वाली बात थी, आपने नहीं बजाई। ये देखो, मैं ताली वाली बजाने इसलिए बोलता रहता हूं, रामदेव बाबा बोल के गए करो तो होगा। योगासन देखने से थोड़ी लाभ होता है, करने से लाभ होता है। तो ताली बजाना भी योगासन है। हाथ ऊपर उठाएं। ये बात, हेल्थ की शुरुआत आपके अपने हाथों में है। वी हैव मिस्टर मल्होत्रा, मिस्टर द्विवेदी, जो आपको अगले 1 घंटा, हाँ सर ताली बजाने बोला था, बजाते रहने थोड़ी बोला था। यही कॉस्ट अकाउंटेंट के साथ बीमारी है सर, जहां फाइल मिल जाए पूरी रगड़ देंगे। सर के लिए एक बार तालियां बजनी चाहिए। उधर नायक साहब आ चुके हैं। सर आज हमारे नायक आप ही हो, और मैं सच बता रहा हूं सर, आप किसी दूल्हे से कम नहीं लग रहे हो। सर इतनी प्रशंसा ठीक है। नायक साहब ने मुझे बोला था, अगर मेरी तारीफ करोगे तो तुम्हारा आने जाने का खर्चा फ्री। तो ये सेटिंग का हिस्सा था। और भी किसी को अपना नाम लेना है तो मेरे पास पर्ची पहुंचा देते हैं, पहुंचा दीजिए, स्लिप भेज दीजिए। एक बार नाम लेने के सिर्फ 5,000 रुपए लगते हैं, वो भी स्पॉन्सरशिप है। कॉस्ट अकाउंटेंट ऐसे थोड़ी कोई नाम ले लेगा। एम आई राइट सर? आर वी ऑल सेट फॉर द सेशन? लेट अस इंडिकेट। यस, so let us make the synergy vibrant and the show wonderful. मिस्टर मल्होत्रा, मैं आपको एक जल्दी से उनका परिचय दे दूं। पावर फाइनेंस कॉर्पोरेशन का ईडी होना बड़ी बात नहीं है, सीएमए होना भी बड़ी बात नहीं है, लेकिन एक ऐसा शख्स जो सिर्फ 4 साल पहले बहुत तरह की बीमारियों से ग्रसित था। वन फाइन डे ही सेट अ टारगेट। 4 साल पहले अगले साल वो रिटायर होने वाले हैं। मैं आपको ऑनेस्ट फीडबैक देता हूं, मैं पिछले 16 साल से उनके साथ काम कर रहा हूं। उनने मुझे कमिट किया था कि राजेश, चौथे साल जब मैं पीएफसी छोड़ूंगा, आई विल बी अ फिट, हेल्दी एंड फाइन पर्सन। मैं जैसा राजकुमार मल्होत्रा इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में स्वस्थ आया था, वैसा ही राजकुमार मल्होत्रा स्वस्थ होकर इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से निकलूंगा, एंड नॉट एट द कॉस्ट ऑफ वर्क, काम करते हुए। इन्होंने फिटनेस को अपना नशा बना लिया। पिछले 3 साल में फिटनेस और पब्लिक स्पीकिंग पर काम करते करते परहैप्स आज ये उनकी पहली इस तरीके के प्लेटफॉर्म पर पहला पब्लिक एड्रेस होगा। आप समझ सकते हैं जब कोई स्पीकर पहली बार इस तरह के प्लेटफॉर्म को एड्रेस करने के लिए खड़ा हो तो उनके मन में क्या चल रहा होगा। सर, लेकिन मैं आपको एश्योर करता हूं, ये सीएमए परिवार आपका अपना परिवार है, और हम जानते हैं कि अपने परिवार के बड़ों को, अपने परिवार के भाई को हमको कैसे सुनना चाहिए। जो मल्होत्रा 4 साल पहले खाली बीमार होता था, वो मल्होत्रा आज ये लक्ष्य बना चुका है कि दुनिया में एक भी बीमार न रहे। सेशन के बाद आप उनसे संपर्क कर सकते हैं, उनका नंबर ले सकते हैं। उन्होंने फिटनेस को अपना मंत्र बनाया, लोगों से जुड़ने को अपना मंत्र बनाया। इस नशे के लिए 4 पंक्तियां कहकर मैं उनको आवाज दूंगा कि चाहे जितना हंस लो गालो, रोना बहुत जरूरी है। आप में से सबको पता है कि मैं देश विदेश में मंचों की यात्रा पे रहता हूं, तो एक कवि खड़ा हो और 4 पंक्तियां नायक साहब के माध्यम से सदन को पहुंचे। मल्होत्रा सर क्या परिचय, इससे बेहतर मैं कुछ नहीं दे सकता। एक जुनून के बिना आप यहां तक नहीं पहुंच सकते। एक अनफिट आदमी बिना दवा के कैसे फिट हो सकता है, इसका उदाहरण है। हम सबको सीखना चाहिए। ही इज अ केस स्टडी फॉर अस। मैं 4 पंक्तियां कहता हूं उनके जज्बे के नाम, जुनून के नाम, पागलपन के नाम, कि चाहे जितना हंस लो गालो, रोना बहुत जरूरी है। हम अक्सर अपने जीवन में कहते हैं कि हमारे लाइफ में बैलेंस होना चाहिए, संतुलन होना चाहिए, लेकिन नहीं, मैं उनके बिहाफ में इस थ्योरी को कंट्राडिक्ट करता हूं कि संतुलन को तोड़ना भी जरूरी है। तब कहता हूं नायक साहब कि चाहे जितना भी, नायक साहब ने अगर भुवनेश्वर में यह प्रोग्राम करने का मानस नहीं बनाया होता, तो सीएमए परिवार में से कितने ही लोग ऐसे हैं जो पहली बार भुवनेश्वर आए हैं और भगवान जगन्नाथ के दर्शन करेंगे। तो एक बार नायक साहब को अच्छा लगेगा, सारे मिलकर बोलते हैं जय जगन्नाथ, जय जय जगन्नाथ। ये बात, तब इस पागलपन के नाम 4 पंक्तियां कहता हूं कि चाहे जितना हंस लो गालो, रोना बहुत जरूरी है। जीवन में संतुलन, जागना सोना बहुत जरूरी है। ये संतुलन की बात थी। इसके बाद कंट्राडिक्ट करता हूं, चाहे जितना हंस लो गालो, रोना बहुत जरूरी है। जीवन में संतुलन, जागना सोना बहुत जरूरी है। लेकिन जिसने छुआ आसमां, उसके सपनों से सीखा, थोड़ा थोड़ा पागलपन भी होना बहुत जरूरी है। आपकी जोरदार तालियां और मिस्टर मल्होत्रा।
Sir, 1 minute. Thank you so much, sir, for that beautiful start for the program. आपने तो सर द्विवेदी सर के बारे में बोलना ही भूल गया, वो मैं कर देता हूँ. So amongst us we also have another speaker who is going to speak about yoga. He is Mr. CMAP Dwivedi. He is a cost accountant by profession and has more than 30 years of experience in costing and accounts and cost audit and financial audit. He has been practicing for the last 30 years. He is also a member of the Bengaluru chapter, Chairman's Practitioners Forum for the year 2017, 18, 18, 19, 21, 22 and Treasurer for the year 2022 and 23. So thank you so much for coming today. May I now request CMA Damodar Mishra sir, the Secretary of EIRC, to please offer a flower pot to Mr. Rajkumar Malhotra sir. Thank you so much. Now I request a senior member of the institute, CMA Divyendu Banerjee sir, to please welcome the esteemed speaker, CMA P. Dwivedi sir. Thank you so much, both the gentlemen. Now, without much delay, I would like to request the first speaker of this session, Mr. CMA Rajkumar Malhotra, to please address the House.
Good morning, Shubh Namaskaram, my colleagues, professional colleagues, my friends. राजेश जी ने मेरे बारे में कुछ ज़्यादा बोल दिया शायद, तो राजेश जी और मैं एक परम मित्र ही नहीं है, मेरे पड़ोसी हैं, रादर मेरे गुरु हैं। उन्होंने मेरे को कम से कम 10 साल मेरे को रिपोर्ट किया, लेकिन वो मेरे गुरु हैं। मैं स्टेज पे शायद एक वर्ड भी बोल नहीं पाता था, लेकिन इनको, क्योंकि ये इंडिया के बहुत बड़े प्रोफेशनल कवि हैं, उनका टॉप 20 कवि में उनका नंबर आता है, तो इनसे मैंने सीखा कि आप किसी चीज़ में लगन से करना शुरू कर दो, आप किसी भी चीज़ को हासिल कर सकते हैं। तो मैंने मतलब कि इनसे ये सीख के ये स्टार्ट किया। सबसे पहले मैंने स्टेज पे गाना गाना शुरू किया। मेरा एक मंत्र था कि किसी दिन मैं भी एक पब्लिक स्पीकर बनूंगा, तो सबसे पहले मैंने स्टेज पे गाना शुरू किया। फिर उसकी जर्नी शुरू होते होते फिर मैंने जो है अपना जुनून पाला कि मैं, जैसे राजेश ने मेरे इंट्रोड्यूस किया कि मैं एक जुनून पाला कि मैं एक ठीक होना है, बिल्कुल स्वस्थ होना है, तो उसके लिए मेरे को क्या करना है। और वाकई मेरा एक जुनून है, मेरे को लोग पागल बोलते हैं। मैं सुबह 2:40 पे उठ जाता हूँ, 2:40 पे, और यदि मेरी नींद 1 बजे भी खुल जाए तो मैं अपना 1 बजे काम करना शुरू कर देता हूँ। और ऑफिस में मेरा रिकॉर्ड है, बाई चांस पीएफसी में 2 ईडी की वैकेंसी खाली थी पिछले 1.25 साल से, और पूरे पावर फाइनेंस कॉर्पोरेशन में ईडी का सारा काम मेरे पास था। शाम के एंड तक मैं ऑफिस से टाइम से निकलता था और मेरे एक भी फाइल पेंडिंग नहीं होती थी। डेली मेरे पास 50-60 फाइलें आती थी, लेकिन मैं सारी की सारी क्लियर करके जाता। ये मेरा जुनून है कि काम करना है तो करना है, कुछ भी हाथ में पकड़ लिया तो उसको करके दिखाना है। तो ऑफिस कभी कोई पेंडेंसी नहीं है। खाली ये मत सोचो कि मैंने ऑफिस का काम सफ़र करके, और एक बार भी मेरे को किसी ने भी, मेरे पूरे पीएफसी में किसी ने भी मेरे को कंप्लेन नहीं की, सर काम लेट हो गया और ये फाइल लेट हो गई। तो ये मेरा जुनून था कि मैंने अपनी हेल्थ को ठीक करना है, तो मैंने इसके लिए काम करना शुरू किया। और शुरू में मेरे घर वाले भी बड़े दुखी रहते थे, बाद में वो सारे मेरे साथ अलाइन हो गए, और उन्होंने मेरे को जो लास्ट में मेरे को जो पिछले 1 साल से वाइफ का, फैमिली का, अपने सारे मेरे फ्रेंड सर्कल में जिन्होंने मेरा साथ दिया, मैं उनके कारण मैं उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा, जिनके कारण मैं यहाँ तक पहुँचा हूँ। सो लेट अस नॉट वेस्ट टाइम। So my presentation is very clear कि how food can become our medicine. सर मैं 2 एग्जाम्पल दूंगा। सबसे पहले 2 एग्जाम्पल ये है, आप सब ने देखा होगा मोदी जी बड़े फिट रहते हैं एट 74 ईयर ओल्ड। अक्षय कुमार जी 57 ईयर ओल्ड, वेरी फिट, और सबसे ज़्यादा इंडस्ट्री में काम करते हैं। और उसके बाद तीसरे हैं 82 ईयर अमिताभ बच्चन जी, जिनका लीवर सिर्फ 25% चलता है। वो 1982 में उनका एक्सीडेंट हुआ था कुली फिल्म के लिए। आज भी वो मतलब कि काम कर रहे हैं। उसका वन ऑफ द रीज़न है फूड है, बस खाना है। तीनों एग्जाम्पल दी है, उसका रीज़न ही यही है कि फूड के कारण ये आज अपना ज़्यादा परफॉर्मर है, ये चाहे नरेंद्र मोदी है, तीनों। अब मैं दूसरी एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ। ये आपने सुना होगा कपूर फैमिली, पृथ्वीराज कपूर जो 65 ईयर में प्री मैच्योर डेथ हो गई। फिर राज कपूर 63 ईयर में उनकी डेथ हो गई। फिर ऋषि कपूर जो उनके बेटे, राज कपूर के बेटे, उनकी जो डेथ हुई वो 67 ईयर ओल्ड। इसका रीज़न ये है सर, दबा के खाना, चाहे नॉन वेज हो, दबा के पीना, दारू पीना, खाना, और प्री मैच्योर अल्टीमेटली डेथ हो गई। अल्टीमेट इतनी सारी उनको तीनों को बीमारियां लगी जिनके कारण डेथ हो गई। सर इस संसार में ना जो ये मनुष्य जीवन मिला है, हो सकता है आपको 10,000 साल बाद में मिला हो, या 1000 साल मिला हो, या 50 साल बाद मिला हो, वी डोंट नो, लेकिन ये इतना कीमती है, इसको हम व्यर्थ ना गवाएं। सिर्फ एक चीज़ है, जो थोड़े थोड़े रूल, बॉडी के जो रूल है, खाने पीने के रूल चेंज कर लें तो हम अपने आप को ठीक रख के बहुत सारे काम कर सकते हैं। मैं कभी ज़िंदगी में सोच नहीं सकता था कि मैं यहाँ तक पहुँच जाऊँगा। उसका रीज़न ही यही है कि मैंने अपने खाने को चेंज किया। अब मैंने खाना चेंज किया, मेरी बीमारियां सारी दूर हो गई। और उसके बाद जो है अब मेरा एक नशा हो गया कि मैं सबको जो है मैं ठीक करना चाहता हूँ। मेरा भी एक लक्ष्य है कि जितना भी मैं सेंसिटाइज करके लोगों को उनको थोड़ा सेंसिटाइज करके अपना फूड हैबिट चेंज कर लें। सर थोड़ा थोड़ा चेंज कर लो, हर चीज़ के नॉर्म्स होते हैं, हम यदि थोड़े थोड़े नॉर्म्स फॉलो कर ले तो हम अपना खाना ठीक करके और ज़िंदगी स्वस्थ ज़िंदगी जी सकते हैं। मैं उसी के बारे में बात कर सकता हूँ। सर मेरे पास जो फार्मूला है वो कैंसर भी दूर कर सकता है सर, प्लीज़। इस कारण मेरी हाथ जोड़ के सबसे विनती है, पहले तो मोबाइल ऑफ कर लो और मोबाइल को स्क्रॉल करना बंद कर देना प्लीज़, और एकदम बिल्कुल आपकी लाइफ चेंज हो सकती है यदि आप इस फार्मूले को, यदि आज आपने सिर्फ मेरे को आधा घंटा दे दिया प्लीज़। चलो लेट अस स्टार्ट। ये मेरी जर्नी है, मेरे को 2.5 साल हो गए पहले, ये मेरे को ये सारी बहुत सारी बीमारियां थी, माउथ अल्सर था, डाइजेस्टिव डिसऑर्डर थे, पाइल्स था, थायराइड था, और उसके पहले मैंने 2 सर्जरी कराई 25 साल से पहले। एक मेरी पाइल्स की सर्जरी हुई और एक मेरी स्टोन की सर्जरी हुई, और 2.5 साल पहले मेरे को ये फील हुआ, पिछले 8-10 साल से मैं 2 सर्जरी जो है अपनी काफ़ी डेफर करता रहा, एक पाइल्स की, एक फुट कॉर्न की, और डॉक्टर मेरे को बार बार एडवाइस कर रहे थे कि आप भैया इस सर्जरी करा लो, अपने डॉक्टर मत बनो। लेकिन हम भी जिंद पकड़ के बैठे कि भैया सर्जरी नहीं करानी। 25 साल पहले भी सर्जरी कराई, तब भी यार फिर पाइल हो जाना, फ़ायदा क्या हुआ सर्जरी कराने का। पर ये था कि मेरे को लग रहा था कि एक दिन ठीक होगा ज़रूर। तो मैंने फिर मैंने एक स्टडी पढ़ी, जो आप पढ़ लेना, हार्वर्ड और येल यूनिवर्सिटी की 1953 में एक स्टडी है, स्टडी बहुत ब्यूटीफुल स्टडी है। उसमें एक स्टडी में बोलता है कि आपने यदि कोई चीज़ अचीव करनी है तो डायरी में लिख लो। जिस दिन डायरी में आपने लिख लिया और रोज़ उसको देख रहे हो कि अब इसके लिए काम क्या करना, डेली सोचो मैंने करना क्या है, तो आप उसको जरूर अचीव कर लो। उस स्टडी का निचोड़ ये है कि उसमें 53 में उस स्टडी में 3 तरीके के कैटेगरी के बंदे ढूंढे गए, स्टूडेंट ढूंढे गए। 3% ऐसे थे जिन्होंने डायरी में लिख लिया कि मैंने ये गोल अचीव करना है, और 13% बंदे ऐसे थे, लड़के ऐसे थे, स्टूडेंट ऐसे थे जिन्होंने मतलब कि निश्चित किया हुआ था मन ही मन में कि हमने ये गोल अचीव करेंगे। बाकी बचे 84, उनका कोई गोल नहीं है, बिल्कुल कोई गोल नहीं है, बस सीधा सीधा चल रहे हैं। तो 10 साल बाद आप सुन के हैरान हो, आप ये काम की चीज़ सुनो, 10 साल बाद ये स्टडी के बारे में रिजल्ट क्या आता है कि 13% बंदों ने, जो 84% ने जो कमाया उनका डबल कमा रहे थे। 13% बंदे 84% स्टूडेंट का, आप समझ तो हार्वर्ड के बच्चे कितना कमाते होंगे। तो 13% जिन्होंने गोल अपने जस्ट मन में रखा, लिखा नहीं, और 3%, अब ये नेक्स्ट चीज़ सुनने वाली है, काम की चीज़, 13% बंदों ने जितना कमाया 97% ने उसका 10 गुना कमाया, 10 गुना। इसका मतलब ये है डिटर्मिनेशन, डिटर्मिनेशन, डिटर्मिनेशन। लाइफ में एक ही चीज़ काम आती है, ख़राब चीज़ें अनलर्न करो और अच्छी चीज़ें लर्न करो। जब तक ये जुनून नहीं होगा आप ज़िंदगी में कुछ सीख नहीं सकते, आप यहाँ तक नहीं पहुँच सकते जहाँ आप पहुँचना चाहते हो। तो मैंने भी एक लक्ष्य बनाया 2.5 साल पहले कि यार रिटायरमेंट से पहले क्या गोल रखने हैं और रिटायरमेंट के बाद क्या गोल रखे हैं, और मेरे डायरी में लिखे हुए हैं। 90% मैंने गोल अचीव कर लिए हैं कि मैंने मतलब कि एक पब्लिक स्पीकर बनूंगा, एक हेल्थ स्पेशलिस्ट बनूंगा, ये मैंने सब लिखे थे, और मैं अपनी हेल्थ ठीक करूंगा। मैं पहला गोल मेरा यही था कि हेल्थ ठीक करनी है। वो मैंने विद इन 4 मंथ, सर मैं बिल्कुल झूठ नहीं बोलता, राजेश जी ये मेरी फैमिली जानती है, ज़िंदगी में मेरा एक चिन्ह है, मेरे को कोई नुकसान हो जाए लेकिन मैं झूठ बोल ही नहीं सकता। मेरे को घर वालों, बच्चे सब मतलब बुरी तरह से या ऑफिस से बड़ी मार पड़ती है। राजेश जी मेरे साथ ऑडिट में थे, तो राजेश जी को हाथ जोड़ने पड़ते थे, मेरे को रिपोर्ट करते थे कॉर्पोरेट अकाउंट्स में, यार ऑडिटर के सामने प्लीज़ यार हाथ जोड़ के विनती है, प्लीज़ बोलना मत यार, तुम यदि बोल दोगे, इतना सच बोल दोगे, हमारे को संभालना मुश्किल हो जाता है। तो मेरा एक ज़िंदगी में लक्ष्य है कि मैं तो झूठ बोल ही नहीं सकता, मेरे को नुकसान हो जाए मेरे को वो कबूल है, मैं झूठ नहीं बोल सकता। एनीवे चलो, ये मेरा एक जर्नी है जिसके बारे में आपको इंट्रोडक्शन दी है। सर ये मेरे गुरु हैं, मैंने स्टडी कम से कम बहुत सारे बंदों की, उसमें मैंने सिर्फ यहाँ पर से की। और ये आप ज़िंदगी में अपना हेल्थ का कोई भी इशू, इवन कैंसर तक, इन 8 बंदों को आप पकड़ लो, आप पक्का चाहे कोई भी बीमारी है आपकी ठीक हो जाएगी, या आप बीमार नहीं होना चाहते, आप मेरे से पूछ लेना कि सर ये 6 महीने आप इनको पकड़ के देख लो, आप ठीक हो जाओगे। लेकिन जो मेरा अनुभव है, मैंने सबको सुना है, सबको मैंने इम्प्लीमेंट भी किया। मैंने पहले शुरू में बोला कि फैमिली वाले बड़े दुखी रहते थे, क्योंकि चक्कर ये है मैं इतने सारे एक्सपेरिमेंट करता रहा, तो मेरे को घर भी बहुत सारे वाइफ से बहुत सारे प्रवचन होम मिनिस्ट्री से सुनने पड़ते थे, यार आपका यार रोज यार कुछ ना कुछ चेंज कर दो, ये मिलेट खाना है, ये फल खाना है, वो खाना है, ये खाना है, हम तो दुखी हो गए यार, ऐसा करो किचन आप ही संभालो भैया, हमारे बस का तो नहीं है, मेरे साथ नौकरी भी करवाओगे साथ में ये अपने हेल्थ भी मनवाओगे, ये पॉसिबल नहीं है। एनीवे, मैं अपने जुनून में लगा रहा। मैं पहले 4:30 बजे उठता था, खूब सारा योगा प्राणायाम बहुत सारा कुछ करता था। फिर अल्टीमेटली मैंने ये इन सब को पढ़ा, जो मैंने अपना गोल निर्धारित किया उसका पढ़ना शुरू किया। तो जो नंबर 1 है वो मिस्टर खादर वली हैं। सर खादर वली के बारे में मैं सिर्फ इन्हीं के बारे में मैं आपको इंट्रोडक्शन ये अपना लिंक खोलूँगा। बाकी क्या ना, यदि मैं इन सब के मैं 2 घंटे बोल सकता हूँ, हर ये पूरे 8 में बोलना है तो 2 घंटे लग जाएंगे, लेकिन मैंने सबको सेंटिसाइज करना है कि आपने ठीक कैसे होना है। तो इसीलिए मैं बिल्कुल ब्रीफ में जो नंबर 1 है डॉक्टर खादर वली, इनके बारे में मैं आपको ये बता देता हूँ कि ये एक साइंटिस्ट है और यूएसए के पोस्ट डॉक्टरेट हैं। इंडिया में इन्होंने जो डॉक्टरेट की वो ये अपना स्टेरॉयड पे की, फिर एनवायरमेंटल साइंस पे इन्होंने यूएसए में इन्होंने डॉक्टरेट पोस्ट डॉक्टरेट की। फिर ये ड्यू पॉइंट में जॉब करते थे, यूएसए में ही थे, 4 साल जॉब की। देखा यूएसए में भैया सारे ही बीमार रहते हैं, ये तो बहुत ही ख़राब है। यहाँ पर वाकई मैं मर जाऊँगा, इस बेहतर ये कि इंडिया में जाके कुछ काम ढंग का किया जाए। तो इन्होंने इंडिया में वापस आ गए। इंडिया में आते ही इन्होंने जो एक काम पकड़ा, इन्होंने स्टडी शुरू करनी कि खाना ऐसा कौन सा खाना चाहिए जिससे आदमी ठीक रहे और बीमारियाँ ना होए। तो इन्होंने मिलेट की रिसर्च की, मिलेट पे बहुत ज़्यादा रिसर्च की और इनको पद्मश्री दिया, अभी 2023 में पद्मश्री दिया और इनको मिलेट मैन ऑफ इंडिया कहा जाता है। तो इन्होंने जो मेजर एक रिसर्च की वो है एक 5 ऐसे मिलेट जो आपने मतलब कि मैं वो मिलेट की बात नहीं कर रहा जो आपको रागी, ज्वार, बाजरा या छल्ली के दाने, ये वाले मैं इन मिलेट की बात नहीं कर रहा। ये मिलेट डिफरेंट तरीके के, शायद मेरे को लगता है 97% 98% लोगों ने ये वाले मिलेट सुने नहीं होंगे, लेकिन सबसे ज़्यादा बढ़िया यही 5 मिलेट हैं जो आपकी सारी बीमारियां दूर कर सकते हैं। फर्मेंटेड मिलेट करने हैं और इसका तरीका मैं थोड़ा थोड़ा टच अपॉन करूँगा, लेकिन मैंने पूरी वीडियो आपको यदि शेयर होएगी तो आप इसको पढ़ना जरूर। मैंने लिंक्स वगैरह सारे दे रखे हैं, तो जैसे ही आपको पता चला। तो ये 5 मिलेट्स हैं, आने वाली स्लाइड्स में मैं ये सब कुछ दिखाऊंगा। तो बाकी 7 बंदों के बारे में आप कृपा करके जरूर पढ़िएगा, सुनिएगा और आप कुछ भी अपना ठीक कर सकते हो। लेकिन मेरा जो एक्सपीरियंस है वो सिर्फ एंड सिर्फ डॉक्टर खादर वली है, वो मेरा वो गुरु हैं। और आज मैं मतलब कि जो कुछ हूँ वो मेरे गुरु खादर वली के कारण है, उन्हीं के कारण मैं ठीक हुआ। मेरी इतनी सारी बीमारियों की लिस्ट आप देख के ही घबराओगे, भैया इतनी सारी बीमारियां कैसे ऑफिस में काम करता हो रहे हो। लेकिन आज ईश्वर की दया से मैं 90% खाना खा नहीं पाता था। 90% मैं सिर्फ घिया, तोड़ी, टिंडे, मेरी वाइफ यहीं बैठी हुई है, वो मैंने स्पेशली इनवाइट किया, भैया तुम साथ चलो, तो वो आए हैं। तो कृपा करके जरा तालियां मंगा दो। तो फिर जो है ये मेरी यात्रा शुरू हुई। आज मैं सर राजमा भी खा लेता हूँ, कुछ नहीं मतलब नहीं होगा कि मैं पिछले 20 साल में जितने राजमा या दाल खाई होगी उतना मैं मतलब कि एक डाइट में खा लेता हूँ, एक सिंगल डाइट में खा लेता हूँ। एनीवे, चलो ये देखिए, ये भी डाटा है आपके सामने है। ये लेफ्ट साइड में ये खादर वली साहब ने डाटा दिया हुआ है कि ये 26% डायबिटिक, कॉन्स्टिपेशन, कैंसर, थायराइड, ब्लड प्रेशर। ये राइट साइड में आप गूगल में ढूंढोगे कि आज के टाइम में कितने हेल्दी बंदे हैं, कितने नॉन हेल्दी बंदे हैं, किन को डिजीज़ हैं। सर आप देखोगे 95.3% लोग ऐसे हैं जो बिल्कुल बीमार है। ये गूगल का डाटा है सर, राइट साइड में। और वर्ल्ड की 1/3 पॉपुलेशन ऐसी है जिनको 5 से ज़्यादा बीमारियां हैं। और ये 2013 की स्टडी है सर। आज समझ सकते हो कि हमें डॉक्टर लोगों ने, हमारे खाने के स्टाइल ने वो कितना हमें आगे धकेल दिया होगा। ये डाटा मैंने गूगल पे काफ़ी कोशिश की है, मैं ढूंढता रहता हूँ, मैंने काफ़ी कोशिश की कि करंट डाटा मिल जाए, सब सारा उल्टा पुल्टा डाटा मिलता है। चक्कर ये है हर कोई माल अपना बेचने में लगा हुआ है, हर कोई, सारी दुनिया माल बेचने को लगी हुई है एट द कॉस्ट ऑफ आवर हेल्थ। हमें वही खाना खिलाया जाता है, हमें वही डॉक्टर समझाया जाता है, हमें साइंटिस्ट वही हैं। इवन सर मैं किसी को बोलता हूँ ना भैया ये मिलेट खा ले या ये खा ले या ऐसा मत कर, ये तोरे को कैंसर है, भैया कोई नहीं सुनता। उनको फेथ है कि भैया ये पागल आदमी है, ये हमें क्या समझा रहा है। ऐसा कभी हो सकता है कि अच्छा मैं किसी को बोल भी देता ना भैया एक काम करो ये खा लो, अरे नहीं हम तो अपने डॉक्टर से पूछेंगे। अरे भैया जिस डॉक्टर को पता ही नहीं है कि मैं हेल्दी कब बनूंगा, तो वो तुम्हें क्या बताएगा। उसको पूछ लो डॉक्टर को, उसको डायबिटिक भी होगा, वो सिगरेट भी पीता होगा, वो दारू भी पीता होगा, आप पूछ लेना। वही डॉक्टर जो आपको दवाइयाँ दे रहे हैं ना, और वो खुद भी दारू भी पीता होगा, वो हर काम करता होगा, उसको पता ही नहीं है ठीक हेल्दी कैसे रहना। क्योंकि हमें ये सिखाया नहीं जाता कि ये कभी कोई नहीं बोलता कि ठीक रहने के लिए कभी दवाई ना जाना पड़े, कोई हॉस्पिटल ना जाना पड़े, तो करना क्या है उसका कोई नहीं बताता, कोई नहीं बताता। ये सारी की सारी रिसर्च पूरे वर्ल्ड में सब कुछ इसीलिए हो रही है कि जो है आप बीमार हो, इनकी दुकानदारी चलती रहे और आप जो है दवाइयाँ खाते रहे और हॉस्पिटल जाते रहे, सर्जरी कराते रहे, माल बिकता रहे, उनकी बैलेंस शीट बढ़िया होती रहे, हमारी बैलेंस शीट गई तेल लेने। नेक्स्ट है ये सारी डिजीज़ जो मैंने इतनी बड़ी लिस्ट बताई, ये हो क्यों रही है सर, बड़ी काम की चीज़ है सर ये। यदि मैं बोलूँगा कि 5 चीज़ें बंद कर दो, इसका मतलब ये हो गया कि मैं आप सबको ये बोल रहा हूँ भैया सारा कुछ खाना पीना बंद कर दो। सर ये माइंड सेट की बात है, प्लीज़ सर डोंट माइंड इट। ये अब 5 चीज़ें मतलब ऐसी कोई चीज़ नहीं होती जिसमें 5 चीज़ें ना हो। सुबह से लेके रात तक 99% आपका फूड जो है ना ये 5 चीज़ों के बिना बन ही नहीं सकता, गारंटी, 100% गारंटी। और ये जहर है, मैं आपको आगे और समझाऊंगा कि ये जहर क्यों है। वीट, राइस, शुगर, मिल्क। सर मिल्क के बारे में जो मेरे गुरु हैं खादर वली, वो बोलते हैं कि भैया संसार में मिल्क बंद कर दो ना तो 50% हॉस्पिटल बंद हो जाएंगे। और जो मेरे गुरु है वो एक बहुत बढ़िया चीज़, ध्यान देने वाली बात है, वो बोलते हैं मैं पूरे वर्ल्ड को चैलेंज देता हूँ, आप 200 बंदे 200 पेशेंट लाइन में खड़ा कर दो, मेरे को दे दो, मैं 200 के 200 उनको कोई भी बीमारी है मैं खाने से उनको ठीक कर दूंगा। ये चैलेंज करते, पूरे वर्ल्ड को चैलेंज करते हैं। यदि आप उनकी यूट्यूब वीडियो वगैरह देखोगे इतने ज़्यादा व्यूज़ वगैरह नहीं मिलते उनके, मुश्किल से 10,000 20,000 50,000, शायद ही कोई मैंने वीडियो देखी जिसमें 1 लाख व्यूज़ मिले होंगे। क्योंकि चक्कर ये है वो ऐसा खाना, ये 5 चीज़ें बता देंगे कि भैया बंद कर दो, तो उसको कौन देखेगा। ये 5 चीज़ें जहर है। लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है सर, आप यदि बीमार हो, आपको कैंसर लगी हुई है, थायराइड लगा हुआ है, डायबिटिक लगा हुआ है, आप एक बार बताओ, यदि आपको कोई बोलता है कि या मैं 3 महीने में आप देख लेना, अंतर देख लेना, सर पक्का मैं जो 30 साल में ठीक नहीं कर पाया, मैं 3 महीने में ठीक हुआ सर, 3 महीने। और मैं जहां नौकरी करता हूं ना, वर्ल्ड की नंबर 1 PSU जो है ना मेडिकल रिम्बर्समेंट, उससे बढ़िया मेडिकल रिम्बर्समेंट कहीं नहीं होता, पूरे वर्ल्ड में कहीं नहीं है। आज भी रिटायर्ड आदमी जो है ना 10 करोड़ खर्चा कर देगा, आपको रिम्बर्समेंट हो जाती है सर। मैं उस कंपनी में हूँ, पावर फाइनेंस कॉर्पोरेशन में, ऐसे इंडियन ऑयल वगैरह, ये सारी कंपनियां PSU ऐसे हैं जहां पर आपको 10 साल बाद, रिटायरमेंट के 10 साल बाद भी 10 करोड़ खर्च करने पड़ गए मेडिकल पे, अपने पे या वाइफ पे जो डिपेंडेंट है, आपको पूरा रिम्बर्स हो जाएगा। मैं उस कंपनी से हूँ, लेकिन मैं 30 साल ठीक नहीं हो पाया। लेकिन ठीक किससे होगा? खाने ठीक करने से। ये 5 चीज़ें ये नोट करके रख लो सर, ये 5 चीज़ें। उसके बाद नीचे वाली 3 चीज़ें और है, जैसे प्रिजर्वेटिव, सारा दिन हम प्रिजर्वेटिव सारा का सारा जहर खाई जा रहे हैं, चॉकलेट, पिज़्ज़ा, ये बर्गर शर्गर जो है। मैं ये नहीं कहता बंद कर दो, मैंने भी बंद नहीं किया, 98% बंद कर दिए, 2% कभी हो जब कुछ नहीं मिला इसको मैं खा लेता हूँ, ऐसा नहीं है। पहले कोशिश यही होती कि मेरे काम की चीज़ मिल जाए। मैं जैसे फ़ॉरेन कहीं जाता हूँ, घूमने के लिए जाता हूँ फैमिली के साथ वगैरह, देखा यार यहाँ तो पिज़्ज़ा ही मिलना है, पिज़्ज़ा ही खाना है, तो मैं देखता हूँ आसपास कोई मॉल मिलता है, चलो फ्रूट खा लेते हैं, ये खा लेते हैं, तो मैं अपना गुजारा कर लेता हूँ। वो भी नहीं मिला तो चलो ठीक है, 2 ग्राइयाँ पिज़्ज़ा खा लो, बस ठीक है, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट है प्लास्टिक, सारी चीज़ें प्लास्टिक, पानी पीना है वो भी प्लास्टिक, हर चीज़ प्लास्टिक प्लास्टिक प्लास्टिक, कुछ भी आता है प्लास्टिक। दूध भी आता है प्लास्टिक में। सर दूध में सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम यही है कि वो प्लास्टिक में आ रहा है। दूध में सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है उसमें हार्मोन तो है ही है लेकिन प्लास्टिक में आ रहा है। लेकिन प्लास्टिक में जैसे ही आता है वो जहर हो जाता है सर, प्लास्टिक प्लस हार्मोन। नेक्स्ट, ये आपको पता ही है, जो हम जितना ग्रेन वगैरह है सारे फर्टिलाइज़र, फ्रूट फल सब्जियां सब कुछ फर्टिलाइज़र से है, फर्टिलाइज़र। तो आप देख लो कोई खाना, ये मतलब पूरी लिस्ट दे के बोलते हैं कि भैया इसको क्या सुनना है, चलते हैं घर जाते हैं, इसको सुन के तो ये एक सारा को ये बंद ही करवा देगा। तो मेरी ये हाथ जोड़ के जरा सीरियस हो गए आप, जरा मैं देखोगे, लेकिन बहुत काम की चीज़ें मैं बोलने वाला हूँ। एनीवे, जो ये पीछे मैंने खाने की 5 चीज़ें बताई और जो चीज़ें बताई बाकी चीज़ें प्रिजर्वेटिव वगैरह, उसका बॉडी में क्या असर होता है? 3 चीज़ें, 3 इम्बैलेंसेस क्रिएट करता है। एक ग्लूकोज इम्बैलेंस, एक हार्मोन इम्बैलेंस और एक तीसरा है गट माइक्रोबियोम इम्बैलेंस। इन तीनों को मैं आगे विस्तार में आपको बताता हूँ। पहला है ग्लूकोज इम्बैलेंस। सर ग्लूकोज इम्बैलेंस जो है, बेसिकली ग्लूकोज, व्हाट इज ग्लूकोज? ग्लूकोज मीन जैसे आपकी गाड़ी है, गाड़ी में यदि पेट्रोल नहीं डालोगे तो वो चलेगी नहीं, वैसे ही ग्लूकोज का काम है। ग्लूकोज जो हमें प्रचुर मात्रा में लेना ही लेना है, मीन कार्बोहाइड्रेट, जो आपको फल सब्जियां जो भी आप ग्रेन खा रहे हो उससे ग्लूकोज मिलता है। तो ग्लूकोज ऊपर वाले ने एक इतना बढ़िया सिस्टम बना रखा है कि जब तक आप जो है ये फ्यूल नहीं डालोगे तब तक आप बॉडी को चला नहीं सकते। तो ग्लूकोज मीन फ्लूइड। अब क्या हो गया, हमारे को ऊपर वालों ने जो सिस्टम बना रखा है, सब सुनने वाली बात है, जो सिस्टम बना रखा है सिर्फ 5 ग्राम ग्लूकोज चाहिए, 5 ग्राम। और हम जो सारा दिन रात जो हम खाना खा रहे हैं, आप बॉडी हर समय, यहाँ एक ग्लूकोज का मीटर होता है, आप लगा के देख लो कि हर समय आपका जो ग्लूकोज होगा ना, यहाँ 10 गुना या 100 गुना या 50 गुना रहेगा अब ये लगा के देख लो। बॉडी का जो ऊपर वाले ने बॉडी बना के भेजी, सिर्फ 5 ग्राम शुगर चाहिए, सिर्फ 5 ग्राम। और हम जो शुगर रखते हैं हर समय, वो 25 से लेके 200 250 300 शायद 500 भी पहुंच जाए, क्योंकि पहले खाया वीट, फिर खाया राइस, फिर खा ली शुगर। और ये सारी चीज़ें शुगर है, प्रैक्टिकली पूरी की पूरी शुगर है। और हर समय ग्लूकोज इतना बना रहता है। अब ये ग्लूकोज ऊपर वाले ने बोला है भैया तूने 5 ग्राम शुगर रखनी है और तुम खाई जा रहे हो, इतना ज़्यादा है। और उसके अलावा किसी की प्रमोशन हो गई, किसी का कोई बर्थडे आ गया, किसी का कुछ आ गया, ऑफिस में या फ्रेंड सर्कल में कुलीग्स ने ले आया साथ में स्वीट्स। अब मैं गारंटी के साथ कह रहा हूँ, 15 हर एक घंटे बाद यदि कोई आता जाएगा ना, आप खाओगे जरूर, गारंटी के साथ कहता हूँ। बढ़िया बढ़िया स्वीट होएगी ना, आप हर बार उठा लोगे प्लेट से, पक्का 200%। तो इसका मतलब ये ग्लूकोज जो इम्बैलेंस है, वी आर द बेसिकली जो है एट फॉल्ट। हम अपना ग्लूकोज मतलब कि जो कंट्रोल वे में 5 ग्राम जो ग्लूकोज चाहिए वो 5 ग्राम मेंटेन नहीं करते। हमें ग्लूकोज जो है हर समय फ्लड होया रहता है। अब उस फ्लडिंग के कारण बॉडी में फैट बनेगा, बॉडी में कोलेस्ट्रॉल बनेगा। इन सब चीज़ों के कारण आपका जो है बॉडी में कैंसर, कॉन्स्टिपेशन, डायबिटिक, ये सब शुगर के हैं। डायबिटिक ये सबको पता है कि यहाँ मेरे को लगता है शायद ही एक बंदा हो जिसको पता है कि ज़्यादा शुगर खाने से डायबिटिक होना है, पर उसको ये पता नहीं होगा शायद ही कि सिर्फ बॉडी में सिर्फ 5 ग्राम शुगर चाहिए भैया। और लेकिन हम शुगर खाई जा रहे हैं 100 ग्राम 200 ग्राम 500 ग्राम तक शुगर अंदर बॉडी में पड़ी। तो कैंसर नहीं होगा तो क्या होगा? सर अब आते हैं नेगेटिव ग्रेन। पीछे मैंने वीट और राइस, सब ने यही सुना भाई शुगर तो ठीक है, ये वीट राइस कहाँ से लेके आ गया भैया कि व्हीट राइस को भी ये शुगर बोल दिया कि ग्लूकोज बढ़ जाएगा। सर ये बड़ी कमाल की स्लाइड है। इसमें जो लास्ट कॉलम है राइट साइड में आप देखोगे व्हीट में जो ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स लोड है, अभी तक ग्लाइसेमिक आप इंडेक्स सुनते हो, ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स कि जिसमें शुगर थोड़ी रिस के धीरे धीरे बॉडी में जाएगी। और लेकिन ये ग्लाइसेमिक लोड का सबसे बड़ा रोल ये है कि इसका जो रेशियो है, रेशियो बिटवीन कार्ब एंड फाइबर, उसके बारे में बताता है। सबसे बढ़िया ये रेशियो कोई नहीं बताता। कि मैंने पूरा यूट्यूब ढूंढ लिया, ये मेरे को डॉक्टर खादरवली से ही सीखा, ये मैंने कहीं इतने सारे मैंने सुन लिया, लेकिन ग्लाइसेमिक लोड के बारे में मैंने कभी, शायद ही आपके लिए फर्स्ट वर्ड होगा, फर्स्ट टाइम होगा कि ग्लाइसेमिक लोड भी कोई बीमारी है, कोई जड़ है, कोई फार्मूला है। तो ग्लाइसेमिक लोड एक ऐसा है जो ये सारा आपको दर्शाता है कि आपको बॉडी में जो है इन दोनों का फाइबर और उसकी रेशियो क्या है। यदि आपने बीमारियों से बचना है, यदि आपने कोई भी बीमारी कैंसर तक ठीक करनी है, ये सिंगल डिजिट होना चाहिए, लेकिन ये हमेशा डबल डिजिट है। ये देख लो, वीट का जो इंडेक्स है वो 63.50 है, राइस का जो इंडेक्स है 395 है उसका। अब मैं बताता हूँ ये बला है कि मैंने ये क्यों बोल दिया, ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट है। सर बेसिकली बॉडी में हमारे को 30 ग्राम फाइबर चाहिए। आप ये देख लो, यूट्यूब ये तो बता देगा 30 ग्राम फाइबर चाहिए, ठीक है। फाइबर, अब आप जो सारा दिन फाइबर आप कैलकुलेट कर ले हो, ये राइस सारा दिन खा लिए तो आपको फाइबर कितना जाएगा, 0.2। और वो भी ये जो 0.2 अनपॉलिश्ड है सर, पॉलिश्ड कर लोगे तो वो फाइबर जीरो फाइबर। ये गूगल वाले कुछ भी बताते रहेंगे सर, ये सारी रिसर्च और गूगल सारा कंट्रोल इस तरह कर रखा है कि आप बीमार रहें सर। आपको भी पता है कि गूगल बहुत सारा गंद फेंकता है, लेकिन गूगल में ढूंढना क्या है ये आपको पता होना चाहिए कि कौन सा ऐसा कमांड दें कि जिससे गूगल में सही रिजल्ट आए। तो उसके लिए आपको अपनी, हम सब कॉस्ट कंटेंट है, हमें सबको पता है कि ठीक चीज़ कहाँ, मतलब कि जो हमारी अपनी मतलब की चीज़ है वो ढूंढना है, वो आपने अपना दिमाग लगाना है प्लीज़। तो उसमें होता है फाइबर बॉडी में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। प्लीज़ सर लिसन, मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कोई बातचीत मत करे सर, बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ें बात बता रहा हूँ सर, ये लाइफ चेंजिंग चीज़ें हैं। प्लीज़ मेरी हाथ जोड़ के विनती है, प्लीज़ ये सामने प्लीज़ कपल जो है, प्लीज़ कोई बात मत कीजिए प्लीज़। सर ये फाइबर जो है बॉडी में 30 ग्राम डेली चाहिए, और हमारी बॉडी में फाइबर जो मुश्किल से 2 ग्राम फाइबर भी नहीं जाता। अब फाइबर का रोल सुनो, फाइबर आपके ब्लड को जो है क्लीन करता रहता है, और कितना बॉडी में ग्लूकोज जाना है ये फाइबर का रोल है, और बॉडी में आपका इंटेस्टाइन को क्लीन रखना है, इसमें फाइबर का रोल है। सर आप जब फाइबर खाओगे नहीं तो बॉडी क्लीन रहेगी नहीं, और टॉक्सिन जमा होते तो किसी दिन कैंसर हो रही है ना, ये बम तो फटना ही फटना है, ये बम फटना ही फटना है। वो दिन दूर नहीं है जिस दिन बम फटेगा बॉडी में, क्योंकि खाना ही ऐसे रखा हुआ है। तो ये हो गए नेगेटिव ग्रेन, जो मैंने विस्तार में आप पढ़ लेना सर। मैं सिर्फ सेंसिटाइज कर रहा हूँ सर, मैं किसी को ये नहीं बोला कि घर जाते ही जो है घर में झगड़ा करो भैया आप तो हम यही मिलेट खाएंगे, प्लीज़, ये मैं सिर्फ सेंसिटाइज कर रहा हूँ। अब ये नेक्स्ट आता है हार्मोनल इम्बैलेंस। सर आज तक हमने यही सीखा है कि दूध बहुत काम की चीज़ है, दूध कैल्शियम देता है, दूध प्रोटीन देता है, और ये पता नहीं कौन सी चीज़ें बताई जा रही कि दूध पीना नहीं है, 50% हॉस्पिटल बंद हो जाएंगे। सर दूध बहुत बढ़िया चीज़ थी, लेकिन दूध इतना पॉइजन हो चुका है सर, पॉइजन में उससे ज़्यादा पॉइजन से भी ज़्यादा है दूध। इवन छोटे बच्चे को भी नहीं पिलाना सर, किसी को नहीं, जो गर्भवती महिला उसको भी नहीं पिलाना, हाथ टच भी नहीं करना सर। अब सुनो दूध का क्या रीज़न है सर। दूध में चक्कर ये हो गया, इसमें स्टेरॉइड मिक्स करते हैं। बेसिकली जो गायें बहल है, गायें हैं, और उनको जो अपनी प्रोडक्शन बनाने के लिए इनको स्टेरॉइड के इंजेक्शन देने पड़ते हैं, एस्ट्रोजन, ऑक्सीटॉक्सिन। ये बेसिकली जहाँ गायें या जो है उसका जो दूध आना है 2 लीटर आना है, लेकिन हम दूध ले रहे हैं 10 लीटर 12 लीटर। सर वो जब तक स्टेरॉयड के इंजेक्शन नहीं लगाएगा ना, ये दूध 10 लीटर नहीं पहुंच सकता। आप यदि आप गायें पाल के देख लो, उसका जो नेचुरल वे में जो दूध आना है वो 2-3 लीटर ही आना है सर, ये आ ही नहीं सकता। ये जो दूध की प्रोडक्शन बन रही है ना, वो सारा का सारा स्टेरॉयड है, हार्मोन के इंजेक्शन लगाई जा रहे हैं। उनके बच्चों को मतलब कि ये है, जो एक बछड़ा है जो उसने मतलब कि दूध देने के काबिल होना है, उसका एक प्रोसेस है, उसने 2-3 साल लेने। हम क्या कहते हैं, 6 महीने के बछड़ा तैयार भैया, 6 महीने में इतने सारे इंजेक्शन लगा देते हैं उसको कि 6 महीने में तैयार और दूध शुरू। तो वो उसका असर ये होगा कि वो जो दूध आ रहा है वो सारा, हम हार्मोन बेस्ड दूध पिएंगे, वो दूध खराब, पॉइजन दूध, पॉइजन, इससे ज़्यादा मैं कुछ बोल ही नहीं सकता। नेक्स्ट है गट माइक्रोब इम्बैलेंस। ये गट माइक्रोब इम्बैलेंस क्या बला है? बेसिकली जो हमारा खाना पचना है, जो बॉडी में न्यूट्रिएंट्स जाने हैं, उसमें गट माइक्रोब का बहुत बड़ा रोल है। हमारे जो बॉडी में है, सुनने वाली बात है, हमारी बॉडी में जो सेल्स हैं 37.2 ट्रिलियन है, और जो बॉडी में माइक्रोब्स हैं, प्लीज़, माइक्रोब्स 100 ट्रिलियन माइक्रोब्स हैं, और उसमें जो 70% माइक्रोब्स हैं, 100 ट्रिलियन का 70% माइक्रोब्स हैं। सर बॉडी का सिस्टम समझने की कोशिश, इतना बड़ा प्लांट लगा रखा है, और ये अभी तक कोई स्टडी कंप्लीट नहीं हुई कि 100 ट्रिलियन है। आप यदि डीप सीक पे देखोगे तो कुछ और आएगा, आप यदि गूगल पे ढूंढोगे तो कुछ और आएगा। मैंने काफ़ी स्टडी की, शायद करेक्ट स्टडी मिल जाए। हर 5 साल बाद स्टडी चेंज हो जाती है, कोई कहता है 50 ट्रिलियन है, कोई कहता है 20 ट्रिलियन है, तो ये स्टडी चेंज होती रहती है। लेकिन आज की डेट में मैंने गूगल पे ढूंढा, अभी आज करंट जो मैं घर से चला था, तो 100 ट्रिलियन है। 100 ट्रिलियन आपके अंदर माइक्रोब्स हैं। ये माइक्रोब का रोल ये है कि आपका खाना पचाना है, खाना जो आप खा रहे हो उसको पचाना है। सर यदि माइक्रोब ही नहीं होंगे तो खाना पचेगा कहाँ से? हम क्या कह रहे हैं, अब माइक्रोब्स बनेंगे कहाँ से? माइक्रोब बनेंगे फर्मेंटेड फूड से। आप अपना देख लो, सारे दिन में फर्मेंटेड, मैं सुबह देखता हूँ, मेरे को बड़ी परेशानी होती है, इवन मेरे बच्चे या मेरी वाइफ वगैरह, यदि वो नॉन फर्मेंटेड फूड सुबह नाश्ता लेके आए थे, जैसे घर में तो फर्मेंटेड मेरा बनता ही बनता है 365 डेज, लेकिन मैं जो भी होटल वगैरह में 5 स्टार जब मैं ट्रैवल कर रहा होता हूँ तो मैं देखता हूँ, मेरे को बड़ी तकलीफ होती है कि नॉन फर्मेंटेड खाना खा रहे हैं, कि इडली वगैरह छोड़ के, डोसा छोड़ के, हैं ढोकला छोड़ के, और हम जो खाना खा रहे हैं, ब्रेड खा रहे हैं, आप समझ सकते हो क्या क्या मिलता है उसमें। कम से कम 500 आइटम पड़ी होती हैं सुबह सुबह बफे में, तो 500 में से हम 20-30 तो टच कर ही लेते हैं वो, लेकिन सारा का सारा अनहेल्दी, सारा ही अनहेल्दी। तो माइक्रोब कहाँ से बनेंगे? फर्मेंटेड फूड से, अचार से, इडली से, ढोकले से, या आपके फ्रूट्स एंड वेजिटेबल, वो भी रॉ। यदि रॉ नहीं होंगे तो माइक्रोब नहीं बनेंगे। जो बॉडी ने, ईश्वर ने हमें जो दे रखी है, ट्रिलियन में है, मेरे को नहीं पता ट्रिलियन, जो अभी की स्टडी है वो 100 ट्रिलियन है। और ये माइक्रोब तभी बनेंगे यदि आप फर्मेंटेड फूड खा लोगे या रॉ खाओगे। बेसिकली जब ईश्वर ने हमें पैदा किया वो रॉ खाने के लिए बनाया गया था। सर प्लीज़, जिस दिन हम पैदा हुए ईश्वर ने हमें रॉ खाने के लिए बनाया गया था। हम ये सारे रूल नियम एक ताक पे रख दिए, हम मॉडर्न वर्ल्ड में पहुंच गए, लेकिन आज तक कोई नहीं बताता कि खाना क्या है, कोई नहीं बताता। तो माइक्रोब बनेंगे नहीं। सब माइक्रोब बनेंगे नहीं तो सारा का सारा खेल वही है, कैंसर होना ही होना है, डायबिटिक होना ही होना है। तो ये तीसरा जो है मेजर रीज़न कि बॉडी में माइक्रोब रहते ही नहीं, स्यापा ही ख़त्म, रहना ही नहीं, छोड़ने नहीं माइक्रोब। अच्छा रहे सहे थोड़े बहुत जो ठीक रखते हैं, उनको ये नहीं पता कि भैया ये मेडिकेशन जो एलोपैथिक मेडिसिन वो तो सारी जहर ही है। डॉक्टर BM हेगड़े 87 ईयर ओल्ड है, पद्म विभूषण है। मैं बहुत ज़्यादा टच पोन नहीं कर पाया, आप कभी सुन लेना, उनको सुन लेना। वो बोलते हैं 99% इज ए कार्डियोलॉजिस्ट एंड ही इज़ ए रिसर्चर। बहुत बड़ा रिसर्च की है उन्होंने, बहुत ज़्यादा। और उन्होंने बिल्ला लिखा है 99% टाइम पे आपको दवाइयों की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है। और 99 क्या 100% टाइम पे आपको सर्जरी की ज़रूरत नहीं। ही इज़ ए कार्डियोलॉजिस्ट और उसने एक बुक लिखी बहुत ही बढ़िया, व्हाट डॉक्टर्स डू नॉट गेट स्टडी इन द मेडिकल कॉलेजेस, मेडिकल स्कूल्स नॉट कॉलेजेस। वो यही बोलता है और उसका इतना क्रिटिसिज्म हुआ, लेकिन यूके वाले ने, यूके में वही बुक पब्लिश हुई तो यूके वाला बोलता है कि ये बाइबल से कम नहीं है, बाइबल से कम नहीं है। वो यही बोलता है कि हमें पूरा सिस्टम कैसे मार रहा है, हम मर कैसे रहे हैं, हमें यही सिखाना है कि मरना है, बस बीमारियों से मरना ही मरना है। तो यही बोलते हैं 99% टाइम पे आपने मेडिसिन नहीं लेनी, लेकिन हम मेडिसिन खाते हैं, एंटीबायोटिक खाते हैं, जितने माइक्रोब बचे हुए हैं बाकी बॉडी में वो उसका भी स्वाहा हो जाता है। अब ये कैटेगराइजेशन, अब रियल पिक्चर शुरू होती है सब। अब अभी तक समझ लो इंटरवल हो गया, तो ये रियल पिक्चर जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि आप अपनी बीमारियां दूर कैसे करनी है। अभी तो मैंने सेंसिटाइज किया है कि भैया क्या कर रहे हो, क्या गलत गलत कर रहे हो। अब थोड़ा ठीक वाले पे भी आ जाते हैं। तो पहला नेगेटिव ग्रेन ऑलरेडी मैं बता चुका हूँ। दूसरा जो है ये न्यूट्रल ग्रेन है, ये न्यूट्रल ग्रेन। सर आज तक मैं जब भी किसी को बोलता हूँ कि फर्मेंटेड मिलेट खा लो ना, मेरे को एक भी बंदा ऐसा नहीं मिला आज तक कि वो बोलता है हाँ हाँ हम ज्वार खा रहे हैं जी, हम रागी खा रहे हैं, हम बाजरा खा रहे हैं, उसकी रोटी खा रहे हैं, उसका ये खा रहे हैं। सर ये किसी को नहीं पता, इन सब से भी कोई बीमारी ठीक नहीं होती सर, ना बीमारी ठीक होती है। वो ये हो सकता है आप जो व्हीट राइस वगैरह खा रहे हो वो 3 साल बाद से हो सकता है 10 साल बाद हो, बस इतना ही फर्क है, लेकिन बीमार होना ही होना है सर। क्योंकि चक्कर ये है इसके अंदर जो लोड है ना, ग्लाइसेमिक लोड है वो डबल डिजिट है। और अभी पीछे जो मैं व्हीट राइस को देख के आया था वो 3 डिजिट था, वो 3 डिजिट में था। मतलब कि राइस में 395 था और व्हीट में 63.5 था ग्लाइसेमिक लोड। तो ये न्यूट्रल मिलेट सर ये भी अनहेल्दी है। ये मेरे को एकदम स्लिप पकड़ा दी है कि 2 मिनट में, मैं थोड़ा माफ़ी चाहूँगा, मैं 10 मिनट के अंदर कंक्लूड कर दूँगा। और चक्कर ये है कि ये एक टॉपिक ऐसा है मैं 4 घंटे बोल सकता हूँ, लेकिन मेरे को इन्होंने टाइम ही आधे घंटे का दिया, क्योंकि इंस्टीट्यूट के अपने नॉर्म्स हैं, इनका कोई फॉल्ट नहीं है। और मेरा इनका बहुत बड़ा शुक्रअंदाज करूँगा कि इन्होंने इतने बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म पे मेरे को एक मौका दिया। मैं 10 मिनट के अंदर प्लीज़ कंक्लूड कर दूँगा। प्लीज़ प्लीज़ मैं कर दूँगा, प्लीज़ प्लीज़ प्लीज़। आप खड़े रहोगे सर फिर काम नहीं हो पाएगा। मैं फिर अभी छोड़ देता हूँ, अभी सबको ये आप पीपीटी समझा दो। यदि मेरे को आप सब यदि बोलें तो मैं तभी आगे शुरू कर सकता हूँ। सर ये पॉजिटिव ग्रेन है। अब ये पॉजिटिव ग्रेन जो आप देखिए बार्नयार्ड, कोडो, लिटिल, फॉक्सटेल, ब्राउन टॉप मिलेट है, ये 5 मिलेट है। ये ज़िंदगी में आपने पहली बार सुना होगा मोर और लेस। और ये आप इनका देखो जो रेशियो है सर, सब सिंगल डिजिट में 5.5 से लेके 7.5% इनकी रेशियो है बस सिर्फ। उसका रीज़न ये है इसमें फाइबर बहुत है। फाइबर देखो सर, फाइबर 10%, 9%, 9.8। सर ब्राउन टॉप सुपर फूड, आपने पता नहीं दुनिया भर के यूट्यूब पे कितने सारे सुपर फूड, सर इससे बड़ा कोई सुपर फूड नहीं है। 12.5% फाइबर। आपका राइस 0.2, वो भी अनपॉलिश्ड। सर ये बीमारियां जो है हर मिलेट की अपनी एक विशेषता है। बार्नयार्ड मिलेट कौन सी बीमारियां दूर करेगा ये मैंने इस पे अपना दिए रखा है, लीवर, किडनी वगैरह। कोडो अपना हर एक मिलेट की अपनी विशेषता है, वो अपनी एक पर्टिकुलर बीमारी को ही ऊपर कंसंट्रेट करेगा। आपने अपने खून को क्लीन करना है वो आपको कोडो मिलेट खाना पड़ेगा। आपने लीवर वगैरह को, किडनी को ठीक करना है तो आपको बार्नयार्ड खाना पड़ेगा। आपने हार्मोन को ठीक करना है, आपके बच्चे नहीं हो रहे, आईवीएफ करवाना है, डॉक्टर ने लिखा हुआ है। और जो भी बीमारी हार्मोन से रिलेटिंग है, जिनके लेडीज़ के प्रेगनेंसी का इशू है, जिनकी लेडीज़ का मतलब कि पीरियड्स नहीं हो रहे, लेट हो रहे हैं, कुछ भी हो रहा है, हार्मोन्स आप समझ सकते हो, हार्मोन जिससे आपको थायराइड हो रहा है, डायबिटिक हो रही है, आपने कुछ भी ठीक करना है लिटिल। आपने फॉक्सटेल मिलेट, कोई भी आपको घुटनों की तकलीफ है, दिमागी परेशानी है, कुछ भी परेशानी है, वो है नेक्स्ट फॉक्सटेल। ब्राउन टॉप मिलेट, इसकी सबसे बड़ी विशेषता है जो आपकी डाइजेस्टिव सिस्टम को एकदम ठीक कर देगा। मेरी बीमारी हार्ट जो डाइजेस्टिव डिसऑर्डर में, इसका बहुत बड़ा रोल है। और ये वाले मिलेट ऐसे हैं, इसका ये नहीं है कि ऐसे ही खा लिया। सब मिलेट बहुत गर्म होते हैं, मिलेट कभी भी ऐसे कभी नहीं खाने, यहाँ आटा खा लो, मिलेट खाने हैं। यदि आपको बीमारियां हैं तो आपको फर्मेंटेड वे में ही खाना पड़ेगा। फर्मेंटेड करो, उसका प्रोसेस है, प्रोसेस लिखा हुआ है, मैं बिल्कुल शॉर्ट में बता देता हूँ कि इसको यदि आप सपोज करो आपको जो है थायराइड है, आपको डायबिटिक है, सिर्फ आप जो है उसको पहले 8 घंटे भिगोना है, फिर भिगो के उसको बनाना है, बनाने में आधा घंटा लगेगा, फिर जब बन जाएगा 15-20 मिनट जैसे ठंडा हो जाएगा, फिर उसको फर्मेंटेड करना है। 30 डिग्री टेम्परेचर हो तो वो 8 घंटे लेगा। सर वो जो फर्मेंटेड जो बन गया अब मिलेट, सर वही जो माइक्रोब जिसको मैं बोल रहा हूँ, जो बीमारियाँ जो बॉडी में 100 ट्रिलियन सेल्स बनते हैं, 100 ट्रिलियन माइक्रोब्स हैं, उसको बनाने के लिए चाहिए। वो माइक्रोब तभी बनेंगे यदि आप ये अलग अलग मिलेट खाओगे। इसका एक प्रोटोकॉल है कि जैसे सपोज करो, मैं एक ही बीमारी बताता हूँ, सपोज करो आप यू आर डायबिटिक के लिए आप ये 5 मिलेट हैं, हर रोज आपको 2 दिन लगातार लेने पड़ेंगे। पहले दिन बाद ये 5 मिलेट, हर मिलेट 2 दिन लेने पड़ेंगे, तभी आप अपनी बीमारी को ठीक कर पाओगे। डायबिटिक का है, यदि आपको हार्मोन से रिलेटिंग है तो ये लिटिल मिलेट 3 दिन लगातार खाने पड़ेंगे, सुबह नाश्ता, ब्रेकफास्ट, जब भी भूख लगी वो खाओ, फर्मेंटेड। और उसके बाद जो है बाकी सारे मिलेट एक दिन खाने हैं, फिर वही साइकिल चलता रहेगा। तो आप यदि सपोज करो डायबिटिक हो या कुछ भी है, आप चेक कर लेना सर, आप चेक करके सिर्फ आप 3 हफ्ते चला के देख लो आपकी बॉडी में क्या चेंजेस आते हैं। गारंटी 500% गारंटी, ना ठीक हो गया पकड़ लेना। ये मेजर मेरी लर्निंग है 3 इम्बैलेंसेस में, मैंने काफ़ी कुछ बोल दिया है। तो ये बेसिकली पूरी दुनिया आज विगन का रट्टा लगा रही है। आप ये देख लो जो स्टार हैं, ये विराट कोहली है, सेरेना विलियम है, आमिर खान है, ये कोई दूध वगैरह की। यूके की 6% पॉपुलेशन जो है आज वीगन है। सर वीगन में इवन आप जो हनी खा रहे हो ना, वीगन वो जो वीगन हो गए वो हनी भी नहीं खा सकते। हनी आपने जो मैंने 5 मिलेट बताए उनका भी दूध बनता है, न्यूट्रल मिलेट है उसका भी दूध बनता है। तो जो कुछ खाना है उन्हीं मिलेट्स का खाना है। बाकी मैंने इनका काफ़ी कुछ बता दिया है। अल्टीमेट सोल्यूशन पॉजिटिव मिलेट, वो मैंने आपको सबको गाइड कर दिया है। वाई मिलेट, सर 100 साल पहले आप हिस्ट्री उठा के देख लो, मिलेट ही खाए जाते थे सर। प्लीज़, गुरु नानक देव जी के लंगर में कोडो मिलेट ही सर्व होता था। कोडो मिलेट मैंने रिसर्च करके देख ली, वो सिर्फ कोडो मिलेट ही खिलाते थे। ये जिंदगी के रूल हैं सर, गोल्डन रूल है कि मैंने ऑलमोस्ट सब कुछ कवर कर दिया है। भैया चीनी छोड़ दो, हाथ जोड़ के सबको विनती है, चीनी छोड़ दो, दूध छोड़ दो। ये आपने जो ऑयल भी लेते हो, ऑयल आप जहर पी रहे हो यदि रिफाइंड ऑयल पी रहे हो, और जो कौन सा ऑयल लेना मैंने लिखा है, इसमें कोल्ड प्रेस्ड है, मैंने पूरा लिंक दे रखा है कि यदि ये लेने हैं, दूध लेना है कहाँ से लेना है, और ये मिलेट लेने कहाँ से लेना है, ऑर्गेनिक लेना है कहाँ से लेना है। एक पूरी मैंने डेडिकेटेड एक स्लाइड नंबर बना रखी है, लास्ट में स्लाइड शायद 44 करके होगी, 40 समथिंग होगी। तो उसमें मैंने पूरा आपको बयान कर रखा है कि ये जो है आपने ऑर्गेनिक कैसे लेना है। फिर फूड की रेशियो मैंने बता ही दिया। बेसिकली क्या है, माइक्रोब होते नहीं, इसीलिए मैंने बोला कि 1/3 कम से कम 1/3 आप कर लो तो ये अपना फूड ठीक हो जाएगा। तो ये ज़िंदगी के रूल हैं सर। बहुत ज़्यादा मैं आपका कीमती समय लिया, उसके लिए मैं आप सबका बहुत बड़ा आभारी हूँ। मेरे को माफ़ कर देना, मैंने थोड़ा ज़्यादा टाइम, इंस्टीट्यूट से भी माफ़ी मांग लेता हूँ, प्रेसिडेंट सर से भी माफ़ी मांग लेता हूँ हाथ जोड़ के कि मैंने थोड़ा ज़्यादा टाइम ले लिया। प्लीज़ प्लीज़, थैंक यू सर। सॉरी, लैपटॉप किसका है?
सर थैंक यू सो मच. वैसे भी आपका स्पीच बहुत बढ़िया था सर. वो अगर आप पीपीटी अगर दे देंगे हमको, वी विल शेयर इट टू एवरीबडी. यस. एंड द नेक्स्ट सेशन ऑन योगा विल हैपन टुमारो. And he is going to take 1 hour tomorrow. So please come at 9 o'clock dot so that we'll have a wonderful yoga session. So we'll start the inaugural right away. Please bear with us.
बोला लीजिए ना मुख्य जाके देखने नहीं लगता. हाँ हाँ देखें हैं ना मुख्य सब हेलो मुझे सेटा बुझुनी बा मु बुझुनी सेटा
सेमा रेडी अच्छा तो आसवा हाँ कौन तू देखी कह जो रेडी अच्छा मुझे कह आरंभ करी जा. अरे ना नायक सर सब रेडी अच्छा स्टार्ट कर. स्टार्ट करी. So please settle down. A very great morning everyone once again. Welcome back to the second day of the 62nd National Cost and Management Accountants Convention, NCMAC 2025. I am CMA Avinash Kotni, and it's a great honor to once again stand before you. Yes, sir. Once again stand before you in a room brimming with thought leaders, trailblazers, and torchbearers of tomorrow. Yesterday, we ignited the spirit of diversity and Drivya Drishti our collective vision for corporate excellence powered by clarity, character, and CMA commitment. And today we carry the flame forward. Today we shall be discussing a lot on ESG, governance, and technology. With that, the sessions for second day NCMAC 2025 are now officially open. With us, we have our chief guest of this session, Shri Sujit Kumar Sir, Honorable Member of the Parliament. May I request our guest of honor, CMA Mukesh Agarwal Sir, he is the Director of Finance of Coal India Limited, to please come on to the dais. I request Shri Jyoti Prakash Gadia Sir, Managing Director of Resurgent India and Council Member, Government Nominee of ICMAI, to please come on to the dais. Sir, I'm here, sir. Yes. Yes. Sir, please be seated. I request, of course, we have Rajendra Bhati Sir, Anand Sir. I also request CM Uttam Naik Sir to please be seated on their respective seats. It's my honor, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce you to the chief guest of this occasion of the inaugural session of the second day. Amongst us, we have Shri Sujit Kumar. He is a two-term member of parliament in the Rajya Sabha representing the state of Odisha and lawyer specializing in the areas of technology laws, IP, arbitration, environmental, commercial and constitutional laws. During his first term in the Rajya Sabha, he was the chairman of the petitions committee, becoming one of the youngest MPs to head a parliamentary committee. He is a member of various parliamentary committees and statutory bodies, an engineer turned lawyer. Kumar is currently practicing law at the Supreme Court of India and various high courts of the country. He studied for the mid-career Masters in Public Administration at the prestigious Harvard Kennedy School, Harvard University. He also has an MBA degree from the Said Business School, University of Oxford, having the distinction of receiving the inaugural scholarship there. He also holds 2 bachelor's degrees from India, Bachelor of Engineering from Burla and Bachelor of Law. Sir, thank you so much. He's also a prolific public speaker for coming here. May I now request CMA Barda Nayak, Secretary of the Chapter of Bhubaneswar, to please welcome our esteemed chief guest, Sri Sujit Kumar Sir. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? So, ladies and gentlemen, amongst us we have CMA Mukesh Agarwal Sir. He is the Director of Finance of Coal India Limited. He is a science graduate and a member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He served as Executive Director in NLC India Limited, a Navratna company, prior to joining the Coal India Limited as Director of Finance. With an impressive track record spanning over 3 decades, both in private and public sector, such as ITI Limited, IRCON International Limited, NLC India Limited, and lots of other companies. He boasts extensive post-qualification experience in dynamic landscape of the infrastructure sector. His expertise encompasses a diverse range of industries, including rubber, spinning, telecommunication, construction, power, lignite, and coal. Within the finance domain, he has established proficiency across multiple dimensions, such as accounts, treasury, taxation, costing, budgeting, inventory management, debtors and fund management, digitization, policy formulation, system improvement. Notably, he has also held the prestigious position of the Chief Financial Officer at NUPPL. He has made remarkable contribution in the areas of lignite, power pricing, and regulatory affairs. So, thank you so much for accepting the invitation and coming. I request our Honorable President, CMA Bibhuti Bhushan Nayak Sir, and the Council Member, CMA Anand Sir, to welcome CMA Mukesh Agarwal Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, amongst us we have our esteemed dignitary, Shri Jyoti Prakash Gadia sir, Managing Director of Resurgent India Limited. Shri Gadia is the Managing Director of Resurgent India Limited, a leading financial advisory firm and co-founder of fintech ScoreMe.in. Under his leadership, Resurgent India Limited has grown into one-stop shop for assorted merchant banking services. The firm has a country-wide presence and a talent pool of over 350 professionals. In addition, the fintech firm ScoreMe has been working with over 175 financial institutions to enhance risk management practices and digitize lending processes. Shri Gadia is a government-nominated member of the Council of ICMAI and a government-nominated board member of the National Board for Quality Promotion, Quality Council of India. Additionally, he holds prominent positions at ASSOCHAM, serving as chairman of MSME committee for the southern region and the co-chairman of the Haryana state. So thank you so much for honoring us with your presence. May I now request CMA Rajendra Singh Bhati sir to please welcome our esteemed chief guest, our guest of honor, Sri Jyoti Prakash Gadia sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please inaugurate the second day of the 62nd MAC by lighting the sacred lamp.
Toma sadgamaya tamasoma jyotirgamaya mrityurmamritam gamaya Toma sadgamaya tamasoma jyotirgamaya mrityurmamritam gamaya asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityurmamritam gamaya.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. May I now request CMA Rajendra Singh Bhati sir to give his welcome address.
Thank you, Honish. I think we are just little bit late, but we will try to sum up within a. We'll all, just sir was just mentioning, we will try to be on a time because the time is the thing. Today, starting the inaugural session, the theme of the program is the Divya Drishti. See how we have thought for the Divya Drishti and how we have started, because recently you have seen the way country has been, face a very hard time. And then everybody was watching on the TV and something new will come and something, because we are having a lot of resources to watch and all sort of a thing. So then we find that there is a huge knowledge on the social media and everywhere. So something new has to be there where we will find the right information, right kind of data we can analyze and think of. Because recently in the war, we were just trying to fetching out the correct information, what happened or what not happened. So these sort of, we always require, we all eyes on the some correct information. So this theme of this our symposium is only that that all the stalwarts of the CMA professional get together and the talk on their personal experience and then the right information to the rightful person. So this is the platform where we are talking. Because the way we are talking about the power also, because we have recently then India has a hard power and is working on a hard power, and we have shown our power to the world, and the world is saying that India has a huge power because hard power is, we can say, in the nuclear form, and then there is the arm also we have a hard power. But the soft power which is sitting, and India is glorying like anything. We are becoming a fourth largest economy. So this is the hard power we are showing from the institute side. We have intelligent people, intellectual people. Those are the hem of the affair of an organization. Some of the people who are CMDs of the organization, some of the director finance and all. And then CMAs are sitting together and talking on the Indian economy excellency. So with this sort of a thought, we are having these technical sessions, and we will have a whole day discussion on all relevant topics for this Divya Drishti. I would welcome all our esteemed guests. I welcome our Director of Finance, Gail also, R.K. Jain sir, he is joining, and all esteemed dignitaries and the people who are watching online. Welcome to the second day of an inaugural session of a part of a Divya Drishti. I am handing over to Avnish Kotli for the further proceeding. Thank you. Welcome all.
Thank you so much, Bhati sir, for that welcome address. May I now request our council member, CMA Anand sir, to please address the house.
Thank you very much, Mr. Courtney. Honorable Chief Guest of the session, Shri Sujit Kumar, very young MP and Member of Parliament and various joint parliamentary committees. We are very grateful for your kind presence, sir. Thank you very much for joining us today morning. Our President, Mr. B.B. Nayak, Shri Mukesh Agarwal, Director of Finance, Coal India, my very dear friend and our government nominee, Shri Jyoti Prakash Gadia ji, Bhati ji, Uttam Nayak ji, ladies and gentlemen, past president sitting here, I think Director of Finance, Gail, Shri Jain has also joined us just now. Yeah, he is there. So most welcome all of you to this second day morning. Friends, as you must have been noticing that we are having plethora of very important speakers to debate on different aspects of financial accounting, finance shenanigans, direct tax and indirect codes. I will like to mention here that though we have excellent speakers here in Shri M.K. Agarwal and in Shri Gadia ji, but both of them have expressed their desire to first hear our beloved MP, Shri Sujit Kumar, because he has to leave for an important assignment after this. So may I call upon Shri Sujit Kumar to kindly come and bless the professional institute and in the national convention. And I'll call upon Nayak Sahab to say a few words before I request Sujit Kumar ji. Thank you very much.
Namaskar. Good morning. Honorable, our Chief Guest, Honorable MP Sujit Kumar ji. He is having a very important assignment. Then also, he bless us here, coming here. We are discussing regarding some transactions of our institute. In that process, I want to give you one important information to you, sir. Our discussion that halfway it was there. Actually, our institute, our profession started 1944. It was registered in UK as Indian Cost and Works Accountant of India. The purpose, objective of British management was to take care of cost of production of or cost of manufacture of goods, on the basis of which excise duty was started in the year 1944. Excise duty, Utpadan Shulk, it was implemented in 1944 by British people, for which the key factor is value of goods manufactured or produced. This was the history, sir. After Independence Institute 1959, why I am speaking, sir, this corporate excellence and our CMA vision, there is a link. Continuously, this profession is creating value, but we are still fighting or suffering a lot. We are not recognized properly by our, so to say, government in comparison to others. Although we are creating value continuously, we are taking the responsibility in managing the economy of our country. Sir, a lot of things are there. In a private meeting here, I will take your time. I am requesting your time, private time, so that I can give you full information regarding my institute. Our one pending issue is there. Name of our institute, Institute of Cost and Management Accounting of India, which is pending. The approval is pending with the government. Although the approval is granted regarding our qualification CMA. Our prefix is CMA, other profession is CA, another profession is CS is there. So, with this, I am expecting something, and your vision and your participation in the Government of India, although you are in a very powerful committee. So, this is my request, and hope that our profession is going to get proper visibility and branding, and we are now expecting proper name of our institute. Your help is necessary, sir. Thank you very much. And sir is running shortage in time, and he is having urgent assignment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, President Sir, for that inspiring speech. Ladies and gentlemen, our institute actually publishes lots of publications to enrich the members' knowledge. So here we are going to launch the practical guides on taxes, on various taxes. So in order to launch, I would also like to invite the head of training department of the institute, CMA Vinay Ranjan sir, to please come onto the dais. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please launch the official practical guide on taxes. If you want a copy of this, you can take it from the institute. The first book that was launched now is Practical Guide for the Income Tax E-Filing of ITR. And the second book is the Practical Guide on Appeals before Appellate Authority under Income Tax Act. These are available at the institute. You can take it, please. Sujit sir. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, now I request our chief guest of this inaugural session, Shri Sujit Kumar sir, Honorable Member of the Parliament, to please address the House. Please, can we have a huge round of applause for Sujit sir?
Jai Jagannath, President of ICMI, Mr. Naik, Mr. Bhatti, Mr. Mukesh Agrawal, Mr. Anand, Mr. Uttam Naik, and last but not the least, my dear friend Jyoti ji. It was a pleasant surprise to see him welcoming me this morning. I had no clue that he is in Bhubaneswar. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, namaskar. For those of you who are from outside the state of Odisha, welcome to my beautiful state. In fact, we take a lot of pride in saying that Odisha is India's best kept secret. But we don't want to keep it a secret forever. We want to unfold it now for all of you. And of course, to the temple city of Bhubaneswar, it is certainly one of the finest cities in the country. I hope all of you will agree to this. Welcome. Thank you for having me. We politicians get invited to a lot of events almost on a daily basis, whether we know the subject or not. बुलाते हैं कि chief guest बन जाइए. But this is one event which I'm really privileged and delighted to be, because yours is a very respected profession and not everyone can qualify to be called a CMA. It takes a lot of hard work, persistence. But because I'm a politician and I didn't have the competence to be a CMA, I hope what I say will make sense, at least some sense to all of you. I was coming from Delhi a couple of days ago to Bhubaneswar, and I used those 2 hours to go through magazines and newspapers. And a couple of, I was reading Economic Times, and a couple of articles, I think this was about 2 weeks ago, a couple of articles caught my attention, which I think would be relevant for you all. One of the articles was about India's GST collection. India's GST collection crossed 1.25 lakh crore. And I think you should all pat yourself in the back, because I'm sure all of you have some role to play in that. The second news article which caught my attention was, I think it was also mentioned, that we have become the 4th largest economy. In fact, we are the fastest growing large economy in the world today. And our Honorable Prime Minister has a vision of becoming the 3rd largest economy by 2027, which I'm absolutely sure we will be. And the third news article which caught my attention was about, which I will talk at length, because I believe it's something which is very, very relevant to you all. And that's about how law firms have started now declaring how much of artificial intelligence they use in their legal counsel to their clients. And clients have started demanding. And they have started demanding from the lawyers and law firms regarding their AI usage and their data privacy usage. And I'll elaborate on this, why this is relevant to you all. But I'm glad that this national convention is being organized by the institute, and it's being hosted in Bhubaneswar. And after releasing 2 very insightful publications, which I'm looking forward to go through at my leisure, I just saw that your institute's motto is something which is very profound. Asatoma Sadgamaya. From falsehood to truth. Tamosoma Jyotirgamaya, from darkness to light. Mrutyungma, sorry. So from death to life. I don't think any other institute would have this kind of motto, which actually speaks volume about the purpose and the commitment that you have for the profession. Now, why I think you have a huge role to play in the making of modern India, because I think the story of your institute is the story of independent India. Really, if you see that your institute was born in 1944, we got independence in 1947. So in a way, the story of independent India is synonymous with the story and the growth of your institute. Though the India chapter, I'm told, was started in 1959, but nevertheless, if someone has to map the growth story, the growth trajectory of our country, then I'm sure your contribution to the success story of India will be written in golden letters. So I think that deserves applause. I will take a couple of minutes to talk about what the future lies in store for all the professionals, not only for CMAs, but it can be generally applied to all the professionals. The world is changing fast, I need not tell you that. It's evolving fast because technology is transformational. Now, when I tell this, people ask me, why is it that only now technology is transformational? Technology has always been transformational, right from the invention of the wheels in the Bronze Ages, to the invention of printing press, to the invention of electricity, to the invention of aeroplane, to the invention of computer, to the invention of even internet. Always technology has evolved and mankind has evolved with the evolution of technology. But now, the difference is that for the first time in human history, we have a technology called artificial intelligence, which is gradually and increasingly developing cognitive power. At no other point in human history had technology any kind of cognitive skills. At no other point in human history was technology autonomous. Increasingly, we see that machines have started becoming and behaving autonomously. We have self-driven cars now. So this is something which is very profound. For the first time, an aeroplane would fly exactly the way the pilots would command it to, or the air traffic controller they would ask it to. Electricity would follow exactly the laws of physics. An IC engine would behave exactly the way the manufacturers of that engine would have designed the engine to be. But now increasingly we see that machines have started thinking independently and behaving independently. And this is not science fiction anymore. Recently I had published a book called AI on Trial. I'm shamelessly promoting my book here. The book, it's probably the first of its kind in India, certainly. The book explores the interface of law, technology, and public policy. It explores real-life cases as to how AI models, AI systems, and other emerging technologies, what are the legal liabilities and accountabilities of this kind of models and systems. Taking real-life examples over the last 12 months, all the examples that I've cited in the book are real-life examples, and I'll quote a few of them. So, technology is evolving so fast that unless you keep pace with the rapidly evolving technology, my dear friends, I'm afraid we'll be outdated. The country is changing remarkably and for the better. The world is changing, so we have to keep pace with this changing global landscape. I'm reminded of the very famous quote of Alvin Toffler, who had said very famously that the illiterates of 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Just ponder about it for a while. Just think about it. What a profound statement. The 21st century illiterate will be those who cannot learn, unlearn. Learn what? Learn new things. Learn things which are relevant to your profession. Unlearn those things which are outdated, what you have studied while preparing for your CMA exams or while preparing for your graduation or post-graduation may not be relevant anymore. So you need to unlearn those things. And then relearn new concepts of accounting, new concepts of global practices. Today, CMA are not just expected to be cost and management accountants. You are expected to be leaders of your organization. You are expected to be strategists. Your role, you may be the CFO. Mr. Agrawal is the Director HR of Coal India. Some of you, I'm sure, you all are occupying very top level positions in PSUs and private sector in India and abroad. Mr. Pradeep Das, another dear friend of mine, he's not here today. I think he's also from your profession. He's a very different one. We were together in Ravenshaw University a few years ago. And very, very dear friend. So corporate India, whether in the public sector or private sector, is dominated by CMAs, and you should take a lot of pride in that. But the way the technological, social, economical landscape is changing makes it amply critical that you need to not only be cognizant of these changes but also to adapt to these changes and be resilient. Today, we are a $4 trillion economy. We are the fourth largest economy in the world already. Just a few weeks ago, we turned the fourth largest from being the fifth largest. In another 2 years, we'll surpass and become the third largest economy. And by 2047, when Honorable Prime Minister has given the call of being a Vikasit Bharat, we'll probably be a $25 to $30 trillion economy, growing at 6.5 to 7% that we are growing today. It's not a joke. Large base of $4 trillion economy and to grow at 6.5%. Just think about it. How many countries in the world have this kind of growth? So what does that entail for you? Economic growth brings massive opportunities to your profession. Are you ready to capture these opportunities? Imagine the demography of India. We are the youngest nation on earth. 140 crore people, 1.4 billion, of which 50% people are below 25. That itself is 700 million. 70 crore देशवासी 25 साल से कम हैं. Imagine when this 70 million will grow to become young adults and then middle-aged adult and then start consuming. The impact it will have on corporate India and the impact that will have on the need for competent CMAs. 2/3 of our population is under 35. Startups. We are already the third largest startup hub in the world. We have more than 100 unicorns now. More and more startups are being created on a daily basis. More and more startups are going public. More and more startups will need CMAs, the help of CMAs. You know, there was a report which I read somewhere, I'm not able to recall where I had read it. Almost 350 of the 500 of the 500 BSE companies, BSE 500 of the listed companies, 350 companies are being audited by the Big Six. You know, all of us have heard of Big Four, and then you have 2 other companies which are added to Grant Thornton, and I forget the 6th one, BD, yes. So these are the Big Six companies who are auditing, and when I say auditing, it doesn't only mean what the chartered accountants do. I'm sure it also incorporates and involves a lot of other activities which CMAs do. So 350 of Indian 500 companies, top 500 companies are being serviced by Big Six who are not Indian companies. So this is a huge drain of our national resource. Our money, our capital is going to outsiders. Why can't we have Indian entities who can compete with the Big Six? Can you think big? Can you create, when I say you, maybe not individually, but can your profession, can CMAs, can we have Indian entities who are able to compete with the Deloittes and the Grant Thorntons of the world? So that the 350 BSc companies which are being serviced by these big six, and our precious national resources going abroad, that can stop. So we need to think big. You know, that's the motto of your organization, from darkness to light, from falsehood to truth. So I really urge you that the time has come for us to think big. For a long while, we Indians have mitigated our thought process. We have always, I don't blame anyone. That was the reality. When we got independence, only 11% of Indian population was literate. So obviously there was no scope for us to think big. But today we are in a situation we can really think big. Corporate India is thinking big. So do the professionals. So the biggest transformation, as I've mentioned at the outset, which will impact every profession, including the profession of CMA, is artificial intelligence. Trust me, it's going to bring massive, massive upheaval in the way you operate and you work. I'm not trying to scare you, but trying to just put out the reality. Some of you might have heard that a very amusing, let me cite a very amusing incident that happened. The Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, ITAT Bangalore bench, recently gave a judgment, pronounced a judgment. Now, why is the judgment, why do I say it's an amusing incident? What is so funny about the judgment which was pronounced by ITAT Bangalore bench? You know, so it was a dispute between two parties, and the bench decided to use ChatGPT to write its judgment. So what the bench members did, they used the written submission of both the parties as input to the AI model, ChatGPT in this case. And the ChatGPT gave a judgment citing 3 Supreme Court judgments and 1 Madras High Court judgment. The funny thing is, neither the parties were in existence, nor the Supreme Court judgments were in existence, nor the Madras High Court judgment was in existence. ChatGPT is, at the end of the day, a couple of lines of code, and the ChatGPT, the application hallucinated and gave a judgment citing non-existent judicial precedents. Of course, Supreme Court took a very, very serious view of this, and the bench members were asked to go on a training. And the Supreme Court, the apex court has said that no court will use any AI application to write judgments. Why I mention this, the reason I mention this is because you will be using maybe ChatGPT, maybe Microsoft Copilot, or maybe any other application for your day-to-day work. So though these applications, these models are going to help us in our profession, we need to be aware of the pitfalls. We need to be aware of the flip side also. But it's going to impact. You cannot escape it. You have to start updating your skills. Many routine jobs will be redundant. Increasingly, law firms have started using AI models, AI systems for their paralegal work. You know, I'm often asked whether lawyers will be redundant, whether judges will start using AI models to write the judgments. And I cite this example of the ITAT bench Bangalore. Because no matter how advanced technology will be, and I said this at the beginning, that technology has started developing cognitive power, more and more cognitive power. They have started behaving like human beings. But still, there is something called common sense. But my friends, most of the routine tasks, most of the routine jobs will be redundant, will be done by AI applications. So we need to reskill ourselves. We have to reskill ourselves to survive in this new world. And no sector will be immune from it, whether it's the healthcare, whether it's the education sector, whether it's the legal fraternity, or whether it's the cost and management accountancy. Every sector is going to be penetrated by artificial intelligence, and every sector is going to be impacted by it. So not only but your technological skills will be relevant. You need to learn the nuances of using AI applications. In fact, there is now huge debate about the violation of copyright laws, copyright of AI, whether the data that is being fed into AI to build the models or to refine the models, to train the models, whether it's violation of copyright. I'm sure all of you give lot of counsel, lot of advice to your clients. Now, if that data is fed into any AI model to train the application and to create products, is that violation of copyright? Who is the owner of the output? Any AI generated output, who is the owner of that output? In your case, when you give your advice, you know that you are the output, you are the author, you are the owner of that output. But in the case of artificial intelligence, who is the owner of the output? Because as per Indian Copyright Law Act 1957, only human beings can be author of any copyright. Only human beings can be owner of any copyright. And AI models and AI systems are not human beings. They are not legal persons. In fact, my book advocates that we have to start giving legal personhood to AI models and AI systems. In the absence of any legal personhood or legal person definition for AI, there are a lot of legal challenges that are going to come up. Last February 2024, very tragic incident in the US, a teenager in the US, 14-year-old boy committed suicide. The teenager befriended a chatbot, AI chatbot, called character.ai. The name of the chatbot was character.ai, and became so engrossed in this virtual world, and it kept doing stuff which the AI chatbot prompted it to do. And then in October 2024, very unfortunately, the chatbot asked the teenager to commit suicide, and the boy did commit suicide. And now, of course, the mother of the boy has sued Google and the owner of the chatbot. Now, the problem is, AI chatbot is not a legal person. In every jurisdiction, abatement to suicide is a crime. So is in India. Under Section 306 Indian Penal Code, of course, now it's replaced by Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, but Section 306 Indian Penal Code defines abatement of suicide, and it's a crime, it's a cognizable offense. But only human beings can be accused. In this case, who do you accuse? Because the chatbot is not a legal person. So whether the company which owns that chatbot can be sued, whether engineers sitting in Bangalore who have written the lines of code, whether they are culpable, we don't know. These are issues which will come and become more and more relevant. From tragic to comic. In Shanghai, in the month of November last year, a senior robot motivated 12 junior robots to go on a strike. Can you believe this? Just Google this and find it out. You know, the senior robot, by leveraging data, realized that the owner of that factory where the senior robot was working is making it work more than other robots working in other factories. And then the senior robot convinced 12 young robots to go on a strike. Probably the first instance of robot industrial action or robot strike. So the reason I cite this example, thank you. The reason I cite this example is to stress upon the fact that where we are heading. Just realize where we are heading. So AI is no ordinary tool. It's unlike any other invention or unlike any other innovation that we have witnessed. So you need to be aware of where the world is heading and be aware of the massive, the profound transformation that is bringing to every profession, including the profession of CMA. And please update yourself. Constant learning is the key. If there is one message that I would like to leave you with this morning, it's that that's the only way to outshine others in your profession, constant learning. I'll end by quoting Warren Buffett, which I'm sure all of you have heard of. When he was asked when he would stop working, I think he's 92 now, or maybe 93. When he was asked when he would stop working, he very famously had said that the day after he dies. That's a very, very famous quote. And he often jokes that his wife calls him a learning machine with 2 legs. So if someone like Warren Buffett, who need not work, I think he can, with the kind of wealth he has, he can probably live comfortably for maybe 1 lakh lives. But if he is working every day with the dedication and the zeal, then I think all of us should. And Mr. Naik, I have taken note of your concerns and some of your suggestions, which I will definitely put in the right forum. And I thank you again for inviting me. And I will end by saying that there was never a better time to be an Indian. I genuinely believe so. This is our era. I genuinely believe that the next 20, 30 years belong to our country. The next 20 years, 20, 25 years belong to India. So seize the opportunity, make the best of these glorious years that are ahead of us. And don't be scared of technology, but be prepared for the massive landslide that is coming. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your enlightening speech. I request Anand sir, he is going to announce something very important.
No, not announce anything, just to respond. Thank you very much for a very enlightening speech, sir. Though we bask in the depth of the message what you have given in your speech, and being a member of think tank, you are fully aware that government is very actively looking into the concept of multidisciplinary partnerships. I just want to inform you, sir, that we are very actively engaged with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs since last 10 days, where they are calling all the 3 institutes to work out the common platform, where they want to give a minimum platform to all the 3 together, same platform to all the 3 institutes together. And the ministry is very actively considering working out the rules for MDP, multidisciplinary partnership firms. PMO is personally monitoring all that area where they are giving us all the 3 professions level playing field, so that all of us can grow. As you have very rightly pointed out, that majority of the work is being taken out by the large 4 or large 6 firms. So the government wants that some very strong MDPs should be developed over here. So maybe in a month's time, we may be working out on some common MDP rules where a total level playing field is given to all the professionals independently and bewise of each other, basically. So, in respect to your points of AI and ChatGPT, sir, I have great pride in informing that my institute has already initiated AI-related seminars. We did it in Pune, and then we are doing some certification courses also. So that MDP part, because you are a part of the think tank, I'm sure you are aware about that, and we are all in conversation with the ministry. I just wanted to inform you that. And once again, thanking and expecting your very strong support for our name inclusion in the Direct Tax Code and the change of our institute's name, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Moving forward, I would now request our special guest, Shri Jyoti Prakash Gadia sir, to please address.
Good morning, everyone. Anand ji has invited us to Banaras few months before. And कब बुलाए थे आनंद भैया बनारस? कुछ दिन पहले बुलाए थे. And then he took us to the temple in the evening. So what the pujari did, after all the temple and all the puja was done, तो मंदिर के अंदर में वो पाँव से पानी लेके आया, which was the god का पानी था. And whenever that water was getting distributed, everybody was trying to come in front to get a droplet of that water, sir. I think this is an event on Divya Dishti. So can we ask everybody from the back to come in front to have the droplet of that Divya Dishti so that at least it all falls upon you? क्यों पीछे अलग अलग बैठे हैं सर? सब सामने आते हैं सर, सब आते हैं सर, वो सब आके दिव्य दृष्टि की तरह काम करते हैं सर. एक साथ मिलके काम करेंगे सर, सब सामने आए सर. Let the पूरा परिवार एक साथ दिखना चाहिए. Let us have the whole family being united here, sir. Sujit sir, thank you so much sir for all this enlightenment, and just wanted to highlight 2-3 important points, sir. We run one of the India's biggest financial advisory firm, and it's a homegrown firm, and within 15 years, sir, with 1 people to 300 people and with 12 offices in the country. So I could see this, what was the wrath of the big six and how this big six has tried to devolve us. So 2-3 things I think so the government also needs to think beyond if they want us to get it done. So for even the smallest tender, sir, there is a CVC guidelines which says that whatever is the expected order, you cannot ask the eligibility criteria to be 4 times more than that. And sir, I have been told that the finance companies and for finance work related activity, this is not allowed or this is not applicable. So what is now happening for 25 lakhs of work also, whatever the tender that is coming, they are asking for a turnover from a service sector for a 500 crore. They are asking for at least 500 log या 1000 log employee होने चाहिए. They are asking for at least 5. They are asking for at least 5 work orders, sir. Sir, this is one thing, sir. So in case if the eligibility criteria and the RFPs of those work orders, sir, they have been going on for ages. And please, sir, in this forum, if there is anybody, sir, I will take this courage and liberty to say, कि sir, all the bureaucrat children might be studying or they might be influenced somebody by those big fours also because they might be doing some interns or they might be something there. So those RFPs are also getting prepared by them, sir. And then those RFPs are coming and it is being enforced on us. So in case if we, what really, sir, and just to give you my personal example, sir, 3 years before, sir, we were applying for one South Africa tender. It was on the road feasibility, Chetoda, it was on the infrastructure project where they were asking us to prepare the DPR for that road project. It was a simple DPR, sir. And since we have done a lot of those DPRs for all the private companies, so we could participate that. So there was a 3-round, when the interview round came, so they asked us, sir, whether you have got any government work order or not. As Resurgent India, I am saying. So we told, nahi, hamare paas koi government ka kaam nahi hai. So then they told us, if your government is not trusting you, why should we trust you? So in spite of we coming up to the ladder, in spite of we doing everything, we were not given, because the government of India has not given us a single work order just to have that comfort. So this is one thing, sir. Secondly, sir, as per the MSME Act, sir, approximately around 222 items are there. If you can look into it, 228 items are there, which clearly says that you can only purchase it from the MSME companies. 228 आइटम है सर. उसके अंदर में सर एक भी ऑडिट का आइटम नहीं है, उसके अंदर एक भी कंसल्टेंसी का आइटम नहीं. देयर इज नो सर्विस सेक्टर आइटम विच इज इंक्लूडेड देयर इन 228 आइटम्स फॉर दोज MSME कंपनीज सर. So we as any of these, we as a professional firm, we are also an MSME firm sir. For the MSME firms, those services which can be rendered by the MSMEs companies only, why this should be categorically reserved only for the MSME service sector companies, then only will come up the ladder sir. Sir, thirdly, sir, as far as the MSME or the Make in India is concerned, sir, we only talk about the manufacturing sector, sir. Manufacturing sector, unfortunately, we are constituted at 18% of the economy and we have to go up to 25%. That's the wish list. But the service sector presently is constituting 65% of my country's economy. 65% to service sector hai, sir. Yes, sir, entire manufacturing sector, sir, entire the Make in India concept is all based on the manufacturing. Sir. So why it can't be based for the service sector कि sir India की service India के service man ही provide करेंगे. And how this, and there has to be a difference between the how will you identify whether the company whether it is an Indian company or it is a foreign company. There has to be, it cannot be determined by the shareholding pattern of the service sector company sir. For a service sector company, the determination between the foreign company and between an Indian company, the determination whether वो royalty देता है कि नहीं, whether the royalty in the form of software coming, the ownership might be Indian, but the brand name, through the brand name and through other things, they are charging the royalty there. So they might come and say कि sir हम तो Indian company है because हम Indian ownership है sir, but we have to determine whether they are paying any royalty to the outside companies or not by using that brand. तो सर in case I tell you sir कि approximately आप GDP की बात की है, fourth large GDP sir, approximately 2% of the GDP comes for the service sector, that too for the CMAs and for the finance world. उसके लिए DPR बनाना है, ऑडिट करना है, फाइनेंस करना है, सब कुछ करना है सर. हमारी कितने रुपए की GDP है सर? Sir, our finance sector, our financial services export is only 5,000 crore. 5,000 crore is only export for our financial services export. Financial services. हम export के अंदर we are talking about IT, we are talking about so many other things, but financial services is also there, sir. Financial services means bank का back office हो गया, project report का काम हो गया, हम audit का काम बाहर का इंडिया कर सकते हैं, हम सारा काम हम इंडिया में बैठ के कर सकते हैं. Why cannot be a GCC be promoted only for the audit work, only for the back office audit work? Why cannot be done it in India, sir? Why there cannot be any of these type of a service sector, sir? Very so sorry, sir, you have touched upon those very emotional moment for us. So that was the point I wanted to highlight, sir, some of the basic thought process amendment need to be done. Our MSME ministry has to be either bifurcated into the manufacturing MSME and the service sector MSME. There cannot be same person thinking everything about manufacturing and service sector both. एक आदमी दोनों चीज नहीं सोच सकता है सर, दोनों अलग अलग दुनिया है, दोनों का अलग अलग थॉट प्रोसेस है, दो अलग तरीके से काम करते हैं. MSME ministry, if they start thinking, if there can be a separate department, if there can be a separate joint secretary or separate anything for the MSME, for the services sector only, sir. If that can be done, I think so there can be lot of other things, I think so we can be absolutely proud of, and I can assure you, sir, we have the quite competency, sir. And it's definitely, I tell you, standing at the dais, sir, after so much year of independence, if we cannot create a big four, sir, I think so there is, everybody need to be blamed for that, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I think so this is where I wanted to highlight this important point to you. If I should be allowed, Anand, we have to continuation of my speech, I can continue, or if there is a time, we can continue. Mukesh, पे आप पहले बोल लीजिए, उसके बाद समय मिलेगा तो we can take it up. Thank you, friends, for taking it up. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Gadia sir. Now I would like to request the penultimate speaker of this session, CMA Mukesh Agarwal sir, Director Finance of Coal India Limited.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, Shri Sujit Kumar sir, President Naik Sahab, Jyoti Sahab, M.K. Anand ji, Bhati Sahab, and Uttam Nayak ji, and all the team member of the Institute, my senior colleagues, Director Finance and CEOs of the companies, professionals, students, a very good morning, namaskar. It is a great honor to be present before you in the 62 National Cost and Management Accountant Convention, a gathering that celebrates excellence, foresight, and the incredible power of nation finance. We are living in a country which represents only 2.47 lakh crore GDP, which was the 3% of the world's GDP, is now transforming to the fastest growing economy. As our earlier speaker has told us that we are the third largest startup manufacturing ecosystem, emerging as the one of the most attractive investment decision center. Now our country is striding for achieving a 5 trillion economy. With this, we are having a lot of opportunities as well as challenges. From global competition to climate changes, and from digital disruption to the fiscal responsibility. In the pursuit of transforming India into a developed nation, Viksit Bharat, prudent resource allocation through a sustainable financial system, efficient fund utilization, and strategic financial management, budgeting and forecasting, pricing and costing are the key drivers for the nation economy building. Since inception, Institute of Cost Accountant has been playing a crucial role and proactive role in the economic progress and the nation building of the country. The profession of cost and management accountant is the purpose-driven, and our significance lies in building an economy that is resilient in the wake of the global uncertainties. CMA professionals are not an accountant. They are architects of sustainable economy. They connect cost with the strategy, numbers with the purpose, and compliance with the competitiveness. Across the sector, manufacturing, public sector, private sector, service sector, CMA are providing insight and drive pricing, profitability, and productivity. Their analysis shapes investment decision, budgetary policies, and business reforms. Their commitment to transparency and efficiency is not just only essential for the corporate performance, but is also commensurate for the good governance. In an era marked by the technology disruption, artificial intelligence emerges as a transformative forces reshaping the industries, economies, and the social worldwide. Just now, our speaker sir has told some of the incident of the AI intelligence, but this is an era where we have not to compete with the machines. Artificial intelligence become an necessary tool for the present business environment by not competing with the machine, by collaborating with the machines to amplify the human resources. The rise of technology is call of the action for the profession to move up the value chain and focus more specialization as well as shift towards the strategic roles in the industry and support stakeholders in the driving innovation and the value creation. In the today student perspective, I will say this is the best time when the CMAs have a better opportunities. As we had earlier discussed, in the current demography, around 65% of the youth are below 35%, 35 age. They are the present drivers of the innovation, consumption, and the progress as we move towards becoming the fourth largest economy. An educated and financially literate youth will be the greatest asset of the India. We are not just building the careers, we are shaping the economic destiny of a nation. Institute of Cost Accountant is working hard from last couple of years to lifting the face of CMA's role. Recently, Institute has already showcased the work CMAs has done in the past, and the things which were very unfolded or not known to the world has been brought by the Institute current team to the highest authorities of the India that what the CMA's roles are in the nation building. We should say that this role will give a larger opportunities to us in the future, and I pray the best success of this seminar today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mukesh Agarwal, sir. Now may I request the immediate past chairperson of ICMI ERC, CM Uttam Naik, sir, to address and give his formal vote of thanks.
Jai Jagannath, Namaskar. Good morning to everyone. Respected dignitaries and guests on the dais, past president and former council member of the institute, regional council members, former chairman of all the region and chapters, MC members of various chapters across the country, and my dear students, guests and invitees. I extended my heartfelt vote of thanks to Sri Sujit Kumar sir, Honorable MP Rajya Sabha, Sri Jyoti Prakash Gadia, MD Reservation in India, CMA Mukesh Agarwal sir, DFP Coal India. Thank you for gracing NCMCA 2025 with your presence and sharing your valuable insights. Your continuous knowledge have enriched our convention. Thanking you all. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you so much. We shall start the first technical session right away in 1 or 2 minutes. Please be seated.
ମୁଁ କିଛି କହେନି ବା ମୁଁ ସବୁ ଟେକ୍ନିକାଲ ଜିନିଷ ଏଠି ପଛରେ ଅଛି ସେ ଅଛି ସବୁ ଜିନିଷ ମୁଁ ବନାଏ ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ମୁଁ ବନାଏ ଏତେ ଲଗେଇଛି I need a slide changer. Yes, sir. And mic. I need a collar mic. Collar.
Sir, HDMI.
1 minute.
Slide चाहिए या लैपटॉप चाहिए? Slide चाहिए आपको? कर दीजिए मैं बोल दूँगा टेस्ट कर देंगे नहीं अभी आएगा नहीं मैं बोलूँगा हो जाए सर टेस्ट हेलो काय हां କାର୍ଡ଼ରେ ହେଉଛି ନା କ'ଣ କାର୍ଡ଼ରେ ହେବ ତୋର କାର୍ଡ଼ ନାହିଁ କହିବ ସାର୍
Welcome and all that.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll just remove this.
Don't remove the second floor. तू भाई मो पाखर रहो ना
Back and make it टेस्ट कर दो
और जो चेयर आसला ना
ठीक है, मैं जब जाऊंगा तो आप ऑन कर देना। क्या हो गया? यू वांट रीड समथिंग? ठीक है।
Namaskar.
Good morning.
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Good morning. Hi.
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Hello.
CMA Ashwin Dalwadi.
CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay.
CMA Rajendra Singh Bhati.
CMA Subhashish Chakraborty.
This is Vinay Ranjan.
I am Rajesh Kumar Dwivedi.
I, CMA Mukesh Agarwal.
This is Rakesh Kumar Jain.
Ramesh Kumar Das.
Baidyanath Maharana.
CMA Dr. Prasanna Kumar Acharya.
I am Amitav Mukherjee. I am Gaurav Gulati.
CMA Jatin Kumar.
I, CMA Dr. Deva Prasanna Nandi. I am delighted to extend a warm invitation to you all, professional colleagues, students, and stakeholders.
My heartfelt greetings to all my professional colleagues.
We warmly invite all CMAs and others across the country to participate in the
62nd National Cost and Management
Accountants Convention, NCMAC 2025.
Scheduled at Bhubaneswar from May 23rd to 25th,
this year's theme, Corporate Excellence CMA Vision.
which reflects the Institute's unwavering commitment to redefining the role of CMAs as strategic partners.
Cost controlling, cost optimization, financial reporting, sustainability reporting, integrated reporting.
We are strategic enablers, we are decision makers, and we are innovation drivers.
In this convention, we also plan to have a special CMA leaders meet.
A space to learn, to share, to inspire one and another.
CMAs are now expected to contribute beyond traditional roles by providing data-driven insights.
In guiding business towards efficiency, sustainability, and long-term growth.
We will discuss the enhancing role of the cost accountants and the professional journeys.
The Institute has been consistently contributing to the country's industrial and economic development and truly deserves appreciation for this remarkable service.
The CMA Institute has produced thousands of finance professionals who have rose to the level of CEOs and CFOs.
CMAs hold key positions in capital-intensive industries and policy-making corridors. We are the enablers of growth.
This institute is empowering professionals by nurturing future-ready practices, competencies, and innovative approaches.
CMAs are now integrating data analytics, artificial intelligence, and sustainability metrics into conventional financial frameworks.
I owe all my knowledge and my recognition to this institute.
The concept of Divya Drishti, meaning the ability to see beyond immediate financial indicators and provide strategic direction that drives corporate excellence.
CMA are not just a professional for managing numbers. You are strategic partners, policy influencers, guardians for fiscal discipline, working across both corporate and public sector.
With AI, ESG, and automation reshaping businesses, CMAs are expected to go beyond numbers.
Cost accountants are their very nature. They contribute to the cost reduction and cost control of every product and services.
The convention planned by the ICMI is a commendable initiative that resonates with the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of a self-reliant, innovative, and globally competitive.
I request everyone to please.
CMA can play a business leader role.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We'll start the technical session now. I request everyone, please take your seats. We'll start the technical session now. Everybody is requested to please sit. I request everyone to please be seated to start the technical session. May I request CMA CHVN Krishna Kishorji, Senior General Manager Finance of Coromandel International Limited, to please come on to the dais. CMA CHVN Krishna Kishorji. Sir. I request CMA Ramadas Tamil Selvan, Group CFO and Risk and Business Transformation Officer, RMB Group, Dubai, to please come on to the dais. CMA Ramadas Tamil Selvan. Now I take the opportunity of requesting CMA Bikas Prasad, Group CFO of UPL Limited. CMA Bikas Prasad, Group CFO of UPL Limited. I request Sri M. Nagesh Babu, Principal Counselor, CII TCM, to please come onto the dais. CMA M. Nagesh Babu, Principal Counselor, CII TCM. I request CMA Rakesh Kumar Jainji, Director Finance of GAIL India Limited, to please come onto the dais. I request also CMA Ashwinji Jalwadi sir, immediate past president, ICMAI. And I also request CMA Avijit Goswami sir, council member of the institute, to please come onto the dais to start the first technical session of second day of 62nd NCMAC. Ladies and gentlemen, the first session of the second day, first technical session of the second day would be on the total cost management and perpetual cost management. Amongst us, we have great speakers. I would take the privilege of introducing you to the first speaker of this session, CMA Rakesh Kumar Jain sir. He is also the Director Finance of GAIL India Limited. He is a cost and management accountant by profession for over 33 years. He has been working in the oil and gas sector. Prior to his appointment as Director Finance, Sri Jain held the position of Executive Director F&A HOD in GAIL. Additionally, he also holds the position of Chairman in GAIL Global USA Inc., GAIL Global USA LNG, Avantika Gas Limited, GAIL Global IFSC Limited, and Director in GAIL Gas Limited. As an Executive Director of F&A and HOD, he headed corporate finance and was actively involved in mobilization of funds from domestic and international markets. Besides serving as a long tenure at GAIL, he was on deputation to the Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Body as Junior Advisor, Commercial and Finance. During his stint at PNGRB, he was actively engaged in the review of tariff regulations, conceptualization of unified tariff, authorization of CGD, 9th and 10th bidding rounds, finance functions, etc. Sir, it's an honor to have you with us. May I request CMA Saktidhar Singh, a past chairman of the Bhubaneswar chapter, to welcome CMA Rakesh Kumar Jain, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now I take the privilege of introducing you to the next speaker of this session, Sri M. Nagesh Babu, Principal Counselor of CII TCM. He is a management accountant by profession and has been passionately driving the modern tools of cost management in the industry since 25 years. He holds a degree in commerce with major in cost management. As Principal Counselor with CII TCM division, he has been striving to take cost management to greater heights in the industry through research, execution, and application. He has been the part of CII assessment to certify about 75 major corporates on the cost maturity hierarchy. Godrej and Boyce, Tata Motors, ITC, JCB, Kirloskar are the likes of companies rated through the above model. He has been part of the core team to create and conceptualize TCM model service sector, which is now operating as pilot studies. So thank you so much for coming today. May I request CMA Bibek Prajapati to please welcome Shri M. Nagesh Babu, Principal Counselor of CII TCM. Sakti sir. Can we have a huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen? Now I take the privilege of introducing you to the next speaker. We have with us CMA Bikash Prasad. He is a Group CFO Designate of UPL Limited. He is a leader of sustainable agri-products and solution with presence in over 130 countries, awarded for academic excellence by the Finance Minister. He is a member of the Institute of Management Accountants USA and holds an observer's seat at the IFAC PAIB. Previously, he was the president and CFO at Olam Agri during his 19-year tenure with the Olam Group. With over 25 years of experience, he has led corporate restructuring, IPO readiness, private placements, finance strategy, and digital transformation. His expertise spans governance, risk management, ESG, and finance business partnerships. Sir, it's an honor to have you with us. May I request CMA Govardhan Naik, member of the Cuttack chapter of ICMAI, to please welcome CMA Bikash Prasad, Group CFO of UPL Limited. CMA Govardhan Naik from Cuttack chapter of ICMAI to welcome CMA Bikash Prasad. ପ୍ରାଣବନ୍ଧୁ ଦିବସ ନାଇଁ ଶୁଣ ଶୁଣ Now I take the honor of introducing you to CMA Tamil Selvan Ramadas. He is a certified management and public accountant with more than 20 professional certifications. He is also a seasoned strategic finance and business transformation professional trained from Harvard B School with international accreditations in finance, accounting, project management, international arbitration, risk management, and maritime economics and finance. He has more than 25 years of international corporate world experience across 20 plus verticals ranging from international maritime sector, Dubai ports and free zones, Dubai government, Jebel Ali free zone and regulatory bodies, real estate, hospitality, banking, electronic and home appliances. He also has experience in hygiene, wet tissues, industrial transformers and hydroponic farming. Ranked as top 100 leaders in finance in the year 2021 and awarded Outstanding Leadership Award for the Finance in 2022. CMA Ramadas is also serving as the advisory member of the Research Committee and also a thought leadership member of the Code of Ethics Committee at the Institute of Management Accountants, United States. So thank you so much for coming. It's an honor to have you with us. May I request CMA Jyoti Prakash Mishra to please welcome CMA Ramadas Tamil Selvan, sir. Thank you so much, Jyoti. Now, the last speaker of this session, amongst us we have CMA CH VSN Krishna Kishore. He is a Senior General Manager of Coromandel International Limited. He has 28 years of experience in management accounting, costing, financial accounting, finance, taxation, project finance. He has worked for 5 years as cost reduction consulting expert and implementation of several projects yielding several hundreds of crores in the companies like Pfizer, Hitero and Cadila Pharmaceuticals. Has expertise in projects, commercial and marketing finance. Apart from this, he is also involved in social service, heading a charitable society and extending helping hands. He also has received national level awards among platinum awardees in NG prediction modeling and Shine Award in passion category. He is also an MD and CEO. He also received an award as an MD and CEO from the best performance in Murugappa Group. So thank you so much for coming today. May I request Sarat Chandra Behra, CMA, the Vice Chairperson of Bhubaneswar Chapter to welcome CMA CH VSN Krishna Kishore, sir. Thank you, Behra sir. Before I invite the immediate past president for his welcome address, I have a small announcement. We have a sponsored gift by MGM Minerals Limited. Coupons are available at the registration counter. So you can collect the coupons, and the drop box is also available at the registration counter. You need to listen up. The following people are not eligible for this particular sponsored gift. The first are the council members. Second, regional council members of all the 4 regions are not eligible to get the gift. Managing committee member of the Bhubaneswar chapter are not eligible to get the gift. And employees of the institute, the head office, regional office and the chapter office are also not eligible to get the gift. So you can collect the coupons and drop it off in the box itself. And the coupons will be picked up on 25th May 2025 at 6 p.m. And the rules are very simple. Physical presence of everybody, whosoever wants to win a gift, is required in the hall, not in the campus, in the hall. Thank you so much. You need not go now, you can go afterwards. With this, I would like to request the immediate past president of the institute, CMA Ashwinji Dalwadi sir, to please give his welcome address.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to everyone present here. Honorable CMA Rakesh Kumarji, GAIL India Limited, Shri Nagesh Babuji from CII DCM Initiative, CMA Bikas Prasadji, Group CFO UPL Limited, CMA Ramdos Tamil Selvanji, Group CFO and Risk Business Information Officer RMB Group, Dubai, and my very old colleague CMA Krishna Kishore, Senior General Manager Finance, Coromandel International Limited, my colleague and Central Council member CMA Avijit ji, my council colleague and other colleagues in the of the dais, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you at this 62nd NCMAC and particularly to the session on total cost management and perpetual cost management. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to our distinguished, esteemed speakers and all participants for joining this session. Total cost management is a comprehensive approach that integrates planning, control, and performance management across the entire value chain of an organization. It ensures that cost efficiency is built into the strategy, design, operations, and even retirement of products or services. ICMAI and CII TCM initiative have got MOU to propagate the initiative for the optimizing cost structures, TCM components, and this initiative particularly aims to optimize the cost structures and enhance competitiveness of Indian industries on a global scale. It is simply a company-wide systematic approach to understand and managing the cost within the organization. The TCM division and this ICMAI jointly aims to enhance the cost competitiveness of Indian industry by providing framework for controlling, reducing, strategizing, and eliminating unnecessary cost throughout the value chain. It focuses on aligning the cost management with the business strategy, designing efficient business models, and optimizing value chain efficiency. Under this MOU, we are going to provide joint training to the participants and expand the reach of this TCM initiative to the industry all across the India. The another subtopic is about the perpetual cost management. I tell you, we Indians talk about the culture. Here we are talking about the culture in form of TCM, that cost saving, cost management, cost strategizing is not part of the one-time exercise. It is a continuous exercise, and it should be the part of the culture of the organization. That is where we are doing it. And perpetual cost management leads to the continuous process of optimizing cost and strategies throughout the organization. So I am sure our speakers will provide us a good intake to take home. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dalwadi sir. Now I request the chairman of this session, CMA Rakesh Kumar Jain sir, Director of Finance of GAIL India Limited. He is the chairman of the session. He is also the moderator of this session. Sir, now I hand over the session to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you all, my co-panelist and past president, Shri Ashwinji. Let me first of all congratulate Institute of Cost Accountant for having national convention. It's the 62nd in row, which is a really remarkable achievement. And having first technical session, which is TCM and PCM. I think there can be no more relevant topic than this today. And why? This is the era where a lot of competition is happening. And what price you can have the product in market, it's decided by market. No company has an ability to decide the price. I am assuming that quality is same. And when that is so, what plays an important role? In my view, it's cost. Whosoever is cost competitive certainly will have the upper hand. And that's how in this background, this is a very, very relevant topic. And before I start inviting my co-panelists, I also want to set a background. How TCM comes and what TCM includes. It starts when you start thinking, say, of project or a product. When you think of a project, you think some kind of an estimate. That estimate can be an initial estimate, which may have wide variance as compared to actuals, which may also have some contingencies, a wider contingency. Then you start thinking of alternatives, what kind of alternatives in order to achieve that product or project you may have. You may build the project, you may expand the project, you may acquire the project, or you may not do the project. That's also an alternative. And when you arrive at an alternative, then start some kind of freezing the cost. What cost? That includes procurement, contracts, some kind of resources. All these are cost. And what for? Ultimately money. You want to have certain IRR. And in order to achieve that IRR, you need to be within the range of total cost. Because certain things you have envisaged, you need to achieve that. And therefore, there has to be a mechanism in terms of cost monitoring. And I believe total cost management is a comprehensive basis which includes planning, the monitoring, the budgeting part, and then monitoring. Now, whether the total cost management is different than the perpetual cost management, in my view, both are not unrelated. One is, a periodical review in your kind of system. Another is the real-time review. You need to every time monitor that so that you apply the efficiencies, technologies, whatever you can do to better the cost. So that's how you can say that PCM can be a part of that, supportive of that, and therefore these are not unrelevant or they are related subject, not unrelated. Now, what our organization does, I request participants if they can share their own experiences, what they are doing in terms of total cost management, and how a CMA, as a CMA can play a role. If I get a time, I will certainly share what we do to manage the cost in terms of total cost management and perpetual cost management. I can give the real life examples and share with you. And in terms of CMA's roles, CMAs are in a better position because the total cost management or perpetual cost management requires like process re-engineering, the data analytics, use of technologies, can be all these things they can put in perspective and enable the actually success of the achievement of total cost or rather reduction of cost. Now, is the cost only relevant? In my view, there are two parts to it. One is cost and time. Time is also cost. Even if you achieve something within the cost and you overrun the time, still you have a challenge. And that therefore the time and cost both needs to be managed. So how do you plan? What are the groups which we will be following? Like we in our organization have one group which develop the project, another group which carry out the execution of project, and third group which is actually following with various contractors and suppliers so that the real-time materials are delivered. There is no delay. For example, if you mechanical, electrical, instrumentation contractor have done their job, but civil engineer has not done the job, and therefore their project gets delayed. So therefore there is no meaning. There has to be synchronization between these two, and therefore there has to be one group who follows that. All these are important, time and cost. So total cost management, in my view, does not only include the cost part of it, which normally we talk in normal parlance. The time is significantly important, because even if you delay a project by say 6 months or 1 year, your net present value of the cost or IRR goes down. So therefore that has to be also kept in mind, and wherein the process of monitoring is very important, and as a CMA professionals we all can contribute it. So I have been given around for this moderation of panel around say 70 minutes from now. We have to end at 1:30. So, or even less than that, 1 hour, and we have 5 panelists. So I request all of them to have 12 minutes each, so that everybody has time to submit or give its own view. So in order, I request Mr. Nagesh Babu, Principal Counselor, CIA TCM, to kindly come and present his views. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, it is an honor to get an invite from the Institute to be part of this session. And let me also set a context for this. On October 23rd, 2024, CIA had the honor of having the visit from high-power delegation from ICMA. There we had the current president, vice president, and 4 past presidents visiting us, collaborating to work together to get this off the platform, to work together and have a better reach out. So the concept per se, what CIA has been doing for a couple of decades, just let me take you through. So CIA has got, besides the policy framework, we also have a centers of excellences, and TCM is one of it. And we also have a governance structure in place. We have Mr. Girish, ED, Tata Motors, sharing this, and about 18 CXOs meet thrice a year to provide industry inputs to take this forward. And the challenge today globally is to keep the cost down. And it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare, and probably 10 years back, 20 years back, the causal of cost was known, but today it's unknown. It's actually unknown why the costs are being incurred. And let's see why. So it's a huge business challenge. You take any sector, it's a huge business challenge, and coming from external point of view, and which eventually convert into cost. So typically we have industry cyclical trends and volatility, commodity currency fluctuation, and it's something which, as we have seen in the last 2 decades, it's something companies envisage before it comes, that we call them as high maturity companies. There are some challenges which incur, and then we treat them after they incur, but they are both. And the impact of all the costs, whatever we speak, it's all about our margins. And where are we in terms of the corporate margins? It's about 4.8% to GDP, which is not so great. Let me tell you, the developed nations are about 8 to 9%. This is something which we have to think of. All this translates to are we competitive? Is the Indian industry competitive in the world? There are enough testimonials to say both yes and no, but nevertheless, we are on a journey. This is just a week back testimonial. Last 1 year, industries could make margins just through addressing costs. Just through addressing costs. Then you can envisage how costs become strategically important for the industry. The purpose of the division is to enhance the overall competitiveness of the industry. But when you look at the word competitiveness, earlier, can I have some water, please? Earlier, the competition was equated to competitiveness. No more. No more. I think the word competitiveness is grown beyond the multiple players in the industry. So, what is it? So let me skip through some slides since Chairman has given some shorter time cycle than was researched. So we have some service verticals which actually run through the industry. All are active right now, and one of it is a training which we envisage to work together with the Institute for the industry. This is something we have heard often. So why cost becomes important to the company? It's the context of the cost, it's the cost envisaged per se, and how do we see it as a profit, as an outcome. So this is something which we have seen probably 30, 40 years back. But what is it now? Cost has become both strategic and operational. So from the strategy block point of view, it's the board and the CEO. They have to envisage the external risks which eventually flow into the accounting system as cost, and also internally our efficiencies, operational efficiencies at the value chain level. How do they flow into the cost? So this is something which we'll have to elaborate in our minds to look at the causal factors of cost, not the number per se. And ultimately, the objective of the TCM Indian industry in a company is all about achieving efficient cost structure, not the lowest cost structure. The efficient cost structure is all about how do we keep moving, and as Chairman said, not compromising on the quality. And there are some myths about the cost, which we have been navigating for long, but then all this have to have a drop-off sometime. What is it? Cost varies within output. Yes, typically we have heard this statement from across the companies. Standard costing, global cost averages, finance as the owner of cost, P&L reflects the profit streams, and data sources typically the trial balance, rupee value, and the budget. So I think we have moved ahead. I think CII in the last 2 decades, about 500 companies, we have sensitized, brought this framework, and this is the starting point for us. And what exactly TCM, as Mr. Dalwadi pointed out, it's about the management system per se, is not the accounting system. So I think we'll have to clearly distinguish this, and to determine the efficiency and effectiveness of the resource, the value chain, knock out the non-value added items. So when you look at costs, one component we tell companies is what the customer is not willing to pay has to get eliminated from the system. So that is a scrutiny which we have to look at. And typically, costs get connected to business and not just to the accounting system. And what exactly it means is the efficiency of the value chain should be a profit stream for the company. It's not just about the usual traditional profit levers like volume, price, and product mix. And this is something which I talked about. So the external influences and the internal influence of cost actually give way to the ultimate cost structure. Is it at a process level, product level, or the customer level, ultimately summing it at the profit. And the framework which CII with the industry inputs, and of course we had Mr. N. Raman, who has actually conceptualized this and driven this through the industry. We talk about how the external factors with a structured cost management system gives way to improved business metrics, competitive advantage, efficient value chain, resilient cost structure, and embedded economics in the business model. Because at a strategy level, the CEOs look at how is my business model economical, how is my product mix giving a better profit profile, and how is my value chain efficient. So if I'm getting these outcomes, I'm treating the cost better. Very simple. Where does the interventions happen? It happens on the strategy level. You will have to improve your business model efficiency. Earlier, it was a traditional business model where there was just buying and selling. But today, there's a phenomenal improvement in the number of business models which the companies work on. So at the strategy level, we'll have to look at the business model efficiency, technology costs. So what are the solutions for costs? Is it technology? Is it strategy? Is it productivity? Is it efficiency? So the interventions of at the strategy level have to be like this. In the value chain, customer acquisition, and at an operational level, you look at cost of quality. All of this will not have a reflection in your books of accounts. However, we'll have to segregate this and identify and drive the cost optimization. At an operational level, cost of quality, resource efficiency, yield, and several other non-financial metrics. At a distribution level, it's all about the third part of the value chain. The logistics efficiency, dealer profitability, institutional profitability, category product, customer profitability. Most importantly, the price cost gaps. Price is at the global level, cost is at a unit level. So can we segregate this? Or vice versa. So it's the algorithms which we conceptualize and drive, which will actually create the architecture of TCM business. So some simple analogies in terms of TCM at the business level. So summing it up, TCM is not to be seen just at a product level. It's all about the good understanding of cost. As I said, incidents and incurrence must be captured. And good response mechanism to cost. How quickly you respond? How quickly? And a culture of analyzing cost data. So this is all the analytics which Chairman spoke about. And finally, ability to relate cost to strategy. So much from my side. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Nageshji. Now I request Mr. Vikas Prasad, CFO UPL Limited, to give his perspective. Thank you.
President of our institute, Mr. B.B. Nayak ji, Vice President Srinivas Prasad ji, Central Council members, Regional Council members, past presidents, distinguished panelists sitting on the dais, and my fellow CMA Parivar. Good afternoon to all of you. I would like to thank the institute first for picking up a topic which is very relevant in today's day. TCM and PCM is the difference between a company which can survive for eternity or the company can go burst. And I will give some stats here. So I'll give certain few examples of why the TCM and PCM is relevant in today's context. 58% of the S&P 500 companies that existed in early 2000 no longer exist. Either they have been acquired, they have been merged, or they have gone bankrupt. The lifespan of the companies have reduced.
Switch it off. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let me start again. So thanks to the Institute first for picking up this topic, TCM and PCM, which is very relevant in today's world. And I will substantiate with some examples. If you look at 58% of S&P 500 companies that existed in early 2000, no longer exist today. And either they have been acquired, they have been merged, or they have been bankrupt. The lifespan of the S&P 500 company, which used to be about 60 years, now has reduced to less than 20 years. And there's a projection that by 2035, 75% of the S&P 500 companies that existed in early 2020 will no longer be part of S&P 500. If you look at our environment where we are operating today, you all can see the impact of high inflation, which was a resultant of COVID, supply chain disruptions, the geopolitical conflicts started by Russia, Ukraine, and then expanded to other regions as well. The interest cost is at a decade high rate. The SOFR has gone up significantly. Earlier, the cost of financing in dollar was almost negligible, but now the cost of financing has significantly gone up. This puts a lot of pressure on the organization to be agile, to be sustainable, and to be competitive in the market. And hence, looking at the TCM and PCM is the need of an hour, and who can be better than the CMAs to look at it holistically, not just the product cost, but the cost of the services, the tax cost, the finance cost, and to make the business cost competitive and make your organizations competitive. So in this era, we all learned how to operate. We all learned how to operate under a VUCA-ism. So VUCA was introduced around 1980s. We all felt comfortable and we all learned how to operate. But now in the last 5 years, the VUCA has turned into BANI, which is brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. So we have to also adopt to the new methodology about managing these costs and making the organizations agile and successful. To play this role, the CMAs has a big responsibility. They have to become a strategic business partner. And business partner is a word which is very, again, I will say, vague. If we ask 10 of you, each of you will have a very different understanding of business partnership. And what does business partnership mean to each of us and to the organization? So what I have tried is just tried to share my perspective on what is business partnering and how CMAs can be a business partner, a strategic business partner, and can use TCM and PCM as a framework to achieve strategic business partnership. So if the business partnership can be played across the 4 roles by the CMAs. The first role is, we all understand, which is the bread and butter for all of us, which is the controllership role. Controllership role is nothing but keeping our organization safe from all the controllable losses, from all the reputational losses. And as part of the controllership, it means building efficiency, standardization, automation, a scalable organization, controls, and compliances. So that's the first role which the CMA can play
to keep the organization safe from all the external factors. The second role as part of the business partnership is about performance management role. So each of the CMA can be a performance manager by keeping the organization on track against all the plans. And the plans can be the cost management plan, the annual operating plan, the strategic plan, the overheads plan, keeping all your organic capex on track against the initial investment thesis. So there are various roles that we can play to keep the organization on track against all our plans. The third role as part of the business partnership is about co-strategist or co-pilot, where we work jointly with the business team to drive the growth of the organization, and it means improving the margins, the market share, looking at corporate restructuring, looking at other initiatives, digital transformations to grow the business. And if you look at the first three roles, the controllership role, the performance manager role, and the co-strategist role, it's very difficult to quantify the impact on the bottom line. And each of us being an accountant, we would also like to see the impact on the bottom line. And hence there is a fourth role that the CMAs can play is about chief value officer role or the value manager role, where we can look at certain initiatives and impact the bottom line for the company, whether it is effective interest rate management or effective tax rate management, the choice of financing for a company, whether it should be local currency funded in the Indian context, whether it should be INR funded, it should be USD funded or Euro funded. We can look at various such initiatives and we can quantify the impact on the bottom line. So these are the four roles that the CMA plays today or can play as part of the business partnering. So this is the framework. Now we would like to see that how TCM and PCM can fit well within this business partnering framework. Do I change the slides? Yeah. So as we discussed that as a controllership, we have to keep the organization efficient, have standardized processes, automate the processes, build the organization which is scalable without incurring additional cost. So if you look at the PCM framework, there are various activities that we can look at it. I've just shared a couple of here which can be looked at, and I'm sure it is being looked at by each of you in your respective organization. So what we have practiced, I have practiced in the last couple of years is first start to look at the target operating model of the organization, that how do we operate as an organization. Today, for an organization, whether it's a domestic company or international company, there are different structures. There are country teams, there are regional teams, there are business unit teams, there are central finance team, corporate finance team, and then there is a GBS structure. How do we ensure that we structure the organization, we structure our respective functions so that we build not just the efficiency and standardization, but also the scale and the center of excellence, which can also have a huge impact on the cost of the different functions and the cost of the organization. So this is one area we can look at it. The second way to look at our cost of the function and the organization is about doing a spans and layers analysis. We can look at the spans of all the supervisory structure that is there in the company. And I feel that a span of 6 to 8 is very competitive. And if there is a more cost pressure, probably it can go up to 10. By looking at it in a very structured manner, we can reduce the cost of the functions, the organization, and hence it can improve the agility of the organizations. The third we can look at it is about how do we offshore certain activities to global business services, and we can build GCCs. GCCs and or the GBS is not just about offshoring the activity, but it creates the cost advantage. It creates the continuity of those processes. It builds the standardization of the processes, and it is scalable. So this is also one of the tools that can help us to reduce our cost. Second pillar, which is the performance manager, if you look at it, again, as a performance manager, there are various activities that each of the CMA can play, but I've just listed down a couple of them for our discussion. We can first look at the organic capex. I think the other fellow panelists also talked about the project cost. Project cost has a large impact, big cost. So how do we look at project cost? And each component of the cost, breaking it down into WBS or work breakdown structure, looking at the different milestones, looking at the contract evaluation process, ensuring that we are keeping the cost on check, looking at how the project has to be financed. There are various aspects of this project cost which can be looked at it, and eventually it can be digitized. How do we use the digital tools to monitor the project cost across the cycle of the project? And similar to the organic capex, which is the project, we can also look at the mergers and acquisitions. Suppose any mergers and acquisition that we do, we look at how do we also create synergies post the acquisitions. So the post-merger integration becomes very, very important part. And again, if once we are able to digitize the entire post-merger integration exercise, we will be able to track the synergies. And CMAs have a very, very important role to play, that how we can leverage and we can ensure that all the synergy that has been baked in to the initial investment thesis are being actually been actualized. Then similarly, now we have in the on the core strategy side, there are various things that we can do jointly with the business team to ensure that we keep the cost on check. And the last, on the value manager side, if you look at it, we can look at effective interest rate, effective tax rate, the funding mix, driving the cost transformation within the organization and for our functions, which can keep the organization on check. Now, to play these roles on the TCM and PCM, there are 4 key enablers. We can look at it. How do we build the capable team? Once we have the capable team, they will understand the entire cost management aspects holistically. They will leverage the technology, the processes, the right KPIs that is needed for the cost transformation and driving the PCM. And also the culture part is equally important. 60 to 70% of the cost-cutting initiatives have not been able to generate sustainable results because either the cost consciousness culture is not there or that discipline is missing. So by looking at these 4 enablers and looking at these 4 pillars, I think each of us as a cost and management accountant can deliver on the TCM and PCM and can effectively become a strategic business partner. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikasji. And now I request Mr. Ramadas Tamil Selvan to take us through his views.
Yes, yes.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Can you all just get up and sit one side? Because the science of physiology says that you should move your body at least every half an hour. I think we are not moving it for the last 2 hours. I've just landed in Orissa yesterday for the first time, at the land of temples, the city of temples. Learned a little bit of Odia. Kimiti achinti apno? Apan mano kushito? Thanks a lot for that. Thanks for the entire cost accounting body, the leadership, everybody to invite me. I'm Tamil Ramdas from Dubai. And the previous speaker, Mr. CMA Bikachi, is my close friend. We used to work a lot in the Dubai chapter of cost accountants also. So what is that we are talking about today is all about cost management, right? But let me start from a very macro level that we are talking about the Viksit Bharat for 2047, correct? You know, what is the level of economy we are planning to reach? Today morning, the Honorable Member of Rajya Sabha, Sujit Singh, also spoke about that we to $4 trillion. So this is the level of growth we want to achieve. And if you look at the level of morning, I think Mr. Gadia was talking about the service sector's importance. That's improving. Also more, Make in India, that's improving a lot. That's what you can see in the slides where by 2040-47, the industry sector is going to go from 26% to 34%. Now, if you talk about the achievements that India has done in the 2024 alone, top 5 sectors in terms of pharmaceuticals, biotechnology, defense, nuclear, energy and space, you can see India has developed the first ever indigenous antibiotic medicine. Give a big hand for that. We also developed the next car system of having the cell therapy for the first time indigenously in India. And if you talk about space, if you talk about, we are the first 3 or 4 countries in the world to launch successfully, right? All the missiles, I'm not talking about the missile which has gone to the other country, sorry for that. I'm just talking about the space technology. We're very precise and cost effective in making that, and that's going to be a $44 billion achievement in terms of GDP contribution by 2033. If you talk about biotechnology, it has gone 13-fold from 2014 to 2024, which has gone from 10 billion to almost 130 billion. If you talk about nuclear energy, it's getting tripled. All these are possible only because of the TGG, which is called the technology and good governance, and that's not enough. And that's the topic of today. We are all talking about the cost management, right? And we are these proud CMAs who contribute to all the success by managing the cost more effectively and efficiently, correct? What is this cost management talks about? We need to have a proper cost accounting so that we can control it, then we can even reduce it, correctly called as the cost management. Now, if you talk about the cost management, cost reduction, cost technology, that is going in line with the technology transformation. If you look at the slide, it says the technology has transformed in the last almost 200 years from steam engine, right? Then we went to electricity. From electricity, we went to electronics. And now, all combined, put together, we have robotics. And morning, the Rajya Sabha member, honorable member, talked about a lot on AI, right? Now, do you think the cost management can be devoid of this technology? Do you think so? I don't think so. So we have to travel with that. In fact, we are one of the leaders. We need to take this technology to the advantage to the cost management. And if you talk about what are the technologies that is impacting, that is Industrial Revolution 4.0, if you talk about it, digital twins, how that can be useful for cost management, we'll touch upon that. IoT, Internet of Things, artificial AR and VR, correct? Augmented reality and virtual reality. If you talk about digital biomarkers, supply chain IoT, international space economy, digital sovereignty, and very importantly, today you're going to get introduced to a very new term. I'm going to really take some credit to that, but I'll let you know what is that. That's going to be from the quantum financial system. Now, all these are possible because of one technology that has ever been new to the world, where humans have created a lot of technology past, but for the first ever time, they created something similar to them, correct? That's what artificial intelligence is about, and cost management cannot be devoid of this artificial intelligence technology. If we talk of every industry, in terms of the training, in terms of adoption, there are various stages of, if you can see, in terms of education and training, in terms of insurance and financial services, the use of AIs are getting very high. That's a use case where we can see a lot of AI technology being used across the globes in various industries. Now let's talk about the emerging global practice in cost management. The first and foremost thing is, the way we're going to do the decision support is going to have a transformational change. Because of what? Before, only humans plus humans plus humans were behind the decision making. Correct? Behind every successful decision making, there is a CMA, we say, right? I think we'll change the logo in future. Behind every successful business decision, there is CMA plus AI. That's going to be the thing where we are talking about descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive analytics. Descriptive tells about what is happening. Diagnostic tells about why it is happening. Predictive talks about what will happen, and prescriptive is going to tell you what is the solution or what is the remedy for what is going to happen like that. In that way, we cannot be devoid of decision making without the AI technology helping us. Robots are going to be your advisors, but some things robots still miss, so we are going to be surpassing them in that particular aspect. But the decision making is not going to be devoid of AI technology. And if you talk about the role of AI in cost management and analysis, I've just put down a lot of thoughts on this, but each one of this topic in itself is in a 1 or 2 hour discussion. But just to give a highlight, it's basically the cost optimization, streamlined expense tracking, strategic integrated smart planning. Most of the time we make budgeting in organization devoid of strategy. Strategy goes one way, cost goes, management or the budgeting goes one way. So we have to make a smart and predictive analytics, encumbrance accounting. How many of you still do the budget control variance reporting? I'm saying that that syllabus is going to be taken out very soon from the cost accounting also, because there is a real-time budgetary control where right from the budget is getting utilized at the purchase order level itself, you have a control. Not that budget is allowed to vary and then you do a damage control saying that there's a post-mortem reporting. No, we are talking about real-time budgetary control system, which is technically called as the encumbrance accounting. You talk about a very important term I'm going to introduce today. I'm very proud to that. Something called as quantum costing. Any of you have heard that term? We all heard, maybe some pure science students would know what is quantum physics. From the quantum physics, there is something called quantum computing. From the quantum computing, now finance is also taking advantage where it says every ingrain of the money spent, 360 degree of that we can find it. For example, a lot of governments are now talking about introducing quantum finance system in the world where, or in the country, every $1, every 1 rupee spent by a person in the country, it's going to be traced. So anti-money laundering is going to be very easy control now. So taking the quantum financing concept to the next level, we have something called quantum costing. What is quantum costing? Every single dollar spent in your manufacturing service or any unit can be monitored. The root cause can be understood. That is going to be a transformation in the costing methodology itself and how do you allocate your overheads. The concept of allocation of overheads is going to be taken out of your curriculum because of quantum costing. And we have cloud-based cost management systems, RPAs, robotic process automations. You talk about various processes are getting automated where the overall cost in processing the financial data itself is getting reduced. And that can give you a lot of insights. This is what I was talking about, quantum costing, where if you go through this slide later on, maybe I can share it. This institute can change it to. And basically, it's talking from a macro level of controlling the every dollar spent in, and that technique is going to be used in costing as well. So what is the impact of that? We were talking about tracing the cost and allocating the cost, correct? In order to control and manage the cost tracing is very, very important. When you come to the direct material cost, you could trace it greatly. When you come to the labor cost, there are some variable direct labor costs which you can trace, but there are common labor cost which is still difficult to trace. And leave alone overhead cost, that has been always a great topic where we need to allocate. And number of lectures has been going on this for studying CMA program or any program. What are the methodologies of allocating the overhead cost? I'm going to tell you now, the concept of allocation is based on appropriation of the cost on a very approximate manner, where in the last decades before, we reached till activity-based costing, correct? Tracing the cost till the activity level. But even at the activity level, the cost is not getting very accurately allocated. So for that matter, we can go from ABC to quantum costing, where the accurate overhead cost can be not allocated. It can be traced. What is the helpfulness of this? It helps you in finding the cost perfectly, accurately to the dot. And to till date, we cost accountants did not have a technology. Thanks to all this quantum computing, where it can get to the grain of the cost at every level, and there is no need for allocation. We'll be getting into only tracing. So we are in a transformative time. We are in the flux of time where AI is going to help you the way you are talking about the cost and how do you allocate it. And if you talk about digital twins, this is one more thing I want to talk about. Digital twin is nothing but creating a replica. I would say a replica in terms of system, in terms of a product, without actually producing it. We in Dubai do a lot of real estate construction projects. You might be aware of it. Now, the technology is, how do you control the project cost? The project cost is controlled in a very difficult manner. We do not know how the Burj Khalifa is going to be constructed. Now, they use a lot of AI technology using the digital twins. The Burj Khalifa or any other building will be having a system or a soft replica of that, so that at every level when the cost is incurred, we will know how to adjust it. And every change that is going to happen in the building structures, in terms of civil structures, what is the cost in cement, in terms of steel, in terms of whatever is, even the labor cost can be estimated thanks to digital twins and digital threads, which is called as the digital threads and the life cycle costing. We have all studied in cost and management accounting life cycle costing. Now, with the digital threads and digital twins, the life cycle costing can help you to understand the complete product costing till the end of its life more accurately. So we talk about the benefit, I talked about it, I just want to touch upon one more important area on the ESG, correct? Sustainability is the buzzword all the time, and we have Mr. Bikaji, he is an expert in that. I just take some ideas also from him when we discuss a lot. He gave a lot of sessions on ESG in Dubai chapter also. Now, I want to share some of my thoughts. ESG is something very, very important. How costing and cost management is relevant in the ESG era. That's very important. If you talk about the level of seriousness, any 2 temperature increase in the climate is going to have a devastating impact on your flora and fauna, where it says if you do not control within 1.5 centigrade, but if you go to 2 centigrade, it will have a loss of 10% minimal of the animal and the plant species, losing half of their species life by the end of the century. That serious is the environmental problem. So we as cost accountants have to do a lot of things. These are various terminologies. I'm not getting into it due to time. The asset under management on the ESG market is going to be a whopping $53 trillion by 2026. So these all show the importance. So there are global initiatives coming from United Nations. Mainly it talks about the SDGs. We as cost accountants should be thorough with all the 17 SDG goals. A lot of gets cascaded to the country level. From the country level, it gets cascaded to the corporate level as well. So what is very important about this environmental planning and environment control is something called as the circular economy. We've been talking about only linear economies and reuse economies, where still we have non-recyclable waste left. But in terms of circular economy, there will be zero waste that cannot be processed further, or that cannot be having a non-recyclable waste. So that is what happening. There are a lot of standards that is coming in internationally and globally and regionally. But due to time constraint, I'm moving on. European Union is the mother. It's the feeding mother for the environmental costs. They are the board holders. They are the people who are the champions of environment. So a lot of standards comes from them. And India has also done a lot of job in terms of BRR, in terms of business responsibility reporting. Started somewhere a long time back as CSR. When I was a student, we used to study something called CSR. So a lot of work is also done. And international standards on S1 and S2 has also come up on this. And if you talk about, I'm proudly, give a very big hand for the whole team there. Give a very big hand, because this is the first ever and the only till now institute or a professional body in India which has given a guidance note relating to environmental or ESG or whatever you want to call them as. Basically, they talked about the guidance note on carbon credit mechanism, greenhouse gas accounting, ESG reporting. So this is the first ever body, and still today the main body which has issued a guidance note on ESG. And you as members of that should be very, very proud of that. Take a note of that. Go to the website of the institute. Guys, take a time to read on that. A lot of work has been done on that. Now, also, I think our past president is there, they are all doing a lot of work on exposure that for the sustainable standards, which is ISS 1 and S2. And all these are very important, because in every operations of your organization, sustainability has to be ingrained. Sustainability is the key word now, it has to be ingrained. So with that, what does that sustainability has to do with costing and total costing or total cost management? Now, when you are in the era, when you are in the world of sustainability, there are a lot of new things going to come. That's called the circular economy costing. We need to do I think new syllabus will be coming on this. I think syllabus setters here from the institute should look out at what is something called circular economy costing, and standard assets costing, transition finance costing. When you talk about going from these so-called traditional assets to the good sustainable assets, a lot of existing assets will become standard assets. We need to do the costing for that, and we have to do the financing for the new type of ESG assets. So supply chain costing, life cycle costing, green technology costing, these are all coming in terms of I think last 2 minutes I'll take it, sir, to finish this. Modern budgeting system. So we talked about, our previous speaker also talked about how do you do a reporting, right? So how do you do reporting and controlling? In terms of budgeting itself, which is a very big topic, most of the financial courses, most of the financial programs talks budget as a separate standalone topic. No budgeting is great unless it is integrated with the strategy. Unless it is integrated with the strategy, correct? So strategy integrated budgeting, but in your strategy, now ESG is also getting integrated. So we need to do a budget planning wherein it is linked to the corporate strategy, vis-a-vis it is linked to the ESG goals of the SDGs of UN or your corporate strategy, where it has to ingrain with your local ESG standards as well. So with that, if you look at it, I'm just giving you a model where from the ESG goals, it has to go to strategy, to the budgeting, to financial accounting. Means each and every line item, GL code of your trial balance should be linked to the ESG goals. That's what I'm talking about, connecting the financial accounting to the ESG goals or the corporate strategy. And that doesn't stop there. And if you look at it, the whole thing, we do a vision, mission, goal, all analysis, then we make the corporate ESG goals. That should be connected to the cluster industry goals and finally to the United Nations SDGs, which is the 17 SDGs, which I showed you. If you can do this way, you are well tightened your budgeting in connection to your strategy, in connection to the ESG goals, in connection to the UN goals as well. This is a very detailed chart which talks about every budgeting has to go to the level of goals and objective levels and allocate the budget. People should not allocate or rather put the budget for department. For each department, this is also called as activity-based budgeting or strategy integrating to the activity level, going to that extent, grain to that level, and you pick up the budget allocation to that level. With that, what you do? You can also integrate that to the chart of accounts. So you don't put a budget for department 1 and say no. For the department 1, you need to have an Excel sheet or a chart of accounts. For each chart of accounts, we need to know what is the budget allocation. Say for stationery, for printing, whatever it is. So to that level you go, and that doesn't stop there. You do a GL level budget allocation or budget planning. But below stationery, there is pencil, paper. I'm being very, very minute to that. So we need to also do an operational code level budgeting. That's called getting the ESG goals of the United Nations to the corporate goals, to the corporate strategy, to the department strategy, to the chart of accounts, and to the operational line items. If you do a budgeting this detailed, I don't think we will have any problem. So with this last slide is, how do you control the budgeting also? As I told you already, the concept of postmortem reporting of budget variance is dead. Is dead. Do not belong to that particular world. Hey, I take a pride in closing my P&L every month, comparing the actuals with the budget, then giving the report after 20 days, 30 days. Already the damages happen, and that damage you're reporting also after 20 days. Correct? It's like you're keeping the numbers in mortuary. It'll smell bad, sir. Correct? Friends, let's understand we are in the world of real-time budgeting control system, wherein at every spend, at the starting level itself, you know that you're going to overshoot the budget or not. That is technically called, internationally as a user called encumbrance accounting or real-time budgetary control. And if you do that, I think we will be able to really control it. This is what I've learned. The greatest lesson in life is we have to learn a lot. Learn, unlearn, and relearn. That's what we need to do as stay confident and do a lot of good work to the society. Thanks a lot once again for giving this opportunity. We'll meet some other time in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramdas ji. It was a wonderful and detailed presentation. Perhaps there was a lot of shortage of time. You were to rush, and my duty is to manage time here. You are managing total cost, I was managing total time. So, with this, I request Krishna Kishore ji to give his perspective, and my again request is to manage time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, my dear friends and colleagues. First of all, I would say a big thanks to the CMA Institute, particularly to President B.B. Nayak ji and Srinivas Prasad ji and Manoj Kumar Anand ji and our Vinay Ranjan ji, my friend. And all the dignitaries, if you tell me, because I have a relationship, Sir was my guru, Ashwin Dalwadi sir, and sir, UPL, I was first company I worked in UPL, so I am also related. And for GAIL, we are the customer, Coromandel is a customer for GAIL. So almost Venkatesh sir, I know, TCM. So now I'm very actually shocked because all the people have already explained about what is TCM, what is PC. So what I will do, I will try to explain the how part, how these TCM principles, what we have done in our manufacturing setup. I will take the concept, we can say TCM at manufacturing plant. So that is the agenda point. And if you see the presentation, so what I made, I have taken 10 major cost and cost components in the left side. And if you see the first one, conceptual understanding, basic textbook, what it is. And then real-time finance system, that is information system, that is called generally we call as a MIS system. And third one is strategic cost management, how we are doing it. So third one is the creative part, where the knowledge is unlimited, where the real cost accountants can become a strategic cost accountants. And I will explain each of the box. Actually, it takes a lot of time, maybe total update it will take, but I will try to cover important points in each of these boxes so that it will be useful for you and for your understanding purpose. If you see this material cost, how the standards are being built. Some of the companies take last 5 years, best of the last 5 years, and some of the companies take average of the last year and put some percentage of savings so that the budget will be a progressive budget and standards will be a progressive standards for material cost. So what is the difference between financial accounting and cost accounting? You know, once you know the standard, once you know the actual, you get the variance. The variance is the part where the logical reasoning takes place. Because that is the where even I know, because we have experimented this AA also, AA cannot replace the cost and management accountant when you go to the higher level. So the variance part, reasoning part is most important in this bucket. And coming to the second one, if you see here, RTFS, which this is my favorite topic, which we implemented. Sir was already explained how the budget has to be real time. I will explain how we are implementing real time in our company and what are the results we are getting. You will be mind blowing to hear those results. So here, if you see the BOM, what is called bill of materials or bill of quantities, which you can incorporate in the SAP or Oracle. And nowadays you have the provision that if the consumption is going more than 5% or 2%, whatever you decide, the alerts will come instantaneously through the process order system so that you can take the corrective actions. Here, one more thing I want to tell, how we need to get the data. So Sir was explained, we need to get the data on the minute-to-minute basis. So there are some systems, like for example, being the cost accountant, you need to tell your management that you require some infrastructure, like flow meters for liquid materials, weigh feeders for the bulk materials, so that you can get the measurement. These measurements will go to the, we can say the CRISP system or what of the production interface system. What is the use of this system? So initially I thought, why we are going so much digitalization, what is the use? But when you see the trends, because I feel trend is a friend. So if you see the particular hour, if the consumptions are going high, then you can easily detect somebody is, maybe production person is sleeping. So that time it's not coming correctly. So I just give the example. So you can take that as one thing to control the cost. And one more thing, if any particular moment the production operator is very energetic and he produced a very good batch where he is getting the best yield, we can take it as a golden batch. And in that golden batch, how those parameters, input parameters are being acted. What is the reaction time? What is the temperature time? What is the pressure time? These things, if you are captured, that can become a model for the, or food for the final strategic cost, where we can have a predictive monitoring. That is called AI monitoring. We have done several use cases. So if you take the particular golden batch and the parameters what you are acting, that has become a standard and you just monitoring it. Sir has said anonymous manufacturing. This is called the anonymous manufacturing. Nowadays, machines are becoming intelligent. So if you put the machines, this data, by doing this correlation, regression and AI model Python, we have done one project for Python also, which we got a winner in the national level for Six Sigma. So I am telling the experience, how that experience will be. Now what we are going from the costing preparations to the real-time financials to the, what we say, strategic cost management by using the digitalization, AI and ML techniques. And if you see here, financial matrix, which I said, daily basis, which I already explained, generally what happens after the month end, you sit together, all the operations, and they say almost 1 day meeting, operations review meeting, they say this is the variances happened. Then what happens, all those good things, strategies, everything will just eaten away, and the next day, breakfast. So post-mortem is no more, which already Sir has said, and we have implemented it. How we implemented? Generally, if you say it to the people, 0.1% improvement or 0.2% efficiency loss, it will not sense anything, right? So being the finance person, what we have done, we put that loss in terms of financial figures. For example, 0.1% of, in our company, say for example, NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus, potash, is equal to 8 to 10 crores. The moment I say that a component, 1 crore you have lost, the person who is sitting on the DCS operations or production operations just get down and say, so we have to correct it. Because you are adding the value for that. And when you are adding it immediately, real time, not at the end of the month. That's what we have done through this real time financial modeling in our setup. And some of the latest SAP, you are getting actual cost and material ledger, where you do not to do anything. You just follow the process. You will get the costing, inventory valuation at the month end. Now I can proudly say we are completing on first day itself our all financials. And coming to this next bucket, I will touch upon the power. It will take a lot of time to explain, but I will tell 1 or 2 things in the power. So what we have to do is, you need to just, once the standards are being prepared, every day, if you are having good meters, they just put that units into your production process, which Sir said, directly. Sir said everything is on the minute to minute. Quantum costing, he said. So quantum costing, little bit we have implemented in our company. So these units have been taken. And similarly, you can have what we say EMS, energy management system. So I will tell you what is the use of this energy management system. If you have the trends in each hour, 1 of the hour you may not be having production, but you still, the graph goes high, spike goes high. That means something idleness is going. Even in your houses also, you see, most of the times you don't, some of the people do not switch the lights. So that is all idle time. These are the, how, in the case of organizations, it will be a very big amount. Even in the case of your houses also, we need to have a control on that. So, and one more thing, what I want to explain on this, the third, where is contract demand. Generally, what happens during the project time, people are very, very excited, and they say we are going to for expansions. They go on the left and right to the contract demand. But the cost account, you need to see what is the percentage of minimum commitment. So if it is 85% commitment, you need to pay whether use it or not. Some cases we have modified or calibrated. It was using only 60 to 70%. And then later it has been modified to that demand has been calibrated. So obviously we saved some 2 to 3 just crores in just one simple idea. So the cost accountants can analyze, diagnose the power bill like anything. You can have power factor improvement, you can have load factor improvement, you can have a consumption basis. What are the different sources of power you are having? Nowadays, there are, Sir said, not only the green power. So green power is not only the best for the environment, it is also cost effective. We need to work out what are the different sources we have, which source we can optimize it, and which source we can take it. For example, in the case of gas, there are different sources of gas. For example, if the lowest, cheapest gas is there, you just first go and consume that part by having a proper prediction model. We have done a prediction model for that, Python. The daily, based on the different product, based on different, what we said, inputs, raw materials, based on the different parameters, we get what is the consumption to be. In that consumption, you need to allocate first, maybe this is the first gas molecule number 1, which is the lowest gas, and use the complete, this one. It is called optimization matrix. So finance has to play a better role here, not only in the left 2 boxes, which is making the standards and implementing the systems. And then final slide is what I'm trying to do is, that is my actually favorite, the creative part or passion part of my experience, what I can say. And here if you see, for some time, maybe a small example I will tell you, in your house also, if you put more heat, what it happens? Your cooking or curry, it gets burnt. Similarly, in the case of product also, if you give more heat than the required one, then your product gone. So what we have to do here? You have to put a sensor, automatically it sends the product temperature and sends the signal to the valve where the gas comes or coal comes, they can moderate. So this is called variable frequency drive automations, which you can do in our company so that you can reduce the specific gas consumption or heat consumption. Coming to this water, and I will tell you one example. When I was I worked in Oman, Muscat. So small leak was happening in my house. I thought like just Indian mentality. I said, okay, leaking is going on. So when I got the bill in the month end, I have seen almost 30,000 rupees bill has come. Then I went and I just ran into the office and asked the water department, why you have put 30,000? Sir, here same thing, water is so costly. I didn't observe that one leak. And he said, there is a provision, sir, you can pay on the EMI basis. So that is the importance of water in other countries. Even in India, it will come soon. Sir, I have still time, sir, 5 minutes. Coming to this fixed cost, which I will tell you, sir has explained how the direct apportionment to the products. Here also we can say that there are, you need to find out the cost drivers, which are the biggest good cost drivers or directly proportional cost drivers, you can take it. Because all the products cannot be one and same. All the things may not be one and so some of the drivers you can be machine hours, some of the drivers can be man hours, some of the drivers can be purchase orders if it is a purchase department, and some of the drivers quality engineer hours for the quality testing purpose. I worked as a SAP CO consultant, so I know there are in the SAP S4 HANA, there are some template allocation methods where you can create your own formula, and so that the allocation makes very good shape and you can get the better product costing so that you can take the better cost decisions. So in this, how the online budget control system, sir has explained about the quantum costing. How we have done here online budget control is that every purchase request, it comes to the finance department for finance concurrence. It is not bureaucratic, I will explain. If the finance person is so much collaboration with the business or with the operations and they can understand the operations very well, they can put one or two simple questions. Is it worth to spend? And is it whether you have the budget? So what it happens in our organization, if you see, each user department gets the culture. So somebody is there for answerable. We have to answer the finance department or we have to answer to the management. So that accountability, the culture is important so that each budget will be, it actually all through comes in the workflow only. So we have to get the finance concurrence number and we can move on. Coming to this one more point I will touch here. Padma Vyuha strategy, which I developed for that purpose. One is we do the weekly review of the P&L line items. So wherever something goes wrong, sometimes what happens, some of the people may not take the budget and spend it. So we need to understand that where it is going on, so that at the end of the month you don't have the time to calibrate or correct it. So weekly we do the PL line item scrutiny, and monthly we do the monthly provision by tracking the comparisons of each previous months. Sometimes if you say manpower bill you give 1 lakh and next time you will give 2 lakhs, we just ask the question why you are this one. So that is what I said Padma Vyuha, where 3-4 reviews I have put it. And coming to this final bucket, which is the strategic cost bucket, there are some examples I will tell you, challenging the die-hard habits. So I will tell you example when I was in the Pfizer. So it is a greenfield project. So at that time, so each floor is having 2 to 3 persons to put the water, to put the chai. And his job is only 8 to 9 o'clock. And later he just stands in the maybe in the outside or in the pantry. Then I said, what is going on? So we just, we put the filters nearby, so many filters, water filters and chai filters, so that people go and take this one. They eliminated one cost. Because HR is having a habit that you need to have a person to cater. These are all the die-hard habits. And one more example, live example that tell you how the habits will be. So when during the initial project time, somebody said that we have different lines, different blocks and manager. So each mission is having one manager, and each line is having one manager, and each block is having one manager, and the total plant manager. So what I asked, what is the requirement of this block? When each manager can report, how many, each person can take 4 to 5 reports at least. So we eliminated that layer. So these are the actually some of the things which habits people use it. So we need to be very careful and avoid those things. And some of the things are told that we can have manpower studies. Sometimes what we can do the mechanization, right? If 500, I will see the company where 500 to 600 people are deployed to produce 2 million tons. And whereas in the same 2 million tons, other companies doing with 100 manpower. That is through total mechanization of the setup. So you need to understand what is the mechanization, possibilities are there. And if you see the great changeover, I will correlate with the formula A1 rise. So great changeover is nothing but the non-productive cycle where you are losing the production, right? So if you see the Formula 1 race, initially it used to take around 4 seconds. Now I will tell to our all production people that now you please see how much they are taking, 1.82 seconds. So this is the way the people are growing. Such a fast great changeover is happening. And coming to this inbound and outbound logistics, I will tell you 2 to 3 points here, nothing but. So here I mentioned that material handling cost per material movement. If you see, if you take the two examples like railway movement as well as road movement. In the railway, what it happens, wagon, you need to load the material, transportation will happen, again unload the material, and then you are putting in the godowns, and then again putting. So in this direct road movement, what will happen? You are having only one cost component from here to the customer. So I am not propaganding that road has to be there. You need to be a cost accountant, you need to think from each movement, what is the cost per movement and which is the best and what is the inventory level. That way of analysis you have to do. And one more point I will touch upon. We used to have 4 to 5 godowns around the factory, and we have calculated the nearest godown, what is the cost, and the longest godown, what is the cost. When we read in the operations research during our CMA, there is one transportation problem. In the transportation problem, you know the lowest, maybe the distance, lowest is the cost. So first you need to fill all your materials in that godown and then move upon to the next godown. That type of operational matrix you need to develop. These are all not the big science. Actually, these are all only common sense which you can say we can do it. So 2 minutes, sir, completed this one. So coming to this last slide of me. So if you see the product hierarchy, which we can do, if the market allows, what we can do is we need to produce the high GC products, and which the cost and management can recommend it, that anyhow you people know. And one more thing what you can do is if you are having 3 to 4 production trains and if you are having 10 products, you need to see which product is more suitable to which train with the lowest conversion cost. So what we have done is we have just given one matrix that first you please put this, say for example, DAP in this train so that you will get the conversion cost lower, and then you can put the other products. So these are the habits which you have given to the operations staff. They do it in production planning in every day. Coming to this next one, sir has said that this quality. So what we have done is cost of poor quality. So what is that mean is you need to track not only the cost of that product, not only the cost of the reprocessing, you also have to do the regulatory cost to that, because when you have this problem of poor quality, you need to have customer complaints or complaints from the fertilizers or from the regulatory bodies. Once you put all these things and put the costing and say this is the cost of poor quality in each month, if you say, automatically the things will automatically set right, because you are showing the trends, you are showing this cost. And design to cost, I will give you one example, life cycle costing, how it matters. I told you how portion I will explain. For example, if you take the pump, the cost of the pump may be 2 lakh rupees and the operations cost for the total 10 years of its life may be 98 lakhs, it may be 1 crore. So some vendor too, you may be giving 2.5 lakhs rupees, but if you see the 10 years period, it may be the 80 lakh rupees. So that is called life cycle costing. You need to say that just for 50,000, if the pump's efficiency, pump's curve has been given better, then obviously you should educate them that don't go on the L1 basis, because purchase say only the L1 basis, finance has told. But a cost management, you have to see the life cycle cost and you can recommend accordingly. And final one, what I wanted to say is TCM, which for my understanding, because almost I'm having 3 decades of experience, it is nothing but common sense and emotional sense. How we can do is that to go Gamba works, which we have, which we used to do, so that by seeing, by observing the criticalities, only thing is that people have the mind of NOD, it's a normalization of deviation, so it's chalta hai. So, but the person who takes into his observation and work upon and make things to do list, those person can make successful. So, I will tell you one more thing. I have done Black Belt Six Sigma and I have also done Business Excellence, SSR, so many companies. In all these areas, whether you talk about Six Sigma, whether you talk about Business Excellence, whether to talk about cost and management, one is important is you need to challenge the status quo. You need to raise the bar, keep raising the bar. You need to improve, continuous improvement. That's all. There is no big science as per me. Just grab the opportunities. If you ask me, once I went to one of the companies and we observed that they're doing e-auction, reverse e-auction for the procurement. We just implemented it. So got very good results even for civil procurement. Around 40% has been cost reduced. Almost within no time, 2 to 3 crores has been saved. So that opportunities will be available. Only thing is that grab that opportunity, note it down, implement it. So what I mean to say is जिद्दी लोग होते हैं ना, वही लोग successful होता है. तो जिद्दी चाहिए CM को. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I have taken a little bit more time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. You can see the passion. So time was limited certainly because the panelists were to rush through their views or presentation. And it also indicates how passionate or how important his subject was. So I hope that these slides presentation will be available at Institute site and therefore you have opportunity to go through and whatever questions you may have, you can certainly connect with the panelist. And before I started the panel discussion, I told you that I will share some of the practical examples of cost saving, the perpetual cost management. I will certainly share with you and I will not take much of time. Complacency is one of the biggest challenge in my view to not manage cost. And Krishna Kumar ji was saying, that Krishna Kishore ji was saying that challenge the status quo. That's what we believe and we in GAIL do every day. So I will share some of the examples. Every organization have got say traveling allowance bill, medical allowance bill, and so many personal claims. So what we have done, we have not only centralized these processes. We are the organization who is there throughout the country. But then what we have done, we have centralized at single center all these personal claim processing. And why? What is helping? Apart from the significant reduction in time, it is bringing uniformity. The earlier, the claim which used to pass in 7 to 15 days, now these claims are passed in 1 second. The 40% bills are passed in 1 second, even in less than 1 second. I will share how. We have actually defined the standard operating procedure in terms of how these bills to be processed, and the moment employee submits the bill, AI clears the bill. The 40% bill which used to be passed in 7 to 15 days time are processed in 1 second. So that's how not only you have increased the satisfaction of your own colleagues, the employees, it is resulting in significant amount of saving in terms of manpower cost. Similarly, we have also created a vendor invoice management center, again centrally at our one place, Sector 62, Noida, where the vendors invoiced are passed transparently, faceless, and bills which used to be passed in 15 days now being passed in finance in 1.5 days maximum. Again, we have also started central invoicing cell. Earlier, our invoicing used to be done across so many sites. Again, as I said, that we are the company who is through there in almost all these states. So at Delhi, we are doing the invoicing of our all customers, and that is also done at a very transparent and also in an efficient manner. Similarly, in order to work out or see what is the process we can change, how can we save, so we started one project Sanchay, way back in 2015, and we set a target of saving of 300 crore rupees. So based on use cases, we identified, we found lot of process change we did, and we were able to achieve more than 300 crore rupees saving target. And based on the success of that project Sanchay, we have now recently launched project Sanchay 2, and we have target to save more than 400 crore rupees. What we do, we see what are the processes which over a period of time needs to be changed, how can we work out and reduce the cost. And one of the example, being a finance colleagues, whenever we make a total cost, we assume certain cost of financing, and one of the job we do regularly track the interest cost and continuously do refinancing. And let me share with you, way back 3 years back, we swap our interest rate cost of around 8% to 2.5% by selling our dollars. We had dollars in market and swap the interest, the INR loan to dollar. So that's how we saved significant amount of money, and this is a continuous process. That's what I said, the perpetual costing is nothing but a continuous process. You need to track where you actually are missing, and how can you change your systems, processes, reduce the cost. And I actually usually take the example of GPS. Whenever we go out of home to a place, why we put GPS? We know the way we can reach from A destination to B destination, but GPS gives you the alternate and efficient way of reaching that saves your time. So that's how we need to do in our day-to-day life. How can we track our time or cost and reduce it? Again, thank you very much for your patience hearing. And again, thank you very much for panelists for giving the insights about their own organizations, how they track, or their own knowledge shared from all of us, including me. I got also enriched by their presentations. Thank you very much. Before I invite you for thanks, vote of thanks. Thank you.
Jai Jagannath. Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Chairman, Jai Insab, and other dignitaries on the dais, and our immediate past President, Dalwadi ji. See, when the task of giving thanks to everyone here and all of you, I should start with our council. President, Vice President and Council has chosen the most important topic. And I thank them for inviting me in this session also, not only because of my Dubai friends, because 40% of my professional revenue I earn from Dubai. And also from the practice of this cost management. So this is the thing, Jain Sahab, Chairman Sir, first time I am meeting you. Thanks a lot. You have done tremendous work for our profession. Not only that, You are every time, whenever our council members go to you, you always try to help our institute. It's our passion that we are here. We are here for the institute. I'd like to thank you for your continuous support. You are taking our students, those passing out members in the campus also. I request you to please continue these efforts and help us always. Now, our Honorable Speaker, Nagesh Babu, has started very nicely, and from, he's actually set the tone and said whatever we can do in the total cost management aspect, and they are all practitioners. Then I have got my friend, he's like my brother, Bikash. Vikas recognized me first time because when I was chairman in EIRC, he used to be student in Calcutta. And when I met him in Dubai, he first came up to me. And he's so successful and so passionate about CMA. Whenever we call him, he comes all the way from Dubai. He used to manage a big international company, that Olam, and now he has taken over as group CFO another company. But he is totally passionate about our profession, our institute, always helps us. Thank you, Bikash. Please continue. And we have Ramadas sir. This is for the third time I am listening to him. Every time, so pertinent. He gave a 360-degree view of total cost management, what we can do and how we can implement. And excellent speech, yes. Then, thank you very much. Then we have Krishna Kisharji. Actually, he touched my heart. Means, this is, I always maintain, cost management is nothing but common sense and your passion. I always request my students, I'll continue to request that whenever you are working in an organization as a CMA, just don't take it as another job you are doing. That morning you are coming to office and do the clerical work like that. You need to know each aspect of cost. Now it's very easy, with the technology and these things, we can capture all sorts of costs. But we should have that interest, what he said, jiddi hone chahiye, passion should be there, and that with that passion, you can implement cost management. Now, and we have our members here, but as a council member, we are called to talk on the topics and all in this. But I would like to share something which you must be interested to know also. I'll take just 2 minutes of the time before lunch. I know a hungry person is an angry person, but nothing like that. We'll be in time, we are on time almost. One thing, I'd like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank all our past presidents, former presidents, and that because of them, galaxy of former past illustrious presidents are here. Because of them, I am standing here, we are standing here. Please give a big hands to our all past presidents. They have set up the foundation. It is because of them we are here. Now, our members from different chapters, regions, they have contributed a lot. Our chapters are the backbone of our profession. All the members of our chapters, thanks a lot, and give a big hands for all our regional council members, chapters, former chairmen, present chairman, and I will be failing in duty if I don't mention especially about this Bhubaneswar chapter. Wonderful work to make it successful. And last but not the least, I would like to thank all our employees are here, our students are here. See, all of you are there. Because of you, I am here. We are here. And I must mention here, it will be very pertinent to mention here, I was in the council 2015 to 19 also, its council goes on like, see, there is something will give you there would be differences of opinion. It's a political process. It's quite common. Nothing negative about that. Everything is positive there. But this time, under the presidentship of our Oshinji Dalwadi, we all 15 members started working together, and that shows the success of this conference also. And everywhere we have been working, we have been given the charges of individual department. I was very happy, Mr. Ramdas has mentioned about sustainability standards we came out. Ashish Thatte, I am also member of SSB board. So I know how much efforts have been given to bring out those things. Then Neeraj Joshi is working on this management accountant. Last only 6th May, we had a function in Delhi also, that International Management Accounting Day. So we are focusing on that. And every department, I am the chairman of membership committee. I am also the chairman of members in industry and PSUs committee. So whatever we are doing, we are taking the opinion under the leadership of the president, under the leadership of vice president, our senior council members are there, and all decisions are taken collectively. So I'm telling you, there may be grievances from the part of this. It's a big institute. We 15 members cannot change. We need your help. Chapter, students, members, all please cooperate with us and give us an opportunity to excel. And definitely we will be excelling. And with these words, before I conclude, I would like to mention the special thanks about all those contributors, our sponsors, and the CMA members also who are here. I would like to request all the members who are in organization, please talk to your management and ask for the campus placement for our this institute's passed out members, passed out CMAs also. So as a CMA, we'll excel together. All of you are my family member. Anything you require, you can always feel free to contact us. And with these words, I once again thanks a lot and thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we are going to end this technical session officially. I have an announcement before you go. Please listen to the announcement. We have sponsored gifts. The sponsor of the gift is MGM Minerals Limited. Coupons are available at the registration counter. Please pick up the coupons and drop it over there. And the rules, like I said, only if you are available inside the hall at the time of picking up of the coupons, you will get the gifts. Otherwise, not. And now I request everybody to go and have your lunch and come back by 2:15. We will have the technical session immediately. We will start at 2:15.
In a world driven by innovation, transformation, and sustainability, the role of cost and management accountants has never been more vital. The Institute of Cost Accountants of India, a pioneer in strategic financial leadership, proudly presents the 62nd National Cost and Management Accountants Convention, NCMAC 2025, at a time when businesses are redefining success beyond profits, where technology, sustainability, and strategy converge. CMAs are leading the charge, empowering businesses with insight, integrity, and innovation. Themed Corporate Excellence, CMA Vision, NCMAC 2025 is set to ignite discussions, inspire ideas, and lay the foundation for a future-ready profession. Futuristic thinking. In a special gesture, the Institute has extended a cordial invitation to Honorable Governor of Odisha, Dr. Hari Babu Kamhampati, to grace the 62nd NCMAC 2025 as the chief guest, bringing greater inspiration and honor to this momentous gathering. Over 3 transformational days, immerse yourself in thought-provoking sessions on total cost management, taxation, financial reporting, and AI in accounting. Insights from eminent leaders, policymakers, and industry experts. Path-breaking ideas to embrace technology, sustainability, and strategic innovation. Connect with fellow visionaries. Expand your horizons.
Ladies NCMAC 2025. We now step into the subject that lies at the intersection of policy, compliance, and economic vision, the changing landscape of direct and indirect taxes. Taxation is no longer just collection and compliance, it's dynamic lever for development, equity, and governance. From rationalizing GST frameworks to digitizing income tax assessments, income tax and India's tax ecosystem is undergoing a profound transformation. Direct taxes reflect a nation's philosophy of income distribution. Indirect taxes influence consumption patterns. This session is our opportunity to decode the recent reforms, anticipate the next wave, and strengthen our advisory role, not just as professionals, but also as partners in policy execution and building. Let us now welcome our expert speakers as they break down complexities and offer clarity on this ever-evolving financial landscape. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the speakers before I invite them? I would like to invite CMA Dr. Pawan Jaiswal, Senior Tax Consultant and Finance Expert. Sir, please come on to the dais. I would invite CMA Bhogavalli Mallikarjun Gupta, Associate Director, GST, RSM Astute Consulting Private Limited. So please come on to the dais. Now I take the opportunity of inviting CMA Mrutyunjay Acharya, General Manager of Finance of Numligad Refinery Limited. I request CMA Harshad Deshpande, Council Member of ICMI, to please come on to the dais. I request CMA Rajendra Singh Bhati, Council Member ICMI, to please come on to the dais. I request the Secretary of EIRC ICMAI, CMA Damodar Mishra, to please come on to the dais. I request the Secretary of Bhubaneswar Chapter, CMA Barda Prasanna Nayak, to please come on to the dais. I would take the privilege of introducing you to the esteemed speakers. Amongst us, we have CMA Dr. Pawan Jaiswal. He is a Senior Tax Consultant and Finance Expert. He has been a member of State Audit Advisory Board of CAG of Uttar Pradesh, a member of ICMAI Task Force on Income Tax Bill 2025, and chaired the Direct Taxation Cell for Amendment and Income Tax Statute. His main forte delves into decoding and solving intricacies of taxation for the common man and helping the government by promoting tools to check the revenue leakage. He has been instrumental in compliance of TDS e-governance and GST implementation. He was specially invited advisor for the National Law Commission and Mahadayi Water Dispute Tribunal. His tax expertise and opinion has been acknowledged by the Honorable Gujarat, Odisha, Delhi, and Allahabad High Courts and Honorable Apex Court in national and international arbitration matters related to taxation. He has authored textbooks on taxation and management and served the government as the designer of various tax legislations. Sir, thank you so much for accepting the invitation and coming here. May I request CMA Jagannath Panda to please welcome CMA Dr. Pawan Jaiswal. Thank you so much, CMA Jagannath Panda. Now I take the privilege of introducing CMA Bhogavalli Mallikarjun Gupta. He is also a speaker for today's session. He is an ACMA and a certified product manager from ISB, bringing over 24 years of extensive experience in indirect taxation litigation, advisory and advocacy. Has led finance and tax transformation initiatives at prominent organizations, including Oracle, Infor, Logo, Systime, and Dempo. with a strong focus on successful ERP and BI system development and implementations. Holds key positions within the ecosystem. He is a co-opted member of the Indirect Taxation Committee of ICMAI, member of the Hyderabad Zone's GST GRC, and co-chair of the GST and Customs Committee at the FTCCI. He has earned several accolades, including the Indian Achievers Award in the year 2021, and recognition as one of Your Story's 100 digital influencers in the year 2020. He has hosted top 10 podcasts focused on taxation. So thank you so much, sir, for coming. May I request CMA Abhijit Goswami, sir, EIRC member, to please welcome CMA Bhogivalli Mallikarjun Gupta. Datta, sir, sorry. CMA Abhijit Datta, sir. My bad, that is. Thank you so much, CMA Abhijit Datta, sir. Now I take the privilege of introducing to you the next speaker, CMA Mrityunjay Acharya. He is a General Manager Finance of Numligarh Refinery Limited. He holds Masters in Commerce and in Business Administration, apart from being an FCMA and FCS. He has completed post-graduation program in the tax management from IIM Bangalore, having more than 33 years of industry experience in leading establishments like BHEL, Bharat, with eminent B schools in India like IIMC, XIMB, PMI, IMT Ghaziabad, Amity B School, etc. As a guest faculty over the years, he has been also giving articles on GST, which were published by leading newspapers. As a member of the CAASB and CASB and Tax Committee of ICMAI, he played pivotal role in bringing in a number of standards, preparing representation before the Union Finance Ministry in regard to union budget framing and lots of other things. He was nominated as chairperson of the task force formed by the ICMAI in connection with the new income tax bill of 2025. He has authored a numerous number of books on direct taxes, service tax, and on GST. Sir, it's an honor to have you with us. May I request CMA Subhasis Chakravarti, sir, EIRC chairperson, to welcome CMA Mrityunjay Acharya, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you so much, sir. May I now request CMA Subhranshu Paikrai to welcome CMA Damodar Mishra, sir, Secretary of EIRC of ICMAI. Can we have the applause coming, please? Thank you. Now I request the Secretary of EIRC, CMA Damodar Mishra, sir, to please give his welcome address.
very good afternoon. On the dais, CMA Dr. Pawan Jaiswal, Senior Tax Consultant and Finance Expert. CMA BM Gupta Sir, Associate Director GST. CMA Murtuza Acharya Sir, General Manager Finance NRL, Numalagiri Refinery Limited. Our Council Member CMA Rajendra Singh Bhatti Sir, CMA Harshad Dashpan Sir, and my Bhubaneswar Chapter Secretary CMA Bardar Prasanna Naik. Of the dais, past presidents, past chairman of AIRC, Bhubaneswar Chapter, delegates from different corporate bodies, corporations, representatives from chapters, different regional councils, ladies and gentlemen. So even though it is a post-lunch session, the session is so dowry, but the speakers in this session definitely speak in such a way that there will be no boring in this session. So on behalf of 62nd National Cost and Management Accountants Convention, I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais to this technical session, that is navigating the direct and indirect tax landscape. So now, regarding direct tax, there is so many questions in your mind. So definitely our speakers will solve your problems in direct tax, regarding direct tax questions, and our expert in finance, both direct and indirect tax, Dr. Pawan Jaiswal is here. So definitely this session will be more and the takeaway, we will take the best benefits inputs in this session. Thank you all of you.
Thank you so much, Damodar Mishra sir. May I request CMA Rajendra Singh Bhatti sir, Council Member of ICMAI, to please give his keynote address on direct taxation.
Thank you, Avnish. Good afternoon. As we have started today's session with the morning, as I was mentioning in the morning also, that India's power has been, seen by the world. And then focus of India is on the hard power I already mentioned, but now focus is on the soft power, economic growth, and Vision 2047. India has already targeted, and recently we have seen India is the progressive country with the 4th largest economy. So taxation play a pivotal role, and then we have recently seen that government is planning to have a new income tax bill, which will be a minimum government and maximum governance. So with that also, our institute is a peer-to-peer working on that. As we have before that, when the first meeting was held for the stakeholder consultation, we all went. I think some of the members who are sitting on a dais, they were also part of that. We went and we discussed. And after that also, when the draft came, so we also tried, because unfortunately we couldn't got the chance in accountant definition. But the law was the same, whatever the earlier, they have framed in a new clauses. But now, after consulting with the select committee and the what response we are getting, we'll definitely have our role in that, and that the day is not far from here to that day we will have our name in that our so-called definition and so-called demand will be there. That I am very positive on that also, because as we have a conversation with our authorities. See, because after that, the response and the way of working we have done with the income tax officers and the board level, we are getting a huge response from the officers also. This is the place, Bhubaneswar, from where we have started the training of officers on an inventory valuation, which is the role was given in the last budget. So we did the training of an income tax officer here in Bhubaneswar with the help of the Bhubaneswar team. I thanks the Bhubaneswar team for arranging. After that, followed by that there was a all over India income tax officers training in Puri. From there, the officer at the Bhubaneswar region have expressed that there is a CMA institution who did our training on the inventory valuation and some accounting aspect concern. So we have got the 3 training in the lined up in the June month. One is the Chandigarh and the 2-3 in the south also with the lined up. So we are training that officers also are giving the insights of the the inventory valuations, and they are more of a keen and talking on that. One of the officer is the PCIT. He was telling in my 30 years of a life, first time thoughtful to have this kind of a session where we got the insights of the training. What are the valuations role? What are the role of a CMA professional and so on. After that, because right now after income tax bill act amendment, there is a rule amendment is going on. So wherever the things are, because this act was given to the 150 officers, those who are income tax officer, they have drafted, they have just reproduced the law in 536 clauses, because the earlier the income tax act was something like wherever the new amendment was coming, that was coming to the in the proviso and the explanation form. So that is being elaborated. So because in a technical era where the technology is reading the laws and all sort of ethics, assessment proceeding. So the reading a law in earlier law was for the human being not able to remember all sort of things. The AI is the only machine which is guided by some force. So not able to do the assessment properly. So that this thought came, and then they came with the new income tax bill with the new amendment which we have seen. So in that, the rule is being prepared by they have already constituted, the assignment is given, but we have got many from the office of like Kolkata we have got from the Jaipur, Rajasthan also. They are asking us that your institute should give us some comment on this specific rules. So we have given that also. We are peer-to-peer working on an income tax rule also, where we will have our, the valuation, wherever the valuation refers, we are giving our suggestion, we are giving an insights of that also. That we have already prepared, and our department is also working on that. We are holding an inventory valuation seminar in the all over the country also, because department has already taken employment from the practicing cost accountant. Some locations they have employment is open. They have selected some firms. Now we will have because we have recently found out that in the faceless scheme there was this inventory valuation this provision was not there. There we can select and they can refer it to. So when we had the training, then we told that, sir, the department board has not approved. So we have written to the board on that also, that will be amended. So after that we will have inventory valuations assignments for the members also. We are working peer-to-peer because we have seen the focus of a government on revenue increasing, because direct tax is India's one of the good product, because wherever you are earning more than 15%, it's we called as a good product, because the direct tax collection growth is around say 18%, 17 and something, some sort of things. This is the another one of the good product. We have seen the GST, the way of collection. We have recently seen the 2 lakh plus crore of a target, 2 lakh crore of collection in the month of last month itself only. So the progress is always on the money angle, because everybody understands the money language, and when you have a huge money, then you can think like anything, whatever you have a plan in your mind. So India is getting a huge revenue, because you have seen the 44 lakh crore of a budget size which has been changed in the last 10 years. So in this form, the India want to be a soft power in the world side, where we are following the international practices on the taxation also, for giving a new investor eyes in that, because we are, for the international investor and the world, we have shown that we are in the hard power also, we are very powerful. So in the soft power also, we have shown in the direct tax regime also, we have a lot of experts. They will share our what of the mechanism of a governance. They will share their experiences with us also. So hard power we have recently seen, because just in 3 days we have shown to the world that how much powerful we are. We are sleeping at a very peaceful sleep at a night, and then war is going on. The country which are other country, they are also facing the war, and what is the lifestyle in their country. Here nobody was just only 2 days fear, and then 3rd day we are just happily traveling here and there and all sort of. Because this country is taking, going towards the normative power, I can say, with the seeing of GST success. Adaptiveness of the, new change is something like we can say, because otherwise in the midnight of someday tax came, and all of a sudden it's gone. In a 5 year down the line, you are having a huge collection and something, which is commendable. And our institute efforts are always with the government, and we are also doing wherever we have a role to play. And our people are a very expert in the GST and domain also, and we are also doing for the learning program for our member and all. Also in GST also, we have recently launched some course for the member to have a more of GST and income tax also, more of a training session, brainstorming session. And today only we have launched one of the this morning in the guidance on a appellate authority, appeal before the appellate authority, and guidance for the student also and for member also. So we are working hard. We'll definitely achieve our target with the blessing of all of you. And we are always taking the help of a member, and members' support is like anything, because I feel that when first meeting held with in the Ministry of Finance, we went for the stakeholder consultation meeting on an income tax bill. And then the second day we have shooted a mail to all the member, and then the response we have got, then the compilation was done by our officer and all. So was very just complimented by the officers, and the Mrityunjay sir was with us, and then they have told that, sir, your presentation, and even in the select committee member, they praise like anything, that thanks to the president who lead us, and he is the one of the good resource person for in the good time, I can say. Because he is the tutor for the income tax. The way he expressed, the way he taught the people. So that was being commended by even the chairman select committee in that fashion, that your presentation was really, you need something, you are playing a very good role in the industry, and we will definitely consider it. This is from our side, and I welcome, and I request my member on the dais, they always guide me as your student, so I can take this institute as a proudful member to the new heights. Thank you very much for the patient listening.
Thank you so much. May I now request CMA Harshad Deshpande sir, council member, to give his keynote address on indirect taxation.
Thank you so much, and very warm good afternoon to all of you, respected members on the dais, and respected past presidents, council members, chapter representatives, and my dear delegates. There are two things which are certain in life. Okay, one is death, and second is a tax. So far as we are alive, so far this ecosystem works. The tax will remain. That has been there since ages, and it will continue to do so. So friends, indirect tax, in fact, I'm grateful to my colleague Rajendra Ji Bhati. He has done some great efforts for this direct tax, and since many of us, including myself, been student, that this was our demand to include our name in the direct tax, we are hopeful and also confident that perhaps the justice what we deserve will get this time. And I wish all of you that you also think we should have a positive minds, should not have any doubt. I always say to anybody ask me that yes, according to me it should happen, and we hope that this time it goes through and we get the long pending justice this time. indirect tax has been always our, forte. As a CMAs, we always, excise and customs. These were the typically traditional areas wherein we started. Many of the practitioners, they started in that domain. And we have been one of the professionals that has helped industry a lot during the most, initial days, and we have done a lot of handholding. And we continue to do so. When thereafter VAT came, many of the states we have included in the definition of accountant in VAT, and that carried forward in GST. Now GST also, we have seen that now it is being 8th year of GST. GST is a ever-changing law. It keeps on changing because the collections also of GST are enormously growing thanks to the technology that has given a lot of reach to the government. Just like income tax, the collections are happening because of the increasing of the tax base and, the monitoring of the accounts and the transactions of the business persons. Similarly, in indirect tax, it is also gaining a lot of coverage. You will see that this 2 lakhs crores, you never know, within 2-3 years time, that could go 4 lakhs, 5 lakhs crores. So that is very much possible. That is on the cards. And that also gives us the responsibility. Friends, you must be aware about the happenings in GST. Every month we are getting some news that, intelligence has caught some input tax credit scams are happening. So while we are working, let us be also vigilant and enough. Let us not be blindfolded to the data what are being submitted. Let us take a pledge as a professionals of this institute, which is formed by the Act of Parliament. So the national interest or the implementation of the law in its spirit is something also we have to look into. So let us not have just, somebody has given a data, we have filed a return. So we have to go beyond and, think beyond the numbers and understand the way the transactions are happening. You never know, perhaps you can be the next whistleblower, and perhaps that is what the role of the professionals, government want us to play, and I'm sure that you will do it. Many of the corporates, they many times not even aware of what is happening around them, and suddenly they get involved into such kind of scams or such. Indirectly it happens, unconsciously it happens. So I feel that is also we have a role that let us be vigilant. Now good news is that this GST tribunal, much awaited, is coming. That is also in GST one of the area wherein there is a lot of potential. Earlier, perhaps we all started GST with the returns and filings and all. Gradually, audits and compliances, annual returns that we have learned. Now, the next area of practice, I believe, is the GST litigation, and we are there. We are as a representative, we are already recognized by the GST law. So we have a great opportunity there. Let us gear up ourselves. Let us understand and take the advantage of the situation. Take the advantage of the early mover advantage. What happens is that many times we tend to be a bit lazy. आते हैं तब देखेंगे, है ना? So by the time somebody has already entered, and it's very difficult to replace somebody. If there is a new generation of opportunity, it is always easy to convince somebody and get into. But to take somebody out and get in, it's a bit difficult job. So perhaps that is what I expect that in days to come, we all should be discussing and deliberating. In fact, as Rajendra said, that we have this one handbook we have released. So we want all of us, those who are in industry also, they also have a lot of work about this indirect taxations, predominantly GST. So let us take that, a step forward. Let us take that initiative, let us take a proactive initiative, I will put it this way, and take a step forward and keep the data ready. Many times, we are doing work for some of the clients, so have a look at their litigation, have a look at their notices, pending notices and what all. These are the possible cases, the appeals and these things. So these perhaps are the possible cases wherein you can see the opportunity going to tribunals. So we want our members to be recognized as eminent, just like we had that name in excise. So we want that to be reclaimed in GST litigation as CMA as one of the preferred professionals. So let us gear up for that. this indirect tax, in fact, you also have you have to keep a track of what is the movement that government is doing, the way the government is looking at next to the many times we address or we attend the sessions on to Vision 2047. So let us find our role where we stand there, and for that role today we have to start so that there will be that opportunity. We are ready to take it up when it comes to us. Let's be proactive, let us be vigilant, and I'm sure that this success will be ours. Thank you very much, and I look forward for your interaction.
Thank you so much, Deshpande sir. May I now request our speaker on direct taxation, CMA Mrutyunjay Acharya sir, to please address the House.
I think we'll get ready. Yes, sir. Yes. Respected President and Honorable Vice President of our institute, past presidents present over here, respected Central Council members, Regional Council members, a number of Chief Financial Officers and Director of Finances whom I know who are present over here, my fellow colleagues on the dais, respected CCMs on the dais, and all dignitaries present over here. Very good afternoon to all of you. My great pleasure over the period, over the years, to be part of the team Bhubaneswar in ICMAI. And what over the years I gathered that the thirst of knowledge, the process thinking which Bhubaneswar shows over the years, across the years, right, it's like absolutely exemplary. So with this ground remark, because it comes from the core of my heart, that's what I tempted to speak out the same thing over here. Now I go into the topic, the area which I'm going to cover in next couple of minutes, maybe 15 to 20 minutes max time, as the time permits, so and so. And we are going to sail the proper navigation into the direct tax transitions, right, in line with the across the world what's actually taken place, right? I take up not in details, but yes, in emphasize what Mr. Vatisov has said, that how we have put forward our visions, our versions, our speech, our motto before the concerned authorities time and again, and how and to what extent it is actually being reflected in the Direct Tax or Income Tax Act. And what more we are expecting and how we are progressing. I will just focus on that into this navigational issue to the direct taxes in the direct tax frontier. Lot of matters to cover. This entire presentations will definitely be circulated. Lot of matters to cover. What actually happening across the globe or across the world, and to what extent that wave actually comes in our country. We speak about, we can think about something like a uniform tax platform like a GST, which was thought about long back, 2007 onwards. Now it is the materiality, reality. We spoke about the global accounting standards, IFRS, US GAAP, etc., etc. Now the international standard accounting are there in our country. Everybody is following. The financial assets and liabilities valued under India's 109, which is global best practice, is now in our practice. In the same way, the issue of the cross-border taxation, the BEPS, the base erosion, profit shifting. I'm eroding the profit, I'm changing the base and parking the profit in some of the country. tax 7 country, where the corporate as a whole, the tax liability becomes minimum, can, or if the entire world is moving to catch hold of that thing in the name of, say, pillar 1 or pillar 2, to what extent we are ready and to what extent we are moving, right? This is what is the agenda in short. And finally, where we stand, where our institute stands, how we are pressing this matter before the respective authorities, correct? Since the matter is quite long, I will only take a navigation on the surface, and if a question comes later on, definitely we'll be able to ready for the reply thereof. It actually happens. I put the next slide first. That paper cutting, lot of you might be still recall. A paper cutting came couple of years back. Lot of eminent people's picture came out over there, and a country's name came out called as Panama Papers. Possibly over the period of time, the remembrances has been faded, right? We forgotten, but fact remains that there are countries where the tax is the main point of attractions, and that makes people go for a tax treaty shopping. The multinational players across the world, the global shipping companies, global airlines, the software companies, the consulting companies, they trace out and find it out the places where the minimum of the taxes are applicable. And few of them are in the next slide. So this becomes something like a global agenda, right? These are the few of the countries' picture. The names, very well known, British Virgin Islands, etc. So the objective from the direct tax and to globalization, or to take the best practices, is to only find it out that how the other countries are going about it, how the OECD is moving about, how the new rules are coming out. I will just take out few of the new rules that has already been published and been practiced, and some of the flair has already come in our country. Before moving into that, one interesting point, we speak about that tax 7. I am very sure in this entire audience, all of you or majority of you are quite aware about what is tax 7 countries. But only to take a reference, if we take India, Mauritius, India, British Virgin, or so many other tax 7 countries, majority of the income between the two entities in two countries are actually getting taxed, right? In that other country. What is that? In that other country means if it is India and if there is a Mauritius, and the entities are located in India making a contract with the other party in the other country means the other country as per double tax avoidance agreement, it will be taxed in that other country. So very interesting part, what is the applicable tax rate in that other country shall become the tax rate on that particular income. Okay, gives a thrust, gives a motivation, right, to basically channelizing the entire business and to put the profit or book the profit over there, and thereby depriving the country like India or some other countries where the contracting state is located, but the destination becomes the tax owner. Okay, that precisely gives, this precisely DTAA gives the basic thought of BEPS, base erosion, profit shifting rules, and the new rules has already been introduced. India is also following. I'm coming slowly, but within the time frame. Okay, so all these places, all these areas, particularly fees for technical know-how fees, royalty, we do not know. The moment we take a KFC, we buy a KFC product, or drink a Pepsi, or some sort of a MNC product, okay, or use some cosmetic made out of by L'Oreal or some other multinational brands, how much are actually transferred out and booked in as a profit in some other country, not in India, correct? Where the globe is moving, Before I just push, because there are some changes, this has been introduced this year in the budget, union budget. I should not say that we are the only contributor, but yes, towards the end of the presentation, I will put forward what the suggestions, what is Mr. Anand, the Honorable President, and I am fortunate that I am a team member of the same, right? We put forward before the Union Ministry, the MOF, and something has come, right? What has come and how that is comparable with the global standards, Singapore, France, and other countries, I will just take maybe 1 or 2 slides thereof. Transfer pricing, everybody knows. I need not to take any time for that. Today, it is like a very common thing. We have one of our respected speakers sitting over here, Dr. Paritosh Basu, whom I know at least 20 years back, he given a thesis paper on transfer pricing. And today, we are speaking all about transfer pricing. So definitely all of you will listen from Dr. Basu maybe today evening. नहीं ठीक है okay और time लगेगा okay now what is important over here. I'm not touching transfer pricing, but what is important over here, respected members, a number of Supreme Court judgments has come in our country, number of High Court judgments also has come, wherein, right, the Honorable Supreme Court has said very clearly, I just read out, there are more than 10 or 15 judgments of Honorable Supreme Court. Number one is SAP Labs Limited versus Union of India. I'm not going once again into the court matter, but the court, Honorable Apex Court decided that if you speak about a transfer pricing, right, where profit splitting or some methods are being applied, then you please speak out very clearly what is the cost. Something what is written in the books, what is written in the act, just do not replicate. Please come out and find it out what is the actual cost they are in. Institute and the apex level given the same presentation to the Honorable MOF, Minister of Finance, that sir, if that is the Honorable Supreme Court judgment, every sphere, every line of our cost accounting standards exactly speaks what Honorable Supreme Court speaks. Why not that should be included? And this is what how the progress made. I'm not speaking about the methods. I'm only speaking about the last line, that to understand every method, right? Every method based is on the principle of cost determination as upheld by Honorable Supreme Court in number of judgment, including the Laurel Cosmetics India Private Limited. Very, very well-known judgment and very, very informative judgment. Okay. Something more. Some other rules has come. I think Dr. Pawan will take care of that portion in international taxation, so I'm not touching that. What is important now is that what are the global best practices? If DTA is there, that is both sides. If transfer pricing is there, that is also on the either side. Documentations, everything is there. But what is the global best practice? And where we stand in India on the direct tax frontier. Okay. So globally, OECD came out with adoption of international tax transparency standards. We heard about cost accounting standard, we heard about Ind-AS accounting standard, we heard about tax accounting standard in our country. It is the global adoption of the global international tax transparency standards. Okay. Other things are already being mentioned. And then how this matter goes out. People says across the world, the OECD speaks out that whatever happens, if there is a tax, that has to be there. But you cannot take the advantage or benefit of the base erosion. You cannot erode the base. You do a business in India, you earn capital gains, you earn business income, you earn royalty, you earn technical know-how fees, you transfer it, tax it in some other horizon or reason. So this base erosion cannot be just permitted. There should be certain restrictions, and that global rules has already been introduced. Okay. 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 Just 1 second. Screen. Okay. Just 1 second, I take a break. I'm not able to see. Done. Done. Okay. Okay, that suffice. That suffice. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Several initiative has been taken across the world. And it is interestingly, next 4 or 5 slides will come into Indian position. We'll find it out the same things are taking place. Number one, the standardized international tax transparency framework has been built. And 2, the model legislation on guidance of the best practices that has been already developed. Very good. What is the purpose of that? What is the purpose of that? It's like automatic exchange flow of information and the banking details that needs to be transmitted. A new rule has come, new word has come, new buzzword has come called GLOBE, G-L-O-B-E. GLOBE stands for Global Anti-Base Erosion Model. This has been introduced in 2025 only. Okay, I repeat, if we heard about BEPS, if we heard about OECD, if you heard about the globalization of the tax uniformity, in which India is a part of the G20, right? Everything is taking place. What is taking place in the best practices in the tax management across the world? This rule has been introduced only a couple of months back. It's called as Global Anti-Base Erosion Rule, in short, GLOBE, G-L-O-B-E, GLOBE Rules, 2025. And it basically anticipates that whatever you do, whatever planning you do, wherever you go, wherever you shift, whatever treaty shopping you do, right, ultimately you have to come out with a minimum corporate alternative tax across the world at 15%, and that GLOBE want to ensure going to be introduced across the universe, including India. Okay, certain challenges that to what extent we are ready, in our country we are ready for that same. Some of the informative information that will come up, it says, GLOBE says that it is a system of the top-up taxes in India as a income inclusion rules and under-tax profit rules. These are different rules. Possibly the moment we speak about the new tax rules, the new tax legislations, right, the more and more inclination is towards the global convergence of the uniform taxation. Okay, I'm just skipping some of these things, coming to the Indian position, where we stand. After that, I will come into our institute position, and then finally, where we are moving towards. In India, few of the global standards or global best practices already been adopted. Okay, in any of the TP assessments, right? Honorable CCM sir is speaking about that the tribunal in GST and others. At the same time, what I like to repeat, that for the professionals, any of these, see, the more and more multinationals are converging into India, more and more multinational companies are over here doing the businesses, more and more exposure to the cross-world situations. Transfer pricing assessment becomes one of the predominant in most of the income tax offices, right? More of the faceless, while taking place to the normal taxation area, more focus is getting shifted to the TP assessments, and these are the three, what OECD speaks about: creation of the master file, the local documentation, and then country by country reporting, and then making a comparables thereof. This entire documentation, the filing process, what is being emphasized across the universe, now this has all come into our country. That's India, and Indian government, the finance ministry already enacted the same thing in the statute. I'm speaking from the frontier of the tax practices also, the absolutely greenfield for our profession, because I find out only very few people are on the professionals are in this particular field where absolutely greenfield is awaiting for all of us. Coming to the latest development in which we, at least this row we are sitting, we are a party, we are privileged to be a part of it. In TP, in transfer pricing, this time in 2025 Income Tax Act, 2 amendment has come. Number one, which is there on the screen. Number one, a new assessment scheme has been notified. The details are there, I am not going into it, but second one, a concept of block assessment or assessment in a 4-year block that has been introduced. In other words, if you are assessed for a block period of 4 years, you are not required to again call for further information in the TP assessments. Good. What's the global standards phrase? For the global other good countries, I have taken only 2 or 3 countries example. In Singapore, because this is the call of the universe, everywhere, every country is having the same issue. In Singapore, the law says, if the TP documentation, that 3 that we have already discussed, if this has been already accepted by the transfer pricing authority or the income tax authority in that country, that will not be reopened for next 3 years. I repeat, once it is done, the same methodology should continue to be adopted for the next 3 years. Okay. In India, first time we have adopted a concept of 4-year block. Singapore, it is 3 year. In France, it is also 3 year, that their country. In UK, again, it is telling the same thing, that if you are, your entire methodologies, documentations are adopted, unless you change, we are not going to further assess it. Okay. Good practices, definitely these are the best practices. There are other countries' practices also. I have not gone into the all because of paucity. But this shows that India, we are migrating from an age-old traditional budgetary practice, tax certain chapter 6A benefits and other. Slowly, these are all moving into the cross-border or international standards. We are adopting the cross-border international standards. Safe harbor rule, we have already introduced. TP assessment procedures, absolutely a global standard or global best practices, this has been adopted. Okay. Few questions that has been arising, time again, whether this 2-year, 3-year, what is there in across the world, whether the same thing, what India has adopted a block of 4, whether that is sufficiently good or it requires further amendment, right? We made again presentations, and in all these cases, right, in all these cases, only what I like to say before this August gathering, that honorable members or honorable president of our institute really has taken an initiative to basically push forward the thought process of the members collectively, that how the new direct tax should look like, right? It should not just look like a replication of the erstwhile law. It should look like a best practice of the universe brought in our country. And that's what the suggestions, what Bhattisa has said a couple of minutes back, that the suggestions has been provided paragraph by paragraph, telling or stating where we can contribute to the national building process. Okay. I think these are the point we highlighted. That's all on the screen. Look forward a better understanding by the select committee members, by the honorable members, ministers, everybody. And let us hope that these applications of mind actually get accepted by the Union Ministry and we get our real status. Okay. I only say that we all has to collectively move forward, not only by 1 or 2 driving forces, but the entire fraternity has to be driving force, right? The unlearning to the relearning, unlearning to the relearning, recasting the integrated process of the global best practices, domestic and cross-border tax into one platter and platform, right? These are the challenges, these are the processes of the transitions in direct taxes. And I heartfully request to all of you that this practice, this initiative that has been taken by the Institute whether by committees or by the president or the institute as a whole, need the entire support of the entire fraternity to make it all successful. Right? I come to the conclusion of my discussion, of my version. Any question from your side, I'm ready to reply. Till then, thank you everybody. Thank everybody in Bhubaneswar.
Good afternoon, all of you. And I know it's really a tough time to keep you all engaged, especially post-lunch. But let me assure you that you'll not sleep. Before we get into the topic, before we get into the topic, I would like to ask you one simple question. How many sides does a coin have? Very simple question, right? 3. Perfect, right? So from a GST perspective, what are those 3 areas? So we all talked about compliances. We talked about litigation, and what is the other area which is missing for us? So the 3 sides of the coin, if you see, right, the one which is there between the 2 sides, that is only the compliance area. So are we content with that small amount of money what we have in our bank account? Or you want to have a wider exposure? So one is litigation, that is if you're a practitioner, and if you are a professional on the board as a CFO or a key CXO category or as an independent director in any company, that has more responsibility to do with the indirect taxes basically. My whole organization's tax strategy will determine my profitability, my brand, my market valuation, and it will also help me to get into the IPO. Now, when we have such a wide spectrum, the 3rd side is missing actually. The 2nd side, litigation also. Now, when I do compliances, the major challenge is I need to follow up with the clients to get the data. I need to see the data. I need to burn out midnight oil. Many a times my 11th, 20th, all these due dates happen during weekends or festival days. And what is there I'm getting end of the day? Peanuts. Are we here to earn peanuts? After struggling and qualifying the examinations of CMA? No, right? So we should migrate, as Mrityunjay ji has rightly said, transition. I know change is constant, at the same time it is tough, but we need to transform ourselves. Until unless we don't transform, the theme of this NCMAC is not at all possible, that is corporate excellence. Now coming to this here, since the time given is very less, I would like to talk about only very important topics. Now, this is one area which everyone should be able to do these things. As a students in the industry or in practice, we always talk about make or buy decisions based on my marginal cost, contributions and all those things. That is till 1st July 2017. But after 1st July 2017, we have GST in place. And if you see the Indian economy, which started as an agrarian economy when we got independence, then we transformed to a manufacturing industrial, and now we are into the services. Now when it comes to the services, there is lot of scope when we do the cost audits. Value addition can be shown there.
from a GST perspective also, do I really need to invest on that asset? Or when I should make an investment in that asset? This will have an impact on my working capital, on my profitability, which will have an impact on my market capitalization when I go for listings. Now let us take an example in the infrastructure industry, which is purely drawn by the public sector or the government tenders, and realizations take lot of time. Should I go and invest in heavy earth moving equipment? Yes, I do get my input tax credit compared to the previous era. But what is the cost of input tax credit vis-a-vis the other things I need to do? Who can do that job other than we? We can do that cost benefit analysis. So one quick question I would like to ask you all. How many of you have done strategic thinking doing cost benefit analysis when it comes to the indirect taxation? We know all these topics. What is required is connecting between the dots and reading between the lines. Another industry, we talked about service sector industry. Now, when I am an exporter of services, the provisions clearly laid down that my refund can be obtained only when it is based on input services. Because my definitions of input services and capital goods is very clear in the GST law. Now, if I need to export software services, I need to purchase servers. I need to purchase laptops or desktops for my employees. Now, can I take refund of that while filing my refund application? The provisions are very clear. And when the provisions are very clear, first as a professional, the question asked by the client, when input services are allowed, why not for inputs? Now my inputs or capital goods will have a long lasting impact. Whereas I am claiming it only for a particular period. So that brings the gap between for us. Now, if I don't take input tax credit, or if I take input tax credit, what is my impact for me? Now, when I take input tax credit, I am not eligible to get a refund of that. It will lie in my balance sheet as a current asset. But what will I do? Until unless I have another line of business with the same registration number, I can cross-utilize that. In absence of that, we advise clients go and capitalize it, add it to the asset cost. When I add it to the asset cost, I will not have any impact on my profitability. Depreciation, it is a non-cash expenditure for me. Now, this problem is arising because I am trying to own those laptops or desktops or servers. But if I lease it out, that will become an input service for me. The moment it becomes an input service for me, nothing stops me from claiming refund. That is option A. Now, if I want to go for a listing, normally investors and the analysts will see what is my asset base. When my asset base is right weight, it has another set of challenges from the capital markets perspective and valuations perspective. Now, what I should do in such cases? So what we suggest at this point of time is you need to do a detailed analysis, export your services with the payment of taxes. When you export your services with the payment of taxes, you can avail input tax credit on your capital goods and inputs and discharge it in GSTR 3B and then file your refund application, which it will be processed. So your cash churning will happen there for you. Your working capital costs will reduce. That will have an impact on your profitability again there. So these are certain key areas what we need to take care. Another important area which I would like to tell here is, now all of you know that input service distributor ISD has become mandatory. Now based on my input services which I am using it in a common place has to be a portion based on my turnover to across my locations where I have my GST registrations. This is what we all know. But there are certain industries where I take services, input services, like my SAP licensing fee, or the firewalls which are installed for my servers, or I take any of my softwares as a SaaS platform. Now, those licenses are used by employees across the globe. Now the question arises, should I distribute it based on the turnover to my officers outside India or not? So if I am having licenses from SAP India, should I ask them to give me 2 sets of invoices? One for the Indian entity, another from one of their entities outside India to my country where I am using that. So in that way, I am in line with my provisions. If I don't transfer for the employees who are sitting outside the country or based on the turnover, then my compliances will become an issue for me. So this is one area which we need to be very, very careful. Now when we are touching about the ISD, now any industry today, we cannot survive without branding and marketing, which will always have a cost. And that is always built as a part of my cost, and based on which I determine my price matrix for each product. Now, when I have this branding costs or marketing costs, should I incur it state-wise or should I incur it at my centralized GST registration number? If I do it state-wise, it's very tough for me. One is how much I should invest in each region. Based on the season, my matrix will differ. If I'm doing an advertisement multi-state, like a prime time ads in televisions, or if I get my branding done on trains, it runs through multiple states. Based on the distance traveled, I need to take my ITs and all those things will come into picture. So I need to do a cost benefit analysis there, and I need to see where I need to obtain my registration. Or should I go for a centralized registration from where all my marketing and branding expenditure is met? That will help me to apportion based on my turnover. Or else it will create problems like accumulation of ITs in one particular state. In another state, you need to fork out in cash to pay, discharge your tax liabilities. Again, that will have an impact on your working capital. So any strategy or any decision which I take, I need to visit from taxation perspective also. And we all know that today many of us have received notices between the differences in 2A and 3B, 2B and 3B, 3B and 9. All these are arithmetical notices and differences. When it comes there, should I really stick to that? Or can I have a strategy in the organization where these differences does not arise for me? Yes, we need to have a strategy which needs to be revisited every now and then. What should be my strategy? I should go at the time of my vendor onboarding. I should see the tax compliances history of all tax compliant. What will happen to me? Since he does not file his return on time, my ITC is blocked. 18% impact on my working capital. Now in this case, what should be my strategy? He is the best guy or he is the only guy in the market? It becomes our responsibility to handhold such persons or taxpayers, because these are predominantly from the MSME sector. Now your payment terms plays a key role for the MSME sector or with your vendors. We can have a strategy. The moment I get my invoice, it is approved, it reaches finance, release the tax component, ensure that the tax is discharged by him, and before releasing the differential amount, verify his 3B filing and verify it has been there also in his 2B or not. Today you have a validation between your 1 and 3B and the ITC being claimed between 2B and 3B. In the past years, we never had these validations. So people merely filed the GSTR1. Since payment is not made, it has been disallowed for us. So all this litigation process we are going through there. So this is the strategy we should bring in. Then only it can lead to corporate excellence. Now we also talked about asset-light strategy. If it is asset-light strategy, it sounds good for me. But when I want to aspire and go towards the listings, that becomes a challenge for me. I need to do a detailed cost-benefit analysis whether I should be owning the assets or doing these things. Another important thing here is and one of which point I want to touch base here is on your due diligence framework. We talked about vendor onboarding. Should I stop at my vendor onboarding time only or should I do at regular intervals? That is also very important for us. So today GST is using technology a lot. You have APIs, you have third-party service providers. You can use their APIs, validate the GST registration status at the time of placing the order, at the time of receiving the goods, or the time of releasing the payments. This will help you to do a lot. Now, this you are seeing it only from the recipient point of view. Now, what about my banking and NBFC sector basically? Do they have any impact of GST on them? The answer is yes. Now, nobody gives us loans free of cost, right? The asset has to be mortgaged with them. Now, the asset which is being mortgaged, is it done in a distress or not? Because we have provisions under GST Act, especially when you go through your section 81, which clearly says that if any asset has been transferred or a lien is created, in certain cases, department has the first right in such cases actually. It can revoke that. As a lender, I take the mortgage and the department comes to know that the borrower has defaulted the tax liabilities and department can take over that lien. That means you are giving a loan without any proper security for that. And if it defaults, your NPAs increase. When NPAs increase, it has an impact on your profitability. It has an impact on your market capitalization. So these are the areas which we need to take care. And now, how many of us have really seen GST can be used in marketing also? I came across two cases, which two of my clients basically. In the initial days, we had this anti-profiteering provisions. So which clearly lays down that if you have additional input tax credit benefit vis-a-vis with your existing tax structure or reduction in tax rate, that has to be passed down to the taxpayer. Everybody is aware of it. Now, did companies really take advantage of that or not? In one of the cases, a confectionery company, what they have done is, they have done the cost benefit analysis because of the change in the rate structure and ITC, and smartly what they have done is, on their packaging, they introduced a red sticker with percentage of reduction in the price. Automatically it became a hit in the supermarkets. The reason is the competitors have not reduced the price, whereas this guy has reduced the price. Human tendency, right? Price has reduced. That's where the brand loyalty shifts. once the loyalty, brand loyalty shifts, it becomes very tough to bring back that customer. Again, I need to invest tons of money to buy that loyalty from the customer. So that is one classic example which I tell. Another case, medical devices. So medical devices, by default, many taxpayers treat it as electrical equipment. So this here I'm coming from a classification perspective, from a GST perspective, but the profitability and market share impact is here basically for us. Now when everybody in the market were charging for certain set of devices at 18%. This guy comes back to me and says that, is there any possibility that I can reduce the classification? Based on the classification only, my tax rate has to be reduced. So we gave a legal opinion. We said that medical devices are governed by certain government norms, and once you have a certification, it will be treated as a medical device. The moment it is turned out to be a medical device, the tax rate has come down from 18% to 12%. That's where my price is becoming competitive in the market. I'm not doing anything. I've not spent extra penny on my branding or marketing. I'm only leveraging the provisions and interpretations of the GST here. And the received notices from the enforcement agencies, because everybody is doing at 18%, how can you do at 12%? We fought the case with the enforcement agencies, and the client is also very happy. So, as a CMA, whether you're in practice or you're holding any CX category position or whatever is the position, you need to optimize the tax benefits to achieve ultimate corporate excellence that will help us to grow in the long run. I know I have to skip out certain points because of the paucity of time. The presentation is with the organizers and they'll share it with you all. I'm happy to take the questions after the other speaker session is done. Thanks a lot for your patience hearing.
Thank you so much, Gupta sir, for your beautiful speech. May I now request the last resource person of this technical session, CMA Dr. Pawan Jaiswal sir, Senior Tax Consultant and Finance Expert, to please address the House.
From the city of Ganga, Yamuna and Saraswati, I am conveying my best wishes to all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, who are present in the pious and holy city of Lord Jagannath, Balbhadra and Ma Subhadra. I think so many things are being covered in the presentation. So I am leaving this presentation for all of you. And I request the organizers to mail this presentation to everyone. Now let us have one-to-one interaction regarding this international taxation and taxation, what is going on. And everybody is very much anxious about whether we are going to have the power of audit or not in time to come. Let us have. See, once it comes that a CMA or cost and management accountant is giving his opinion to any company, corporate, government or judiciary regarding the intricacies of taxation, it works. Try to have eye on opinion giving capacity, to hold opinion giving capacity regarding indirect and direct tax. In GST, we are having a good space for us, as our previous speakers, keynote speakers and speakers have already emphasized that let us practice with the tribunal. We are not supposed to work battle in High Court or Supreme Court, but up to tribunal we can show our competencies by preparing a nice petition, perfect petition, including so many cited case laws, the interpretation of the act, rules and other things, and presenting before the honorable bench of the tribunal of the income tax and GST both. Friends, the word international taxation, now you see a cost and management accountant is maybe working as a tax consultant, but I never seen a board of a cost and management accountant like international taxation consultant. It's a huge and vast area where you can work. As such, there is no difference between direct domestic taxation and indirect international taxation. The laws are the same, but something is different, some provisions are different for taxing those who are earning income, sitting abroad, earning income from India, or sitting in India but earning from abroad. It's an international taxation. From a very initial stage when we started in the intermediate or BCom, we have started with section 6, residential status, resident and non-resident. And it is the right time to decide the resident and non-resident. Who is NRI, who is not NRI. In case of individual, number of days to be calculated in a block of 5 years or say previous year. And for companies, for domestic companies registered in India, they are always residents. And for those not domestic companies, if control and management fully situated in India, they are known as non-resident. So beginning from residential status, if you have calculated the residential status of an individual or other than individual, then you proceed for PAN. PAN means permanent account number. If the person is already having PAN, if person is Indian citizen but NRI, if having already having PAN, but if person is citizen of abroad but NRI in India, and first time or any time he is entering into the financial transactions within the 14 nautical miles of the India or within the territory of India, he need to obtain PAN, and that PAN is known as international PAN. NSDL is right now since last 20 years after advent of e-taxation entitled to issue this PAN cards with the help of the income tax department. This international PAN card cost around 1,000 rupees. Here some different documents are required. Rather Aadhaar, it requires your PAN, POI, etc., etc. So you need to obtain PAN, and after obtaining PAN, now you have started doing transaction with India. So if you have, or you have started doing transaction with abroad, you are citizen in India, resident in India, or non-resident in India, you are citizen of outside India, you are non-resident India or resident in India. So many combinations can be there. Now for income, business income may be there, for capital gains may be there, royalty sort of the things, technology transfers sort of things are there, but all the 5 heads are there: salary, house property, any foreign citizen or a person who is living abroad, Indian citizen but NRI in India, having a property in India, through letting out it, he is having income. From selling out it, he is having capital gain, bonus, dividends, etc., etc. The assessment procedure is altogether same. Assessment procedure is altogether same. If he is agreed by the assessment made by the income tax department, he has to file his first appeal before the CIT appeal. Form is the same. If he is again agreed by the income tax authorities, then he have to file second appeal before the appellate tribunal. Procedure is the same. The tedious provisions are also the same. Rather you say tedious provisions are harsh. If any entity outside India is doing some business in India, is earning profits, any payment made from India should be subject to tedious. Tedious should be made. If any Indian citizen, any Indian or any resident is selling out his property worth more than 50 lakhs rupees circulate, subject to 1% TDS. Whereas one NRI is selling or disposing out his property in India, then the rate of TDS is 20% plus surcharge. The form which is used by the resident Indian is Form 26QB, whereas the form to be used by the NRI, it's Form 26Q. He has to obtain, the buyer should obtain TAN, and then buyer should deduct tax on the payment made to the vendor. Assessment procedure is the same. TDS provision is something different. And for those who are indulging in international transactions, for them income escaping provision is something stiff. Like if you have any property across globe, but you are say resident or non-resident in India, or you have not disclosed your property or income, fact of that property or income into your returns, then reassessment can be made within a block of 16 years. So in case of international taxation, we should think about having our own consultancy. Act is the same. Sections are the same, but we have to filter the sections or rules made for the international. You see, there are so many persons, Indian citizen, now they left their citizenship, they took the citizenship abroad, they want to dispose of their property in India. They want to get rent from the property in India, but they say how I can done this process, how I can transfer my property. There are so many processes like entering the name of the owner or the successor into Khasra, Khatoni, registration by the sub-registrar, taxation, other things. So we can have this, you can say, we can have a good chance to show our caliber or skill to practice the international taxation. There is indeed a double tax. Mrityunjay sir already discussed DTAA. The Vienna Agreement 1969, it was initiated. Right now, India is subject to DTA. India is also honoring so many countries for delaying. So DTA is nothing, means at the same time, the person who is paying tax at somewhere else should not be taxed again. This is the theory behind the so many nations. And this DTA can be entertained through by using this credit method or deduction method or exemption method as suitable to the SSC or for a particular country. So, as far as, because this is the, I think this session, time in this session is already exhausted. So, I have to make this particular session in a concluding manner. I can say there is a lot of opportunity lies in taxation, both in income tax and GST. As far as audit is concerned, it is the one of the pillar for attracting ourselves into the Income Tax Act or GST Act. But we are into it. In time to come, since our CCM, our chairman, our previous chairman, our previous presidents, our current team is hell-bent to get the name of ourselves to introduced to be parallelly read with the definition of the term accountant. So I should not say I hope, that I say that in time to come, because our very understanding and very lucrative as well as adjustable leader or leadership is there, and under the flagship of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, definitely will see in a very short period of time that accountant includes not only the existing definition but additionally cost and management accountant too. We have to show, as one of our previous speakers said here, transparency, presence, beauty. Now we have to make ourselves different from others. The way you render the services to the clients, to the corporates, to the government, the way you suggest them to keep the housekeeping, and the way your suggestions or opinions are best suitable to them will be the guiding factor for time to come to establish ourselves as a successful cost and management accountant in the dynamic era of income tax and GST. Jai Hind.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we end this session, we have a new set of launches of various books which have been published by the Institute on various topics. May I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please launch the books on practical guides to direct and indirect taxation. The name of the books that we are going to launch is E-Filing of TDS and TCS Returns. Second one, a practical guide on advanced tax, MAT and AMT under the Income Tax Act. The third book would be Price Determination Methods under Indian Transfer Pricing Regulations. The next one is Practical Guide on the Compliance of Income Computation and Disclosure Standards under the Income Tax Act. The next book after this will be How to Avail Input Tax Credit. I request all the gentlemen on the dais to please launch the publications of the Institute. And last but not the least, the book would be Practical Guide on Appeals Before Appellate Authority under the Income Tax Act. I request everybody to be seated. Please do not leave us. We shall have a wonderful session after this where we'll be having great leaders of the nation who are CMAs. They will be addressing you all. Please come and please be seated inside the auditorium. Yes, that one. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Now I request CMA Barda Naik to please give his formal vote of thanks.
Namaskar, Jai Jagannath. With folded hands and a heartful of gratitude, I offer my sincere thanks to the committee for guiding today's enlightening session on navigating the direct and indirect tax landscape. I express my deepest gratitude to our esteemed speakers and dignitaries for illuminating today's session with the light of wisdom on taxation. Your insights are not just professional learnings, but scared offering to the cause of national growth. Thank you, sir. I also thank all dignitaries for the release of our special publication and our dear audience for their spiritual presence and participation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, everybody on the dais. And I request everyone not to leave the auditorium. We shall have a great session after this. We shall have 15 leaders who will be speaking to you. Please do not leave the auditorium, please. Pardon, sir? That one I do not know. I think, are the books available for sale? Available for sale? Sale hai? Yes, sir, those books are available for sale on the counter. You can please take it after the closure of the leaders meet. I request the audience not to leave, please. Please stay with us. मैम वो अपना इसमें नहीं है.
ଏବେ ଲିଡର୍ସ ମିଟ୍ରେ ସେଇଟା ଲାଷ୍ଟ ତ ପିପିଟି ବି ଅଛି ବୋଲେ ତାଙ୍କର କହିଦେବ ହେଲା କହିଦେବ ସାର୍ ପିପିଟି କରିବେନି ପିପିଟି କରନି ଏଥର କ'ଣ ଅଛି ଅନ୍ ଅଛି
ପଢ଼ାବୁ ଟିକେ ଆସନ୍ତୁ ଟିକେ
ମାଇକ୍ ଅନ୍ ଅଛି ସାର୍
ଟିକେ ଆସିବେ ଆଗ राजेंद्र राजेंद्र ज्योति थी बुटिया
hello,
hello, hello.
hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello.
I request everybody to please be seated. The last session of the second day NCMAC. We are going to have the leaders meet in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. I request everyone. Chairman of the Bhubaneswar chapter is also requested to be seated. I request all from this side as well to please be seated. Everybody, please be seated at your respective seats. Sir, no, I'll call. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last session of this evening, a very beautiful session where we'll be having around 15 leaders of the institute who shall speak to you, their stories. I request everybody to please be seated, and whosoever is outside the hall are also requested to come inside. A very good evening to all the visionaries, industry champions, and the trailblazing professionals gathered here. It's an absolute honor to welcome you to the Leaders Meet, a very special segment of the 62nd National Cost and Management Accountants Convention, where the spotlight is not on ideas alone, but on those who have turned those ideas into impact. This is not just a gathering, this is a celebration of excellence. A salute to CMAs who have not only climbed the corporate ladder, but reshaped the structure itself. Those who lead not by position, but by purpose. Each one of you here today represents the pinnacle of corporate leadership. CFOs, CEOs, directors, strategists, innovators. You all are professionals who have led transformations, navigated disruption, and driven sustainable growth in boardrooms across India and beyond. This evening is about reflection, recognition, and reconnection. It is about sharing lessons from the front lines of leadership and inspiring the next generation of cost accountants to think bigger, act bolder, and lead with integrity. As we hear your stories, your journeys, and your perspectives, may we all be reminded that leadership is not a title, it's a torch, and tonight it's burning brighter than ever. With this, I invite you all to the powerful purpose-driven dialogue. Welcome to the Leaders Meet, where excellence meets legacies. Can we have a huge round of applause for the last session of this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now I would like to request on the stage CMA Sudha Krishna Maiti, CFO of Odisha Television Limited, to please come onto the dais. I request Sudha Krishna Maiti, CMA, to please come onto the dais. I request CMA Chitrala Goswami, Chief General Manager, Head Corporate Financial Services, ONGC Limited, to please come onto the dais. Jyoti, stand here. I request CMA Arup Mukherjee, Executive Director Finance of Steel Authority of India Limited. CMA Dr. Paritosh Basu, Senior Director Services of Strategy Consulting Private Limited. CMA Asim Kumar Mukhopadhyay, Managing Director and CEO of Tata Motors Smart City Mobility Solutions Limited. CMA Bikram Keshari Das, Director Finance of Uranium Corporation of India Limited. CMA Baidyanath Maharana, Director Finance of NIPCO Limited. People from the back, I expect claps from you as well. CMA Ramesh Kumar Das, Director Finance of Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers Limited. CMA Dr. Prasanna Kumar Acharya, Director Finance of NLC India Limited. CMA Anjani Kumar Tiwari, Member, Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board. I request CMA GS Sahu, Advisor Cost of DGTR, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Now I request our council members, CMA Rachappa Gunjali sir, Suresh Rachappa Gunjali sir, to please come on to the dais. I request our council member, CMA Harshad Deshpande sir, council member of ICMI, to please come on to the dais. Do we have Arup Mukherjee sir? Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a powerful stage today where we have across 15 powerful people of the country. Can we have a huge round of applause for all these people on the dais, please? I would like to invite on the stage CMA Tapas Ranjan Swain to welcome CMA GS Sahu sir, Advisor Cost of DGTR, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Volunteers, can you please give the lucky plant? I request GS Sahu sir to please come forward. Anjani Kumar Tiwari. I request CMA Anjana Sanjeeva, Chief General Manager Finance of GAIL India Limited, also to please come on to the dais. Now I request CMA Somnath Sahu to welcome CMA Anjani Kumar Tiwari, Member of Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board. I request CMA Anjani Kumari Tiwari sir to please come forward so that he can offer a lucky plant to you. Thank you so much. I request CMA Uttam Mahalik sir, CMA to welcome CMA Dr. Prasanna Kumar Acharya, who is the Director of Finance of NLC India Limited. I also request the council members on the dais, CMA Harshad Deshpande and CMA Suresh Rachappa Gunjali sir, to please accompany in all the welcomings, please. Jyoti. So you please, I request Gunjali sir and Deshpande sir to please stand over there. I'll eliminate others. I request CMA Jyoti Prakash Mishra to welcome CMA Ramesh Kumar Das sir, Director of Finance of Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers Limited. Thank you. I request CMA Bidyadhar Prasad, Regional Council Member of ICMAI EIRC, to welcome CMA Baidyanath Maharana sir, Director of Finance of NIFCO Limited. Thank you, sir. I request CMA Dharmendra Padi to please welcome CMA Bikram Keshri Das sir, Director of Finance of Uranium Corporation of India Limited. Thank you, CMA Dharmender. I request CMA Subhashish Chakravarti sir, Chairman of EIRC, to welcome CMA Ashim Kumar Mukhopadhyay sir, Managing Director and CEO of Tata Motors Smart City Mobility Solutions Limited. Now I request CMA Dolagovinda Swine to welcome CMA Dr. Paritosh Basu, Senior Director, Services of Strategy Consulting Private Limited. Can we have the applause, please, ladies and gentlemen? I request CMA Aarti Ganguly Madam, Vice Chairperson of EIRC, to please welcome CMA Arup Mukherjee Sir, Executive Director Finance of Steel Authority of India Limited. I request CMA Ashwini Patra to welcome CMA Anjana Sanjeeva, Chief General Manager Finance of GAIL India Limited. CMA Ashwini Patra. I request CMA Sarat Kumar Behra, Vice Chairperson of the Bhubaneswar chapter, to please welcome CMA Chitrale Goswami, Chief General Manager, Head Corporate Finance Services, ONGC Limited. Where is he? Thank you so much. I request CMA Rajendra Nayak to welcome CMA Sudha Krishna Maiti, CFO of Odisha Television Network. CMA Rajendra Nayak is requested to welcome CMA Sudha Krishna Maiti, CFO of Odisha Television Limited. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Now that the audience number has increased, can we have a thunderous applause for all the leaders on the stage? Thank you. With this, I would like to request CMA Harshad Deshpande, Council Member of ICMAI, to give his welcome address.
Good evening, friends. What a phenomenal dais we have. We have, many times we talk about, our branding, our positioning. So those who are asking this question, I think this photograph would be a great answer to that question, that, all of you agree with me? So friends, despite of all the difficulties faced, all our achievers the icons, I call them, that they have reached the top positions and we are proud of them. Further, what it makes more exciting is that their passion for the institute. They, at the, our president was very, Bibi Nayak sir, he was very passionate about bringing such people to the dais, especially on the national convention, and felicitate and, hear from them. So I think this, at the call of our respected president, have been here and agreed to part of this function. Despite of their busy schedules, you all will agree that this perhaps, especially PSUs, they are in the process of completing their finalizations and still they could find the time. So we are grateful to all of you for being here. And I'm more excited to listen from them than I speaking. So I will request quickly that we will take up and let us enjoy the deliberations from our leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Deshpande sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very beautiful announcement over here. This is hard work of the institute for the last 15-20 days. This is about a book of leadership that we're going to launch over here. This was not in the agenda initially. It was President's vision to give something great to the institute in this NCMAC. So then this idea erupted that why do we not have a book which is going to celebrate stories of our CMAs. So I would want to tell you about the book. The book is a tribute to century of stories, a collection of journeys that prove the power of purpose, perseverance, and professional excellence. The Inspired 100 is the name of the book. It's a coffee table book that honors 100 remarkable CMAs, leaders who have not only shaped organizations but also have transformed lives, industries, and ideas. Across pages filled with wisdom and warmth, you will meet CMAs who have risen from humble beginnings to occupy the highest echelons of corporate India. You will read about their defining moments, their hardest choices, their boldest decisions, and the legacies they are building always. These are not just profiles, these are portraits of leadership, each one offering inspiration to the next generation and pride to our profession. This book is also a salute to our collective journey, to the spirit of the institute, to strengthen the community, and to the belief that behind every CMA designation is a human story worth telling. As we now move to unveil the Inspired 100, let us do so with admiration, emotion, and the hope that it inspires 100 more to become even bigger. Now I would like to request on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, all the dignitaries on the dais are requested to come forward. I would like to request CMA Vibhuti Bhushan Nayak sir, Honorable President of the Institute. I would request our Vice President of the Institute, TCS Srinivas Prasad sir, and all the council members to please come onto the dais to launch the book, The Inspired 100. So please come forward so that everybody can be accommodated. Sir. Please. Sir.
Thank you, Avinash. Before opening this book, compatible book, Inspired 100, I want to express before you what is the purpose of launching this book. Actually, these are the success story of our some 100 successful CMA. Hello, 1 minute. Actually, I have experimented from the Achievers Meet, that Achievers album. Sir, now it is helping us just like Brahmastra in counseling. Process of counseling to the students who are taking admission. Adding to that idea, this is the beginning, sir, and this process it will follow. It will enhance our networking and it will create synergy and it will bring closure to our profession. It will create strength. In this book, small, very brief success story of some successful 100 CMA, and this will continue, sir. This will continue. This is the announcement. This is the introduction. And Institute will take steps to collect the success story of CMA practitioners and corporates in business, academician, and in various fields also. So thank you. I am extending my heartfelt thanks to Avinash, who is the main architect of this, collecting all the information from 100 CMA. And there, one point is a very important point. What is the turning point? What is the key success? What was the, that means the entire SWOT analysis is there. SWOT analysis of our successful CMA. Thank you, Avinash, again. Thank you very much.
Sir, I request everybody now to officially launch the book. President, sir, and Vice President, sir, please. The cover page of the book is on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a thunderous applause, everybody? If standing ovation is possible from your side, that would be great. Thank you so much. That is open, sir. Yes, sir. Just a minute, sir. Just a minute. Just a minute. Yes. Huh. Yes, sir. Sure, sure. Yes.
So this is the success stories of our CMAs, and one person perhaps who is doing a very selfless job is the anchor and also the one of the key contributor in making this book. So I will request our President sir to kindly also felicitate our member Avinash from Bhubaneswar chapter, and I will also request all of you to give him warm applause for the fantastic work he has done for the institute, for the chapter, for the profession. Yes, Avinash, we are really thankful to you. On behalf of our president and entire council, we request our heartfelt gratitude to you and wish many more success in your career. Thank you very much.
I request all the guests on the dais, so because of paucity of time, I request everybody to please limit their speech to 5 minutes. I can understand initially you were told 20 minutes, then that was cut down to 10 minutes, now it is being cut down to 5 more minutes. So I request all the speakers to please limit their speeches, and I request Jyoti to please pass on the mic. Sir, or you want to come here? It's okay, no issues, sir. I would request CMA GS Sauser, Advisor Cost of DGTR, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, to please come and address. No, it's fine. No, it's fine. So please.
Yeah, namaskar. Good evening. It's a great privilege for me to be a part of this August gathering, and I'm really honored to be a part of the CMA family. And the name that corporate excellence, of course, actually I'm not directly, related to this corporate excellence, but somehow indirectly I am totally associated with this corporate excellence, and it's for this empowering these corporate sectors by means of various policy intervention by Government of India. But this CMA, the profession government has realized long back in 1982, they have constituted one service called Indian Cost Account Service, which is basically catered from the cost accountant, chartered accountants, but the most focused area is basically cost accounting and cost analysis, strategic cost, strategic cost management, as well as different project viability analysis. These aspects are being undertaken by the Government of India through these cost and management accountants, which is still in place. And this is the organized group A service at par with other services like all this civil service. I mean, we have all fully it's an organized cadre service. This Indian Cost Account Service. We have almost major portion of the total Indian Cost Account Service are cost accountants and cost and management accountants, and we have various hierarchy, like from assistant director to the secretary level. And the presence of this Indian Cost Account Service is felt in almost all ministry in the department, all ministry of the Government of India. We have around 60 to 70 ministry, which is they are all running through the Government of India, and almost 60 to 70% of the ministry, this cost and management accountants are in place through this Indian Cost Account Service. More specifically, even though directly we do not have that, very few ministry we have basically cost analysis, cost determination, price determination, but indirectly for the corporate excellence, like various policy measures, policy interventions in terms of management, where financial management, and especially for the protection of the domestic industry, for the various measures is taken for the corporate sector as well as the company who are operating, who are facing stiff competition from the international companies, from the exporters. So now one of the assignment I am handling right now, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, that is anti-dumping, countervailing duty and safeguard. These are three major trade remedies available to the corporate sectors, and especially domestic industry, who are facing stiff competition against the various exporters. Exporter means other, our neighboring country and across the world, you can say. So they are, those exporters and those other companies, they are dumping their products at a very low price, as a result of which our domestic industry, we are facing very difficult to push their product, and in the long run, they are not able to sustain the to sell their product, and as a result, they are just simply either closing down or they are continuing with a very sustained loss. For these measures, Government of India has a very excellent system we have placed. That is a WTO, World Trade Organization. India is one of the member of this World Trade Organization. one of the around more than 80 members of the this WTO. So one is India. India has already signed the WTO World Trade Agreement, one of the signatory of the WTO. It took place in 1992, which has come into effect in 1995. From that year, and India has been continuing supporting this, trade remedies support to all the domestic industry who are facing this severe competition, severe problem against the exporters. So with this practice, this especially CMA has a major role because this we have this domestic industry, they are facing this dumping. Dumping means nothing but the price at which the domestic industry is supposed to sell. The dump price is coming at a much lower price. This the price of domestic industry, that is called fair and notional price, that is determined by the government of India, which this Indian Cost Account Service officers has a major role to play. So they are basically determining the cost base. They are determining the cost, notional, what should be the most viable price. They are determining through the various rules, that World Trade Agreement plus one Customs Act and Anti-Dumping Act, Anti-Dumping rules and countervailing duty rules, applying all the provisions and various standards are issued by the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. So those are all accumulated, and finally we are fixing the most notional and fair price so that the domestic industry can sustain for a long time. So with these measures, so we are imposing this anti-dumping duty, countervailing duty, and also sometimes safeguard measures. Yesterday, some of our colleagues, they had mentioned that titanium dioxide, that government of India should impose duty. That it may be noted that it is already, government of India has already taken action, and the duty has already been imposed on the TiO2. So which is which was raised yesterday. So as a result, we have a very major participation of the anti-dumping and countervailing duty all over the world. So India plays a very proactive action as far as the trade remedy is concerned. So apart from trade remedy, we have various ministry, this Indian Cost Account Service officer are playing major role in different ministry, like infra, energy, finance, like energy, all energy project, that because government has a it has a strategy, it has a I mean it has a goal to be faced, that is net zero pathways, that is 2070, we should have a zero emission. So we have a different phase, 2030 we have a phase, 2047 is a phase, and 2070 is a phase. So slowly we are moving to the green fuel. So as a result, then by the end of 2070 we should have net zero, so that carbon emission will be totally zero. And in that way, government of India is seriously working out. And for that also our CMA plays an important role for different project analysis and viability. So at present we have around more than 9,000 different national infrastructure projects, which is valuing around more than 29 lakh crore. So that is in place. In fact, it was a long ways to go. So for all those implementation of all those success projects, so with our CMA especially, they play a very important role. And CMA basically, I also request all the young CMA to come and join this Indian Cost Account Service. This is an excellent career, and you can reach to the level of secretary to the Government of India. And it starts from assistant director, which is a group A level, that is class one officer in any other service, and has excellent career opportunity. And in the process, you can apply, and you can apply your knowledge and professional knowledge to source for your venture and to gain your final achievement. And I think the time is very short, so I'll conclude this my remark here. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request CMA Anjani Kumar Tiwari, member of Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board, to please address. I request all the speakers again, let us limit the time to.
Thank you very much, Avinash. Good afternoon to all of you, President and Vice Presidents. I have never seen in my career of 43 years such a big panel of 15. And that too, the time allotted is 5 minutes. Rest assured, you will not send me the cheat. I will be finishing within 5 minutes only. First lesson as a corporate vision, I worked in NTPC, I worked in SJBNL, GAIL, and now I am regulator, and regulator has a different role. So here I am sensitive to the time, and throughout my career I was always been sensitive to the time, to the cost, to everything. So this is the first lesson I would like to share with the CMAs. With my 43 years of experience, be sensitive always, wherever you are working. And this is the first lesson. I will just cover very quickly about the oil and gas scenario, and then give some tips. And I promise that whatever the tips I will give you, you will carry to the home. You will never forget. Oil and gas, you know, is international commodity. We are importing around 85% of the crude oil, 50% of the LNG, 60% LPG. So we are dependent on import of this energy in our country. Now, there are very initiatives which have been taken by the government of India, by PNGRB as a regulator, in terms of laying of the pipelines, in terms of having good tariff, in terms of sensitivity towards customers also. So various initiatives have been taken, and which has led to having more and more LNG to be coming in the country, and establishment of the LNG terminals. So with this background, I would like to say that we have created infrastructure after giving license pan-India basis through around 307 geographical areas for gas infrastructure. Now, this is the background. What as a regulator we have done, and which is very important in the interest of the entities, in the interest of the customers. One thing we have done various tariff amendments. Why I'm telling these things? Because as a CMA, if you see the corporate, how they are going to perform, we have to be sensitive towards them, and we have to be concerned towards them. So as a regulator, and I would like to share first one thing. Then when I joined PNGRB, somebody asked me what you are going to do within 5 years. I told I will work as a facilitator, not regulator. This is the second lesson I would like to share, that I worked in PNGRB as a facilitator, not as a regulator. So I was with everyone, with the customer, with the entities, and try to take all the pain points and took decision in the interest of the entities as well as the customers. This is the second lesson I would like to share with you. What is the difference between CFO and CO, you know? CFO, if you write F and then put line here, it will be E. So only straight line is the difference between the CFO and CO. And this E is very important. E is environment. So if CFO understands the environment, he can be CO every time. And he would be CO. So what I mean to say, many times in my experience in many corporate means NTPC and GAIL and other places, I always try to understand the environment. And if I could understand the environment, my decision, my corporate excellence will always increase. So this is the third lesson I would like to give you, that always understand the environment wherever you are working, whether you are in the corporate, whether you are in the practice, whether you are, whatever job you are doing. I reached at this stage as a regulator, as a member. It's a very, very difficult journey, and very, means I had to work a lot. So, always strive for the opportunities, which are very, very important. If you are not striving for the opportunities, corporate excellence will not come. And corporate excellence and CMA vision is not different. It is mixed together, you know. So corporate excellence will come if you are striving for the opportunities and also always planning to take or reach there. This is the fourth lesson I would like to share. Fifth, I would like to share that as in the corporate area, what I have seen, legal fear is there. Always there is a legal department, legal division is there, and you will find that you are stuck up with many of the decisions which you will not be able to take because of the legal fear. So as a professional, this is my experience in the corporate arena. Wherever you are working, always try to take decisions and do not be carried away by the legal fear. This is my experience. You may have a different experience, but this is my experience where I have not been able to take decisions because of the legal fear, legal jargon, and legal trapping. You can understand the meaning of that. Next point I would like to say that regulatory understanding is very important, whether you are in the oil and gas sector, whether you are in any of the sectors, banking sector, or any sector wherever you are working. If corporate excellence has to come, regulatory understanding by the corporate is very important. And as a CMA, you will always be, means don't see that I am accountant, I am doing this. Always try to be concerned about the regulatory changes, regulatory functioning. And my colleagues are here, some from the GAIL. With the regulatory changes and with the regulatory many decisions which we can take, I think corporate performance, corporate excellence can come. So, yes, thank you very much. I was not thinking about this, but thank you very much. So these are the 6 takeaway. Regulatory means understanding is very important. So thank you very much. I think I thought that I should speak 20-25 minutes, but I think 5 or 6 takeaways which I have given you, you will carry on. Thank you very much.
I need it, sir. I'll be using it. Because I'll have to write again then. So I would now request, sir, thank you Anjani Kumari Tiwari sir for that beautiful speech. I request CMA Dr. Prasanna Kumar Acharya sir, Director of Finance of NLC India Limited, to please address the House.
Namaskar, Jai Jagannath. Dignitaries sitting on the dais and off the dais, professional colleagues, students, representatives from various organizations across the country. Good evening to all of you. So as the time constraint is there, 5 minutes they have allotted, I will try to complete before that. 2 things just I want to share. Since last 2 days we are discussing regarding various new technologies, particularly on artificial intelligence, machine learnings, and all these things is coming on the way of our profession. It's like those technology will take away our job. So all these fears are coming, and everybody in several sessions since last 2-3 years, wherever I was going and attending, the same fear is there. AI is coming, machine learning is coming, chatbot is coming, and this technology will take our job. The same fear was there when computer was introduced and brought it to India, I think 20 years down the line. And our profession has come off and stand, and we have used that as a tool, not as a fear or not as a item which is taking away our jobs, something like that. On this artificial intelligence, I would like to share a small story. We have all gone through this Ramayana. On that Ramayana, one small episode is there. You might be heard about this when Dasharatha went on to this forest for some, you can say that time of they were doing hunting of animals and all such things. And he has fired one arrow, you can say an instrument or an equipment or whatever is there. And it has hurt one person. And that name is Shravan Kumar, you might be heard that. And that instrument is a Sabdabhedi Bana, means the weapon which following a sound. So nowadays that Operation Sindoor has taken place. So the similar instrument was there during that age. I just want to tell that. So nothing new. It's changing its shapes, it's changing its character. But the thing was there ages together, and it's evolving in a new shape or new technology. To our profession, I will add one small story, a story of eagles. You might be heard that the life of eagle is 40 years. And after 40 years, what happens? Their beak, their feathers, that eagle is not able to hunt, is not able to fly because of the weight of the weather, and this beak is grown in such a way that he could not able to hunt this, he is able to catch the foods or something like that. So what will happen? He has two choices. Either it has to die or it has to struggle. So the struggle is also available to the eagle. So what he used to do, he used to go to a top of the hill and he has to break his beak and remove his feathers. And that exercise he has to do for 150 days, almost 5 months. And after 5 months, again this new weather will come and his beak also will grow and he will be able to catch the foods and also able to fly in the sky. So after that, its rebirth takes place, and again for 30-40 years it has to live. So like that, the similar opportunity has come to the professions, CMA professions. Now you have to revert yourself. You have to align yourself with the new technology, and with the help of the technologies, another terms of your professional career can be increased with this new technology. Now coming to my own company, so I am working with NLC India Limited. The earlier name was Naval Lignite Corporations, which earlier used to concentrate on lignite mining and power generation in the southern part of the India, basically in Tamil Nadu. And in the last 10 years, we have tried to increase our presence in the pan-India basis. And as of now, we have already in operation in almost 12 states in the country, and our target to reach 20 states by 2030. So the present installed capacity of thermal generation is around 7,000 megawatt, and mining capacity is 50 million ton, which we want to multifold 3 times by 2030. And this year last we have declared our result just 2 days before, and we have achieved highest ever profit 2,700 crores since the inception of the company, since last 68 years. And I am proud to say that every year we are taking almost 8 to 10 CMAs through campus recruitment, and out of our total size of 200 professions, 50%, almost 100 CMA professions are there associated with our company, NLCL. I would also like to add one more thing, that this year we have also introduced a new policy for empanelment of internal auditors. And there we have reserved 50% for CMA professions. I think this is the first time in the country we have done that. I request President, Vice President and our institute members, they should take this message to other CPSUs or state PSUs to make similar arrangements so that our professionals will get an opportunity. But at the same time, I would like to say that the participation from the profession also is not encouraging, and we need to work on that. We need to increase the size of the partnership firms or the audit firms so that the eligibility norms they can reach to that level. With this, I thank you all for inviting me to this occasions where 15 panelists are there. I think I am within 5 minutes. I have not crossed my limit. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Acharya sir. May I now request CMA Ramesh Kumar Das sir, Director Finance of Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers Limited, to please address.
Professional colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It gives me immense pleasure to be here and to discuss the CMA role in the economy. The paradigm change in our economy took place in 1991, when we changed our policy from closed economy to liberalization and privatization. After that, 2020, again, COVID, because of COVID, total our ecosystem was disturbed, and we made core correction for our to sustain growth. Just after COVID, again, war and warlike situation took place all over the world, and nowadays the war is going on for longer period. It is not short, and that has also affected our economy. Apart from the conventional war, now the tariff war has started, and it is also taken a new dimension, and which has also impact on our economy. Therefore, but every stage, we are changing our policy, either we are changing our way of working. Therefore, the human mind possesses a remarkable capacity for adaptability, and we change ourselves based on the situations. Wise people are they who understand situations and enrich themselves by grabbing the opportunities. That is called Divya Drushti. I expect from CMAs such Divya Drushti. In other words, CMA can explore the areas where nobody has, it is not visible to others. In my opinion, CMA has a big role in corporate world. This is a profession who can guide the management how to manage the cost. A CMA can highlight the areas where cost can be controlled and elimination of activities which are not contributing to the revenue and profit of the organizations. I started my career as a finance officer. Now, last 5 years, I am a CFO of the company. I believe in working and ideas out of box. I don't believe in working just like that in conventional way, and that's why always I believe to find out the areas which is not explored. During my tenure During my tenure as CFO, The revenue of the company has increased 4.5 times, crossing 5,000 crores. PAT has increased 3.5 times. Market capital and out-of-box ideas, ethical governance, achieving sustainable growth, long-term value creation. I think the CMA has a big role for all these to achieve the corporate excellence and to give the best to the industry. If you will come, let me touch upon areas which requires attention of CMA and which requires some sort of changes in our system so that CMA will be more efficient and CMAs can contribute more. One of the point is that bringing more core competency to the table. We professionals deliver versatile range of core competency for industry and corporates. If you ask me, is that sufficient? I will tell it is no. The core competency of lot of professionals is limited. What do they do? It is harsh truth. Expecting more is the basic nature of human being, but they are not superficial all the time. Similarly, we expect the institute to equip all of us with such comprehensive core competency to become rarest profession in the world. Monthly journals, regular seminars, webinars are helping. It is not enough as on date. In my opinion, mobile friendly applications, YouTube, shorts, online podcasts and mostly used communication mediums should be used, and to become more competitive the intent should be bold and specific. Learning should be consistent and relevant. Most important thing that CMS should be equipped with sufficient experience, industry experience. For this thing, we can call some industry experience persons who have spent few years in the industry so that they can give their views, and they can, by that way, they can some sort of case studies they can provide so that it will increase the efficiency level of CMS will increase. Adoption of adoption of new technology is most important, because my earlier speaker told that it is not taking our job, it will increase our efficiency. That's why all CMS should be equipped with adoption of technology. Everyone should indulge in themselves to become the part of the success story of CMA profession. Responsibility lies on our shoulder and we take with pride. In this context, I would like to highlight a line from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 50, Karma Yoga Karmasu Kausalam, which align with our motto to be excellent with commitment and integrity. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Das sir. May I now request the Director of Finance of NIFCO Limited, CMA Baidyanath Maharana sir, to please address the House.
Namaskar and Jai Jagannath to all of you. Respected President of the Institute, the Vice President of the Institute, and the luminaries sitting on the dais, my senior members, thank you so much for being present here. I have been given 5 minutes and the chit will be coming anytime. So my first task, I was sitting there and I was wondering how I compress this speech, which has been written by my speechwriter, to 5 minutes. Anyway, we'll manage within that. See, I come from NIPCO. NIPCO is a power sector giant in the northeastern region of the country. We cater to 42% of the power requirement of the northeastern region. On top of that, we export power to the rest of the country as well. And after that, we support the industrialization development under the low-cost policy of the Government of India. And we also do massive development in infrastructure, and we also play a vital role in energizing lives, empowering the communities, and fostering sustainable growth in the northeastern region and the rest of the country. We have a portfolio, diverse portfolio. We are in hydro. We are in gas-based thermal projects. Also, on top, we have some ground-mounted solar projects. We are venturing into floating solar once you want to lead. And for a leader, all the CMAs who are here, all luminaries, my vision of leadership is that when there is a success, you have to attribute it to the team. And when there is a blame, being the leader, you have to take it on you. That has been the success mantra for me for the last 5 years in my company. And that I'm saying because when I took over the reins as the CFO of the company, my PBT was just 47 crores and PBT was 90 crores and my PAT was 47 crores. 4 years since, I am standing at a profit of 869 crores PBT and a PAT of 585 crores. That I devote to my team. It's a sincere effort. Then how do you do it? How we have done it? I just wanted to give some case studies in the next 2 minutes. After that, like Prasanna has started with a story, I will end with a story. First of all, the bottom line, that is the profit. That is the barometer of success of any company. Everybody would agree with me. Now, how do we do that? See, it's like a Barbie doll. The top line has to be fat. The mid line, the expenditure. Top line is the revenue. The mid line is the expenditure. It has to be as narrow as possible. And the bottom line has to be fat. That's the mantra. When I took over, I told my team that let's squeeze the midline. We being cost accountants, we talk about the cost, how to control the cost, all those things come to our minds first. So we did that. The easiest thing was to swap the high cost loans, and we somehow reduced that, but we came to a point of, point where we couldn't do it further. Then the way we have to do is that we have to think different from others. So we completed the midline squeezing. After that, as an innovation, we said that let us do something so that the top line also increases. And everybody knows that we are bound by the CRC regulations, and my revenue is a cost plus kind of revenue. Then what we did is that we looked into the weather of the power sector, which is the CRC regulations, and we looked at the points where we can raise the revenue of the company. And believe me, we found at least 5 places where we could increase the revenue of the company, the revenue recognition of the company, and since the cost is more or less constant for a hydro sector, the profit also increased over there. So these are the innovations which we have done in our corporation to increase the profit. And I again say that I attribute all the success to my team. And we have done a lot of commercial interventions, which has brought in a lot of profit to us. And again, at the same time, I would say to the youngsters that, it has to be, you have to think differently. What everybody is doing, what is written on the books, if you follow that, you are not becoming unique. Unless you are becoming unique, nobody is going to recognize you. So my request to the youngsters who are conveniently sitting at the back, maybe, I don't know why, but they should be unique. Each person should be unique. Each person should be visible. Unless you are unique, you cannot be visible. Second thing is that everybody is talking about AI. My previous speakers also spoke about AI. I always tell my people that use the artificial intelligence with your intelligence. If you are depending upon the artificial intelligence properly and blindly producing the same before any other person, then it might so happen that in the morning, the Honorable MP was telling that it was giving some fake case laws. So that should not be the case. we should apply it intelligently. And I still believe that we are lacking as far as use of AI is concerned. Somebody was telling me in the morning that there are 13,000 AI tools available in the web, and 6,000 of them are free. We must use all those things in a proper way. Now, the chit has come, so I will take 1 minute more. So, 5 minutes over, or you have 2 minutes for me? Or 2 minutes for me? Okay, I can tell a story. Let me come to the story. Everybody knows the first part of the story. We know the story about the turtle and the rabbit. Yes? Everybody knows. But did the story end there? The story didn't end there. The story continued. In fact, the next time the race happened, the rabbit said that it will be on the land only. And this time the rabbit was intelligent enough, it didn't slip on the way, and it won the race. Again, the story didn't end there. The next time, the turtle became intelligent, and he said that the race has to be on the water. And in the water, he was the outright winner. Both of them came together once. What is the use of fighting? Let's have a race, half on the land and half on the water. On the land, the rabbit was carrying the turtle on its back, and on the water, the turtle was carrying the rabbit on its back. Both of them reached the destination together, and that is the theme of the story is that is the win-win situation when two people are working together. But again, the story didn't end there. So the next part of the story is that, both of them became very complacent. They thought that they will be winning together and it can continue. And instead of going for the actual physical activities, they somehow, got modernized and they stuck to video games. They were playing those games on the video. So what happened? Both of them got plump. Both of them became diabetic. Both of them became hypertensive. Next time the race happened, the rabbit on the land, it couldn't carry the turtle because rabbit was also diabetic. He was not having enough strength, and the turtle was also fat. The race couldn't end there. So this is an example of a progress which is not sustainable. We have to make it sustainable. But again, the story didn't end there. The story continues. So now both of them have become more sincere, and artificial intelligence, they have come to know that there is something like artificial intelligence. All of them, like readers, have to be readers. They have read a lot of books. They have done a lot of on the research on the AI, and they have become more intelligent. And now, all of them have done everything through AI to become fit enough to go for the next race. And again, on top of that, they have visualized what could happen 2 years hence, 5 years hence in their next generation, and they are ready with that with the help of the AI. The theme of this is that you should have a never say die attitude. And again, both of them have become visionary. That is what we are talking about now. And that is the theme of this seminar. So that is what has to happen in future. They are already seeing it now. They are getting prepared for that. They are preparing their next generation for that. That's the strength. That is the theme of this seminar, which is Divya Drishti. My kudos to the organizers for choosing such a beautiful theme and executing it properly. This man is standing near me and asking me to go away. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for that beautiful story. Actually, I think the audience wants to hear more. We shall ask sir to come tomorrow again so that he'll continue that story of rabbit and turtle. Sir, if there is more left in it. Okay, the story, we have more in it. Now I request the Director of Finance of Uranium Corporation of India Limited, CMA Vikram Keshari Das sir, to please address the House. I also request all the speakers one more time, let us limit the speech to 5 minutes.
I limit it. Good evening, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and my dear friends. Time is very limited, but throughout the day, I was sitting there and listening insightful related to excellency speech, and I am privileged being a listener there and noted, and ultimately I found that sustainability that consists of excellency is consists of sustainability plus innovation. But thing is that when we talk about sustainability, throughout the day I have heard about that sustainability, and sustainability is derived from the UN. Sustainability is not a concept. Sustainability is a commitment. If you go by the UN, what we found, the one line is there where it has been mentioned, development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. Here question arises that it is a clash between carbonized profit. If you will go by corporate, it is a carbonized profit. If you will go by the country, it is a carbonized GDP. It is a clash between carbonized profit or GDP with decarbonization. If we will take by the carbonized profit, what is going on? If we will take our country, that we take fossil fuel, in turn we get electricity, in turn we get GDP. Day by day, that fossil fuel, suppose say, I will cite one example, coal, that 1 billion we touched. In turn, that thermal power to 1200 billion units. In turn, we got GDP near to $3.7 trillion. Convert it into more than 300 trillion rupee. Here question arises, what is the concept of carbonized and decarbonized profit? In between, if we will go by the carbonized profit, we will keep on moving and bring the growth. And when growth, we will focus on the growth, in turn, in future, the future generation will confront with the global warming. When we will keep the global warming intact, one concept that in COP26, it was discussed that we have to limit our global warming average to 16.5 degree. Pre-industrial era, it was 15 degree. The budget was 1.5 degree. And nowadays what happened? Per annum, we are emitting near to 30 billion ton of CO2 in world. As a result of that, what happened? The concept of approach, the concept of doing the activity to bring decarbonized profit is a kind of learning. And this process, that we need to take care of profit as well as people as well as planet. When people, planet and profit, triple P, come into picture, then we have to bring changes in the system. While CMA will come into picture, that why CMA will come into the picture here? CMA is coming to the profit only, not profit. Decarbonizing the profit. In this process, the carbon credit is coming into the picture. When carbon credit is there, that means the extent to which the future will be like that, the extent to which you keep your profit decarbonized, to that extent you will get the credit. And in terms of that credit, you will get the benefit out of that, the different way. That is what the concept of sustainability is going on. Another fact is that without innovation, it is very difficult to bring changes. And the changes is coming day by day. We are visualizing, but changes is coming through technology as well as AI. And technology, once you use technology, technology gives you the process efficient and transparent. Once you get your process efficient and transparent, that helps you cost effectiveness, bringing cost effectiveness, and that also give you the regulatory compliance also. And regulatory compliance is a very challenging job. If you will go by one path, that is our path, that accounting and costing, that is a routine work. If it is taken away by the AI, but another area act, that is MMDR Act, CMSP Act, and Electricity Act, and CRC regulation, all those things are there. So we have to bring all those acts, whether it, even Environmental Act, all those things, if you will keep it compliant, along with the accounting or costing, that will help you a decarbonized excellency in CMA profession. That is what the sustainability and your innovation, that is the tool that brings you excellency. That is what I learned out of the discussion when I was there and keep on noting. So time is very limited, so I cannot speak more on that. So thank you for your patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that beautiful speech of yours. Now I would request the CFO of Odisha Television Limited, CMA Sudhakrishna Maiti, to please address the House.
Good evening. Good evening. Why so silent? Because everybody is energy-less nowadays. But we all are thinking about the Amrit Kal. Modi ji is thinking not only the Modi ji, we all are thinking about Amrit Kal. So we should be so energetic. So with the part of to make that success. Anyway, distinguished CMAs, respected President, Vice President and Council member, and the esteemed guest, ladies and gentlemen, present over in this hall. It's an honor to stand in front of you, not just a CFO of an organization, but as a CMA, just part of you. This journey was started from analyzing from balance sheet. Now I am the part of the boardroom. So today, just I was sitting there and thinking, let's start with a quick story. I should not story, it's a fact of my life. We all know early 21st century there was a global financial recession, right? That time, our CEO came to my space and asked me, where can we save without challenging my growth? So you know, that is the day, still I can remember, I am not only the custodian of cost, even I had become a value architect. So that way my journey started. Now, with various manufacturing, NBFC, I am as a CFO of a media house today, I still draw down the same core principle like cost control, strategic planning, and business insight. But today, our role is no longer just about reporting the past, it's about shaping the future. I think we all are agreed on that. Friends, our training teaches us how to be, how to see the thing which the others has missed already. What is that in your system? What is the leakage of various cost? Number two, the various inefficiencies, the untapped value data. So our role is important on that, how we will calculate on that and adding some value to my organization. We are the professional who speak the language both operation and strategy. Because nowadays we are not limited with only the numbers and all those things. Every company needs CMA, obviously, for their decision-making table. I understand that, because only we are the person, that CMA is the person who can bridge finance and function. Others cannot. Numbers and strategy, we can correlate and co-link with all these things. Therefore, time to lead, not just serve. So that time has already been come. The world changing fast. Everybody is talking about AI, automation, analytics, blockchain, and guess what? But these tools don't replace CMA. They empower us. They cannot replace our brain. We must do no longer to content being support function. We must be the voice of boardroom, the coincidence behind the strategy, the visionary behind the number. So, before I end, let me leave with this. We don't wear caps, but we rescue balance sheet. I think you agreed with my statement. We don't hold stethoscope, but we diagnose business health. At the same time, we are not always seen, but our impact is felt in every decision, every outcome, every success. We are CMA and we are indispensable. So let's today, Amritkal is there, 2047. It's already been started. We can see how the stock market is movement. If we just go back a little bit, the successful countries like USA, China, Japan. Time is limited, but if you see their stories, all these are, that the demographic dividend, which the first up, the speaker was telling about the age group of the people and all these things, which is nothing but the demographic dividend, and it has come to us. It's already started. So, agar chahte bhi, nahi chahte bhi, it will happen, and growth will be there, opportunity is there. So, as a CMA, my suggestion should be beyond number. We try to shape the nation. Thank you. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai CMA.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I did not give you the chit. You did it on your own. Now, I request CMA Ashim Kumar Mukhopadhyay, sir, to please address. We shall have his PPT. Do we have the PPT ready? Yes.
Jai Jagannath, distinguished guests on the dais and off the dais. So definitely I will not run through the full PPT, only a few slides I will show from there. But before these 5 minutes, this task is very arduous task, I would say. So I would say, letting me start with a story. This story is a very simple story. Let me just take in a different mood. What would you change? Frankly speaking, a 28 years boy was not feeling well. So normally at this age, that age, nobody is doing health checkup, but his parents says, let us go to a doctor and do a comprehensive health checkup. After comprehensive health checkup is done, some ailments have been detected and he was told by the doctor that perhaps your days are numbered. You may not survive long, more than a year. So naturally that's created a lot of agony. Even the marriage didn't take place. Nothing else happened to this boy. What will happen? Cost consultation has been done, and again, another doctor was consulted. And when that doctor was consulted, doctor said that, okay, you enjoy life to the extent it is there, so you better marry. He said, you marry? You are not going to leave. Why? He said, marry an accountant. I'm not talking of CMS. Marry an accountant. I said, I will live longer. He said, no, but you will feel it is longer. This is what is maybe talked of accountants. CMAs are also accountants. We have to come out with it. What I am telling you, the story is my own life story. I am a 43 years old CMAs. I also did CAs and CS. I have public sector and private sector working. I started my career as a junior manager finance in Steel Authority of India Limited, and now I am the managing director of a Tata company. So in my throughout this journey, I have experienced one thing, that what you can do, you must do. You should be differently doing. In this total career, I have worked in finance mostly, but I worked also in marketing. I worked in manufacturing. I worked in cost control. I worked in HR. And I became a CFO of a Tata company. Then I was the group performance head, the group which has given 28,642 crores profit for the last financial year. I was the group performance head. And 3 years back, I was told by my group chairman that please take over the company, which is basically an electric vehicle company, the EV buses. So my company runs the... Huh? Is not audible? Yeah. So my company is basically plying electric buses, and it is in a different business model, own, operate and maintain business model. Is a highly automated process. In that process, we can assess a lot of techniques, and as a CMA also I am proud to say that I can find out from my mobile phone 3,600 buses are plying in the country, where the bus is plying. Which bus is going to face a problem? Which part will be having a problem? That's all could be tracked. We are talking of AI. This is a practical application of AI. And this has not been done anybody but by a CMA. I will very quickly run through a few slides to see that. Can you help me with the, oh, sorry.
Please tell me.
Yeah. So, in the early career of the CMA, we are doing the financial analyst. What are the typical roles, the key responsibilities, key skills, exposure area, value creation role, I have narrated in these slides. Then, some other slide, changing this. This I have made a CMO career pyramid. I wanted to say how many CMOs are going from their early career to the middle management, to the senior leadership, to the CXO level, and the board level. I'm proud to say that I was in the board of 15 Tata companies. Currently, I am on the board of 3 Tata companies, but I am a CMA. Can you go at the last? So basically, time is short. I just stay on this slide.
This one.
I would like to say that the difference between a traditional CMA and a modern CMA is a traditional CMAs are rule-based, reactive, reporting, and isolated function. A modern CMA is insight-led, predictive, advisory, and cross-functional leaders. Next slide, please. Strategic roadmap for CMAs to enter the CXO world. I said expand beyond finance, think business. Develop strategic thinking, build executive presence and communication skills, master technology and digital influence, lead people, not just process. I worked 3 years in HR. Gain global and ESG exposure, earn boardroom readiness. Next slide, please. Yeah. So you had to expand beyond business, think business as a business enabler, cross-functional projects, and value chain insights. Next. Go back. So clear, okay. Go back. Move fast, because your 5 minutes check is a very, So finally I will come to what as a CMA I could do from accounting cost to creating change. As you rise, you get to save the future. Next. So this is my company. This is my company. You see, this is all my own freakle of imagination. We are running 1,608 buses in Delhi, in 13 depots, all are EV buses. Ahmedabad, 60 buses. Best 368 buses, 4 depots, coming from the mind of CMAs. What CMAs can do. 100% digitally enabled bus, a driver from his desktop can find out if he is going to meet an accident, what he can do, what he cannot do. It has not come from anybody's mind. I went to Qatar post the World Cup to see how World Cup was managed with so many EV buses with the bus depots. This is the way it is done. Next slide. So this is the 17 cities we operate, 31 crore green kilometers we have done, 95% uptime, 3,600 plus buses. And the last slide, next. And then before that. This is what it could be. This is my own creation. This is a bus depot. This looks like a bus depot in India. I take pride to take my people to visit this bus depot. So that's what I can say. CMAs has a great potential, but this potential I would have loved to see, and more than 500 CMAs are working in my group, and in every year we have recruited the CMAs, we promoted those CMAs, and in S4 HANA we are doing bus-wise, route-wise, depot-wise, profitability, daily profitability day by day. Who is counting those things? That is the beauty of the CMAs. You can, I could, and you will be much better than me. The next generation could be much at a taller height. Thank you. But last slide, I would say last slide, just go back. My message is preserve your vitality in an ever-changing environment. The last slide, last. Preserve your vitality in ever-changing environment. This is with a bus depot. Bus depot in India. Preserve your vitality in ever-changing environment. Don't forget that you are an cost accountant, cost management. Do everything, but don't lose your vitality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. CMA Sudhakrishna Maiti, who is the CFO of Odisha Television Limited, he wants to leave because he has an appointment with it seems, the governor. Okay. So thank you, sir. Thank you for accepting and coming here. Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause for the CFO of OTV? I request now CMA Dr. Paritosh Basu, sir, Senior Director Services, Treasury Consulting Private Limited, to speak. Yes, sir. 5 minutes. Call him.
पहले पढ़ा के रखते थे टाइम से हो जाता है सर टाइम मैनेजमेंट इज इम्पोर्टेंट
यस सर 5 मिनट
हो जाएगा
थैंक यू
2 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा लगे चिट मत भेजना
एक मिनट सर एक मिनट
चिट मत भेजना 5+1 ठीक डन
Good evening, revered President and Vice President of the Institute, my fellow council colleagues and from the TEA board, where I am also a member, and council members, senior members of the profession, my co-panelists, hundreds and hundreds years of experience there. I will not deal with anything what I have done. What I have done in my life, you will come to know from LinkedIn. What I am doing in life now, you can come to know from LinkedIn. What I will be doing till I go under the fire roots, you'll come to know from LinkedIn. I have about 21,500 plus connections from all over the world. So let me not speak about me. I'll speak about Dibbo Drishti from the perspective of first what the word means, these two words collectively, and I'll talk from the perspective of a CMA, and finally I'll talk from the perspective of corporate. Dibbo Drishti is a Sanskrit word. It is about 10,000-year-old word. It's called divine sight and divine perception, and the word divine is connected with gods and Ishwar. It fosters a kind of power to see the future achieved through yogic practices, including asana, kriyas, and meditation. Right? It is a form of spiritual enlightenment, a state in which yogis connect with universe. So it's a spiritual enlightenment, and we are karma yogis. We CMAs are karma yogis, and our enlightenment is what we learn for this world and contribute for this world. So karma yogis should be having yoga drishti. Now what is yoga drishti? Yoga drishti is the intuitive perception achieved by yogis that enables them to see the past and the future. Now seeing the past is easy now because you have LinkedIn. If you use it responsibly, and you have artificial intelligence, if you use it responsibly, and with your intelligence you can get the vision of from the past, and you can get a predictive AI for vision for the future. So this is what your 10,000 year or 12,000 year Vedas says. What about 140 years old Oxford Dictionary says. Oxford Dictionary says that vision is a mental image of what the future will or could be. Now, here are a lot of people sitting here, all these panelists have already had a mental image where they will take the company to, right? So they have the vision already because they are karma yogis. The ability to think about or plan the future with imagination or wisdom. Now you have imagination, you have wisdom. Wisdom is not that comes in 60 years of age. I'm 71 with 46 years of experience. My drishti has not even been still today in Dibbo Drishti. But I can understand what I have done and what I have realized. So CMAs are karma yogis. May this 62nd NCMAC instill in them more of the power of yoga drishti. And thank you, President Sir, and thank you, Council members, to select this topic for discussion. Now, what is Paritosh Basu's definition of yoga drishti? Let's talk about that. I personally feel realization from knowledge is the driving power of vision. Whatever we have learned, if you have realized the impact of it on our stakeholders, that is what we have created a site for the past, and we can create that site for the future. Knowledge is a journey. It has a beginning, but it doesn't have any end. It has a beginning, but it doesn't have any end. Okay? And now I will take you through a very famous man. He was there in this art about 140 years before. His name is Khalil Gibran. He was an author, an artist, a philosopher, and he used to be called a prophet in Lebanon, but he never accepted that terminology. He's a Maronite Christian. I'll give you 4 quotes from Khalil Gibran, whom I loved to the core of my heart as a Lebanon Christian. He said, we are limited not by our abilities, but by our vision. So that's what is the Dibbo Drishti which has been brought to you. The word has been brought to you by the council members and the president. Khalil Gibran said, tortoises can tell you more about the road than hares. Tell me when it is 3 minutes, huh? Tortoises can tell you more about the road than hares, because tortoises go slowly, fill the road, but hares hop steps. So in your work, never hop step. Feel the knowledge, realize the knowledge, take the experience, and then proceed further. He said, trust in dreams, for in them is hidden the gate of eternity. So you have to dream and you have to trust your dream. And finally he said, a traveler I am and a navigator, and every day I discover a new region within my soul. So every day when you go from your work, you should feel that in your soul there is a new dream. And that dream which Ashim Mukhopadhyay and all these panel members have dreamt, you dear students, you have to also dream. Now I'll take you through this gentleman. I'll tell you the story of two non-qualified cost accountants of the country. Non-qualified cost and management accountants of the country. You know this gentleman, right? He is Dhirubhai Ambani. Dhirubhai Dhirajlal Hirachand Ambani, 1832-2002. He is the man who told us how to price a telephone call. He said, एक दूर के गांव में 2 मिनट बाकी है, 1 मिनट, ठीक है, दूर के गांव में जो आदमी 3 मिनट में कोई बात पोस्टकार्ड में लिख सकते हैं, उसी पोस्टकार्ड की जो भाव है, उसी भाव में टेलीफोन कॉल प्राइसिंग होना चाहिए. He is a real life cost accountant, real life management accountant. He is Captain Gopinath. Captain Gopinath has done the costing of an aircraft seat by redefining the product. He said not giving a very comfortable, luxurious aircraft experience is not my product. My product is to reach the person to the destination on time. So he talked about no-frill airlines and rest his story of the world. So I will now, this is my last slide. I'll now tell you how a cost accountant will be drawing relevance for his dream, a young cost accountant, from the vision statement of a company. Now, these 4 visions, which are world-class companies, multinationals, they have never used the word management, they have never used the word cost in this. Microsoft said, we strive to create local opportunity, growth, and impact in every country around the world. Sitting in US, they will create impact around the world, and all of us use Microsoft. Tata Steel, we aspire to be the global steel industry benchmark for value creation and corporate citizenship. So corporate citizenship indicates governance, and benchmark indicates the best of the cost accounting and quality steel. So without speaking, there is a management accounting की अगर पराकाष्ठा कोई है, height of management accounting है तो ये statement में है. This is a vision statement. Hindustan Aeronautics Limited did not do much well in the past, now doing excellent. HAL aims to enhance India's strategic autonomy by developing indigenous technologies and reducing dependence on foreign imports. Unless they are cost competitive, Mr. Modi is not going to buy their products. So another profound statement of cost and management accounting. And finally, LIC, the world's best financial management company, which has created impact in the society. It said a transnationally competitive financial conglomerate. Transnationally financially competitive conglomerate of significance to societies and pride of India. Now, if you have to be competitive, you have to be competitive not in terms of top line only, but cost and management accounting also. So my dear friends, I have a YouTube channel. You can learn about all this in my YouTube. But this is what is the continuum of value delivery. And you stay as one of the stakeholders, motivated CMA professionals. Thank you very much indeed.
Bye. Thank you so much, Basu sir. I have an announcement. The president has texted me saying that in 2 months' time, we are going to have 2 more inspired hundreds, one for the practitioners, the other for the lady CMAs of our nation. Now I request CMA Arup Mukherjee, Executive Director Finance of Steel Authority of India Limited.
Respected NAC sir, Prasad sir, Aarti Madam, Council members, past presidents, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and all those who are present in this hall, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to address this esteemed gathering at the 62nd National Cost and Management Accountants Convention, a platform that is not only rich in legacy but bold in its vision. This year's theme, Corporate Excellence, the CMA Vision, it is a call to action, a mandate for the future, a declaration that our role as CMA is no longer confined to the compliance or cost control, but firmly rooted in strategic leadership and value creation. Let's be real. We live in a world of constant disruption. Technology is flipping the script. Consumer expectations are shifting faster than ever. And ESG is no longer just a checkbox. It is a boardroom priority. It is about building smart, agile, responsible businesses that are aligned with the future. It is about resilience. It is about foresight, agility, and impact. Excellence in the corporate world today is measured not just by financial performance, but by the ability to respond to disruption, embed sustainability, and drive long-term value creation. Coming from Steel Authority of India Limited, as you are all aware, it is preparing steel. And over the years, if you know that the current production capacity of SAIL is 18 million tons of crude steel, and we have taken a very ambitious project of, this happens to be the vision, 2030 of SAIL, that we are going to leapfrog our capacity to 30 million tons. So 30 million tons by 2030, and by 2047 it is going up to 50 million tons. And by 2070, surely it is going up to 100 million tons. So this is the kind of vision that our leaders have. This is the kind of vision that the country has, our ministry has. So we are firmly rooted to the ground, and we are hell-bent on taking this company forward. Now, how we are going to do that? Just for an example, I am Executive Director Finance of ISCO Steel Plant. ISCO Steel Plant is investing around 35,000 crores. So which is surely going to go up to 40 to 45,000 crores within a span of 5 years. So now, if you do a very simple math, a 45,000 crore investment, the depreciation and interest, that will be more than 500 crores per month. So if there is a time overrun of even 1 month, so we are going back by around 500 crores. So here is the role of cost and management accountants. We cannot let our projects go awry. We have to keep them in tight leash. And as of date, I'm very happy to tell you, we are going in schedule. But the challenges are huge, because now that we are in the tendering stage, what we find is that we are going to vendors who are coming from abroad, and we are having a set of bidding documents, standard bidding documents. They find it very difficult to come to terms with the Indian laws and procedures, and they give us 200, 300 deviations for a single contract. The challenge lies in convincing these people and bring them to a board. Now, as our previous speakers have also said, that there has to be flexibility. If we are not very flexible and we are bogged down by the legal implications or whatever commercial terms are there, so we have to be facilitators. And here is our role, and that is the role of the CMA, that we are trying to get it down to the smallest time, and we are trying to place it. The orders are trying to be placed in the minimum possible time. CMS, they are leading the change in transforming raw data into strategic foresight. With AI, blockchain, and predictive analytics reshaping business models, we are uniquely positioned to interpret, guide, and advise in real time. Our frameworks can redefine the way business measures success, not just in profit margins, but in impact footprints, be it carbon accounting, responsible capital allocation, or inclusive growth. CMS are equipped to design tomorrow's sustainable enterprises. With regulatory landscapes evolving globally, CMS are championing transparency, ethical practices, and robust risk management systems that ensure long-term enterprises. Now, one of the most important role of CMS is in the ESG transformation, which we have been listening throughout the day. ESG is no longer just a compliance requirement, it is the new language of the capital investors. Being in the steel industry, as you are aware, steel is one of the most polluting industries. Now that we are producing about 2.7 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of crude steel. So this has to reduce to 2 ton by a couple of years, and we are going to go zero carbon by to 2070. So this is our vision. And corporate excellence. So corporate excellence is not just about results, it is about how you get there, and CMS must be the compass that guides businesses to scale with integrity, intelligence, and impact. So, friends, I think the road is clear. We are in the right path, and things are changing very fast, and CMS have to live up to this changing environment and have to ride these changes so that ultimately they come out in the forefront and they lead our businesses to profitability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the last two speakers are Lady CMAs. I would like to invite CMA Anjana Sanjeeva Madam from GAIL India Limited. She is the Chief General Manager of Finance. Can we have a huge round of applause for our Lady CMA over here?
Good evening to all, esteemed dignitaries and my fellow professionals. Since morning we have been hearing that time is money, and I think time is precious. I'm realizing your time that you are sitting here to listen to all of us. And I have also heard that too much of everything is bad. So too much of the Gyan Ganga that is flowing from the stage may be too much for you all to handle it. So I'll keep my It's indeed my honor and privilege to be addressing you all, this distinguished gathering. The theme of the convention, corporate excellence, it clearly reflects the evolving role of CMAs in the business environment, the agility which is expected and required from CMAs. So the role of CMS is evolving. It is not the same what it used to be a few years back. So we have to change, we have to evolve. And somebody from the speakers said that bottom line or the profit is the measurement of success. Sir, with due respect to you, I would like to differ. To me, corporate excellence goes beyond the pursuit of exceptional profits. It is the consistent ability of an organization to perform at a high level by aligning its strategy, operations, culture, and leadership to deliver sustainable value to all the stakeholders for the stakeholders' delight, not just to make them happy, for their delight. So the true excellence, it is embedded in the DNA of an organization. It is reflected in the ethical governance. It is a thriving workplace culture, and its innovation-driven processes and ability to adapt to market shifts. That is what makes the corporate excellence. So achieving this is not the result of isolated efforts. It required shared commitments from all, continuous improvement, resilience, and alignment across all levels of organization. As I conclude, I am reminded of some wise words of my mentor, which I would like to definitely quote here. Never be complacent, stay curious, challenge the status quo. Complacency erodes innovation. Hunger for growth fuels excellence. So let us all continue to be seekers of better ways, challengers of limit, and torchbearers of excellence. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, madam. Now the audience might have pleasure to know that in another 10 minutes we are going to end it. And you are also going to have a snack break. And after that you can please come back so that you can enjoy the cultural that we have. But please wait till the vote of thanks is over. That's a sincere request. Now I request, sir. Vote of thanks, sir. No, we have one more speaker. Okay. Now I request CMA Chitrali Goswami Madam, Chief General Manager, Head Corporate Finance Services, ONGC Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for the last speaker, ladies and gentlemen?
Good evening, CMAs. Good evening, CMAs. Yes, that's the spirit. Jai Jagannath Swami, Nayanapathagami, Bhavatu me. It feels blessed to come to this blessed land of Jagannath Swami. And as you are all aware, you're happy that there is only one speaker. But you have a risk. As a CMA, you know how to do the risk management. The last speaker has no time limit. Do you agree? Do you agree? Okay, that's great. That's so encouraging, and that is what a CMA is. We mean business. We don't sit and sleep. I am delighted to see all in the entire hall this entire day. Not a single person has slept through the sessions. And I think all of you deserve a big round of applause for that. And of course, kudos to all the speakers also who didn't make you sleep. I can't take that away as well. Well, this is corporate excellence. And also, there was a coffee table book of CMA achievers. Both are unlimited. Both have no limits, no end. It did begin one day. Corporate excellence is a journey that continues in pursuit of higher goals achievement. But when UN gave us the goals of ESG, we aligned itself, our goals, to the ESG, which was not the case even 20 years ago. Everybody was bothered only about the fat bottom line. No one bothered what was happening to the surrounding, to the environment, except the activists. But today, the buzzword is that each one of us has to be an activist. And some of the activists also earn money. If you have solar panel in your house, you can sell it, use it for yourself and sell the rest to the government. You can use. You can earn money also. So now that I have no time limit, to Mr. Courtney especially, who's been moderating the entire session very well, whole day. He's pretending not to listen to me. I would say the corporate excellence would mean when you achieve, you feel Your enterprise is the best place to work. When we feel our enterprise is the best business partner, when we feel our operations are the safest, corporate excellence is felt when we have improved ESG ratings on carbon footprints. Corporate excellence is then where we have very, very satisfied employees. Corporate excellence also has very healthy, mentally, physically healthy workforce. Corporate excellence includes brand building, an excellent brand image, and market capitalization, along with its goodwill and fat bottom line. I don't have to say, after the entire day's sessions of total cost management, perpetual cost management, tax management, direct tax, indirect tax, due diligence, I don't have to elaborate on all these. These are all the factors that we take. So if I take a clue and I remove the one word from the morning sessions, total cost management. And then there was direct and indirect tax cost management. If I remove the cost word from the total cost management, what remains is corporate excellence. If I remove the word cost from the total cost management, what remains, students? I remove the cost word from the lines, total cost management. What remains? Total management, that is corporate excellence. Total management, what I just elaborated is total management. Now, these will, of course, have today the technological advancements, AI, generic AI, and your whatever the other advancement in the digital technology. In the morning you heard like digital twins and other such tools. These are all indispensable in today's world. They are not an option today. They are indispensable to make us more efficient and with data, because the data is the new fuel and the data is the power. So if we can play with the data, we CMS are very good in playing with data. Of course, I am a very good Excel master. I love the Excel. The moment you give me the Excel, I can do wonders on it. But then that same Excel, when we do in the SAP and the Oracle, and also AI-driven tools, it becomes a thrilling experience for all the cost professionals, for the finance professionals. We must lay our hands on it if we have not done so far. My Divya Drishti, I can tell you my first experience of Divya Drishti. It's a story again. Everybody told about other story. Can I say one of my own story? Can I? Can I? Yes. So I will know that you're really, really alert. Okay. My story was, when I was 20, I got married into a joint family. And I used to take my ghungat and be in front of my father-in-law and mother-in-law and brother-in-laws and sister-in-laws and all in-laws and in-laws and in-laws and uncle-in-laws. The house would have 150 people every day, where we used to live 6 people, but we would cook for 150 people every day. That kind of a situation. I am fresh from a hostel life. Never went to the kitchen in life. And my mother-in-law, as all mother-in-laws would be, she's an excellent, very loving lady, okay? I'm not going to criticize her, don't worry. At this hour, शाम का वक्त है, मैं ये सब ऐसा पाप नहीं करूँगी. My mother-in-law, she asked, first I will beg my pardon to all the vegetarian CMAs here. This is a story of a non-vegetarian CMA. She brought this big rahu fish from the river Brahmaputra, her son had just got, who just almost not yet died. And she asked me to cut that 6 kg rahu fish for the feast of the family that would come. I have never ever seen a cut of fish, nor have I known any of the kitchen chores, except, small things like making a cup of tea or something for my mom. Now what do I do? As a person, finance in my mind, I was doing my CMA at that time, studying in the Inter. I decided at that early age of my life that I will never say no to anything. I'll never say I don't know. I will learn. I'll never say I will not do. I will do. I will find out the way. And all the more reason that if I say I don't know, she will curse my mother. She didn't teach the daughter anything. That is the another reason I didn't say no. I was sitting there for 5 minutes, looking at the fish, doing nothing. The Divya Drishti just came, like AI. You know how AI works? You will get an example. Suddenly, the Divya Drishti tells me, okay, let me visualize what kind of pieces which are served to me on my plate when my mother gives me fish. I visualize the pieces are like this. Pieces are like this. Okay. How do I cut in order to obtain this kind of fish? And it clicked. And it clicked. I cut on the edge of the fish and I started getting those circles, seeing the circle. I went on cutting into the circles and circles and circles without saying a no. So CMAs, my advice to all the young professionals in making, to seniors, I can't say anything because from seniors we can only learn and we can only be blessed. But to the young ones, I would say what I have written in the coffee table book. I would say that accept challenges always. Be visible. Represent your profession. That is, brand yourself and also your institute. Represent your profession with pride. Never stop upgrading yourself with the technological advancements. Never stop upgrading yourself with the changed policies in the management. Both professionally and technologically, you should be seen to be at the right forefront. The world notices you when you make the right noise at the right time, at the right forum, and that too visibly. So make the right noise in right time and right way. This is my loving suggestion to all the CMAs. Parishtosh sir has requested me to tell my turning point of my life, which is just one line you can see in the book. I had a roaring opportunity in front of my life when I was about 18 years of age. I was already a President of India awardee in professional performing music as a vocalist, and I had a call from the duos, the legendary Lakshmikant Pyarilal duos. I went to meet them. They recorded a couple of my songs for 2 movies. But I had the Divya Drishti to see what that industry had to offer. I thought I would never be satisfied only as an artist without utilizing my brain AI powers. I chose CMA as a profession. Finance took the lead, and my performing art is my weekend profession today, where thousands of my audience shed tears of joy when they listen to me. Thank you very much to the council and the president, sir, for this wonderful opportunity to be present in front of you. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chitrale madam. You are a real cost accountant because you have used the opportunity very well. You spoke for 14 minutes and 2 seconds and nobody complained. No, sir. That was a good bias actually. Thank you, madam. Thank you. So, now, ladies and gentlemen, before I invite Gunjali sir for his formal vote of thanks, after the formal vote of thanks, we'll have a group picture. So, whoever is part of the Inspired 100 can please come on the stage so that we can have a group picture together. After the formal vote of thanks. Gunjali sir, please give a formal vote of thanks.
So, good evening, namaskar. So, actually today I am blessed to be shared dais along with luminaries of our CMA profession. It's my proud privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of ICMAI at the conclusion of the inspiring session on corporate excellence, CMA vision, CMA leaders. Actually, I am proud of the classman from Bangalore. He is part of 100 actually. Satish Shivaraman and myself are the colleague at Bangalore chapter. We together studied the CMA. I am so proud of CMA Satish Shivaraman. So first and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed CMA leaders who shared such a valuable insights. I can say some few their insights, some mantra, starting from be sensitive, understand the environment, strive for the opportunity. Then the great eagle story, 7 principles of eagle, that is actually the great story everybody can read to become a leader in their domain. Then out of box thinking, unique and visible. Actually, this is the greatest mantra, unique and visible. So all of us, we known by the corporate world only. We are not known to the society. We should be the visible to the society. We should be the helpful to the society. We should be add a value to the society. Then only we can be visible. So that is the greatest mantra of the today's think tank. Then never die attitude. Then insightful led, then predictive, karma yogi. That means work is worship. So sir told about Divya Drushti, need yoga and meditation to see the foresight. But sir is pictured one karma yogi. Through your work, you can achieve the greatest Divya Drushti. That work is worship. That is the one great mantra for giving. I thanks to our Paritosh Basu sir. So we all CMAs Karma Yogis from today onwards. Then realization from the knowledge. So last madam I told original intelligence. Always original intelligence is great, better than and greatest than artificial intelligence. So this is the I request all of you to give a standing ovation and great applause to all these greatest leader of our same profession. Sir, today's your words truly enlightened us on the evolving CMAs in driving strategic excellence, ethical leadership and sustainable business practices. Your vision resonates deeply with our professional aspiration. I sincerely thanks to our council colleagues, former presidents of our institute, SIRC, regional council members, chapter representatives, and my dear CMA colleagues and participants, virtually and physically also. To the organizing team, technical staff, and volunteers, thank you for your tireless efforts behind the scene, ensuring that today's program ran smoothly and successfully. Let us leave today not just informed, but inspired to commit ourselves to principles of corporate excellence and carry forward proud legacy of CMA profession. Once again, thank you all. Jai Hind, Jai CMA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request all the featured CMAs in the Inspired 100, please come onto the dais so that we can have a group picture. All the featured CMAs who are not on the dais to please come onto the dais. Sir.
Where is the camera? फिर क्या करना है चले